The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity. They were also duplicated using a variety of primitive technologies. This, in addition to some of their nearly century-old status, has led to variations in audio quality as well as some episodes being incomplete. I hope, however, that these imperfections will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcoming you to the last stream of the week of nightly old-time radio shows, which I hope you will enjoy and then be back with us Monday. And just as a reminder, if you have a favorite show on these streams that you want to get to immediately, there are timestamps provided in the description that will take you right to that show. But anyway, it is July the 11th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1405 AD, Chinese fleet commander Zheng He set sail to the Spice Islands on his first major expedition, leading 208 vessels, including 62 treasure ships, with 27,800 sailors. In 1533, Pope Clement II excommunicates England's King Henry VIII. In 1818, English poet John Keats writes, "In the cottage where Burns is born," lines written in the Highlands and Gadfly. In 1877, Kate Edgar becomes New Zealand's first woman graduate and first woman in the British Empire to earn a Bachelor of Arts. In 1897, Salomon Auguste André and crew leave Spitsbergen in northern Norway by balloon headed for the North Pole. In 1944, Franklin Roosevelt announces he will run for a fourth term as President of the United States. In 1995, more than 8,000 Bosnian Muslim men and boys are massacred by Bosnian Serbs after they overrun the UN safe haven of Srebrenica on directive of Radovan Karadzic. In 1966, TV quiz show The Newlywed Game, hosted by Bob Eubanks, premieres in the U.S. on ABC. In 2013, Orange is the New Black premieres on Netflix, first series to be nominated for Comedy and Drama Awards at the Emmys. In 1969, David Bowie releases the single Space Oddity 9 days before Apollo 11 lands on the moon. In 1900, Charlotte Cooper beats Helene Provost to become first female Olympic tennis champion and first individual female Olympic champion in any sport. Born on the day, Robert the Bruce, John Quincy Adams, E.B. White, Frank Rosenblatt, Harold Bloom, Giorgio Armani, Yul Brynner, oh, there's one of the all-time great actors for you, Richie Sambora, Alessi Kari, Leon Spinks, Carlino Wazanski, and dying on this day, George Gershwin, Andre Kahn III, Owen D. Young, Franklin Rosenblatt, Lawrence Oliver, and Shelley Duvall. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by Rio Grande.
San Francisco Police calling all cars. Attention all cars to broadcast 245 regarding a holdup. There were two bandits. Number one described as 5 feet 10 inches, weight about 150 pounds. Number two described as blonde, 5 feet 11 inches, weight 160 pounds. These men just held up a Safeway store on Divisadero Street. Approach with caution, they are armed and dangerous. That's all. Rosenquist.
What would you think, friends, of a battleship powered by an outboard motor? Ridiculous, isn't it? And yet some motorists practically duplicate it when they unrepower their cars with anemic gasoline and merely go through the motions of protecting their investments with flabby, afraid-to-fight-back motor oil. What gasoline of maximum performance powers more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and other emergency equipment wherever it is sold than any other brand?
Rio Grande cracked.
What motor fuel is also the choice of an overwhelmingly large number of California state and federal government officials to power their front-line automotive equipment?
Rio Grande cracked.
Right both times, and tens of thousands of motorists likewise agree that Rio Grande cracked is the longer mileage gasoline that gives them more powerful, more speedful performance, quicker on the takeoff, unfailing acceleration, and smoother operation at any rate of speed. In short,
Police car performance.
get yours from now on, friends. When you leave the house for work in the morning, stop at the red and white Rio Grande station in your neighborhood and enjoy police car performance in your own car. Rio Grande is indebted to the law enforcement officers of the West, whose enthusiastic cooperation in making all confidential files available make these programs possible. Tonight, we salute San Francisco and their able sheriff, Dan Murphy, who will speak to you from KSFO.
It is an acknowledged fact that generally too much of certain types of reading and motion pictures tending to paint a glamorous picture of the daring of gang life and kindred subject herald wind. Those who commit crime pay a price beyond computation. There is not enough money to lighten the empty hours, days, weeks, and months for the loved ones awaiting the return of a prison-marked man. One might speculate as to whether or not such thoughts would have deterred the men whose story we are about to hear. Nevertheless, they found, as every criminal eventually finds, that crime is a losing proposition.
It is a bitterly cold San Francisco night in December of 1936. An automobile containing two men pulls into the driveway of an oil station at 10th and Mission Street.
All right, get back into that station, buddy. This is a stick-up.
Come on, fella, snap into it.
Now open that cash register and then get busy on the floor safe.
Come on, quit shaking and get going. We ain't got all night.
Yeah, take it easy, kid. When you get the top off of that safe, just don't make no noise and stay where you are, see?
Yeah.
Then you won't get hurt.
All right, Mud, come on, hand over that there door.
And remember what I told you. One phony move and I'll blast you, get me? Come on, kid, let's go.
Within 20 minutes of this first hold-up, two other oil stations fall prey to this bold pair of bandits. And then for 3 long months, an amazing series of similar crimes were reported almost weekly to the Bay City Police. Inspectors Raymond Doherty and William Hanson, who are in charge of the investigation, are discussing the case when suddenly the police radio flashes a message.
San Francisco Police calling car 142, car 142. A holdup at 2900 Fulton Street. A Safeway store held up at 2900 Fulton Street.
Another robbery, eh? You suppose this is the work of those 2 birds we've just been talking about, Doherty?
Well, if it is, those fellows are getting away with murder.
You said it. They pulled at least 12 holdups that we know about in the last 3 months.
Yeah, and who knows how many more.
Well, if this is their 13th, let's hope their luck breaks with this one and ours begins.
All cars, attention all cars, be on the lookout for a stolen Hupmobile sedan. License number 4 Chicago 8293. 4 Chicago 8293. Occupants are 2 men, one described as tall and blond, the other short and stocky. These men just held up a Safeway store at 2900 Fulton Street. Exercise caution in apprehending these men, as both are armed. That's all.
That's them, all right.
Come on, let's go. Get the car. I'm going to nab those 2 birds if it's the last thing I ever do.
Well, if that stolen Hup sedan hasn't already been picked up by some of the boys, we ought to find it somewhere in the vicinity of the robbery.
Yeah, that seems to be their system. They generally leave their getaway car within a few blocks of the place they figure on sticking up.
If you just get a line on that car there, Hanson, we'd have something to work on. As it is, we haven't got a single lead except a vague description of what they look like.
Oh, their luck can't hold. The only reason we haven't caught up with them so far is because they don't seem to have any past record.
Yeah, I know.
Not a doggone one of the victims could identify a picture that even remotely resembled them when we had him look through a stack of mug pictures the other day.
Yeah.
And we showed him the pictures of every known hold-up man that's been released from a California penitentiary for the last 5 years.
Funny how they stick to oil stations, cigar stores, and markets.
Well, they probably figure those places are the easiest pickings.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, they haven't done so bad either. They've netted nearly $1,000 in 3 months.
Well, they won't think that so much when they're sitting up there in the pen thinking back over it.
Come to think of it, this is their first daytime job, isn't it?
Yeah. All the others have been between 8 and 11 at night.
I'm just wondering if there isn't some... Say, Doherty.
Yeah?
That Hup sedan parked over there by the curb.
Huh?
I think that's the car we're looking for.
Can you see the license plate?
Just a minute. 4C8293, that's the baby.
I'll pull over and park ahead of it a little ways.
And keep your fingers crossed. With any kind of a break, we ought to get a lead out of this.
Well, unless they have their own car planted somewhere around here, they can't be very far away. Hasn't been over 20 minutes since the holdup.
Look, that car's right in front of an apartment house. Maybe some of the people inside might have seen who left it there.
Well, there's nothing like finding out.
Come on, then. We'll try the manager's apartment first.
And I'm still keeping my fingers crossed.
Yes?
I'm sorry to disturb you, lady. We're police officers.
Oh, police officers.
No, there's nothing to be alarmed about. We're merely trying to get a little information.
Oh, I see.
There's a Hupmobile sedan parked out in front there. I wonder if by any chance you might have seen who left it.
Hupmobile sedan?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not much good at telling one type of car from another. But I'll come out and take a look at it if you want to point it out to me.
I'd appreciate it if you would. There, that's the car.
I'm afraid I can't help you any. As far as I know, I've never seen the car before in my life.
I was afraid of that.
Well, thanks just the same, lady. Do you mind if we use your phone?
Oh, no, not at all.
You see, that car's been stolen, and I want to report that it's been located.
Stolen? Why, I just happened to think.
Yes?
I was outside just a few minutes before you rang the bell. That car wasn't parked there then.
It wasn't?
No. There was a small tan coupe standing there. I don't know what make of car it was.
And you didn't see who left it?
No. All I know is that I saw the coupe not over 5 or 6 minutes ago.
Well, Dorothy, there's our first lead.
Two weeks went by, during which time the bandits struck again on 3 different occasions. But the police had not yet been able to trace the small tan coupe. And then, on the evening of March 22nd, Howard Mao and another attendant were on duty in a Safeway store at 301 Divisadero Street when 2 men walked in. Disregarding the presence of several customers, the smaller of the 2 came directly to the grocery counter where Mao was standing.
Come on. Keep your hands where I can see him, buddy. This is a stick-up.
Stick-up? What are you talking
You heard what I said. Keep that trap of yours shut and hand over the dough. All you got in the place.
Now, listen, mister, you can't
Shut
get
up,
away
I
with
tell you. One more peep out of you, and it's going to be just too bad. Now shell out the jack.
Oh, tough guy, huh? Why, you give me that gun. I'll show you what I'm... Why, you dirty...
Shut up! Your folks pipe down and get over there in the back of the store, or you'll see some more shooting.
Trying to grab my gun, did you, wise guy? Well, maybe that'll teach you to behave. Hey, you. You over there behind the butcher counter.
Yeah?
Come out here and get this dope on me if you don't want to get some of the same medicine.
Where'd you plug 'em, Walter?
I don't know, in the belly, I guess. Who cares?
Yeah, well, tell that butcher to step on it. We got to scram out of here.
Come on, you. Come on. Hurry up with that dough. I'd just as soon lay you out beside this other mug, see?
You people in the back there, stay where you are for a good 5 minutes, see? And no funny business, you get me?
Okay, let's beat it, kid. I got the bankroll.
With Howard Mao lying in the house hut, seriously wounded, the police continue their search for the two bandits with renewed vigor. And then, 4 nights later, comes the first really important lead.
Ellis Polk Police Station.
This is desk, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Well, listen. There's 3 men sitting in a booth here looking at an automatic pistol. I thought I'd better call and tell you about it.
Where is this place you're telling me about?
It's a beer parlor at 1480 Street.
Is that where you're calling from?
Yeah.
All right, we'll send someone over to see about it.
This is the place, all right. I suppose we'll have to search everybody in the place to find that gun.
That's all right by me.
Maybe the bartender knows something about it.
Yeah.
Hey, George, come here a minute, will you?
Hello, boys. What'll it be?
Has anybody in here been flashing a gun around?
Not that I know of, no.
I see. Well, we'll just have to search everybody, that's all.
Well, what makes you think that...
A little bird told us.
Oh.
All right, folks, pay attention here a minute. Which one of you's got a gun on him?
All right, you might as well answer up because we're going to find it anyway.
All right, if you don't want to tell us, line up there against the wall, all of you.
I'll start at the other end. We'll search these people.
Uh-oh. What's this? So you're the lad who's packing the gun, are you? What's your name?
Elmer Ballard.
Don't you know there's a law against carrying concealed weapons, Elmer?
Yeah, so what?
So you'll just come on down to the station with us till we get a chance to find out something about you.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, look, coppers, what's the beat? This guy wasn't doing no harm. Just showing us his gun was all.
Who are you, a friend of Elmer's?
Yeah, in a way. I know him from in here.
Well, I'd keep my mouth shut if I were you, unless you want to come along, too.
Oh, all right.
Okay, Elmer, go out and get in the car.
Always a bunch of lousy coppers.
Say, Al.
Yeah?
As soon as them cops drive away, come on outside. I think I know who tipped them.
Yeah?
Yeah. See that guy sitting up there at the bar? The guy was in the telephone booth a little while ago.
You mean you think he's the one who tipped him?
Well, that telephone booth ain't his office.
Yeah?
Well, wait here till he comes out. Then I'm going to show him what I do with still pigeons like him.
Hey, quiet. Here he comes now.
Yeah. Hey, listen, wise guy. Yeah? You tipped them bulls about Elmer having a gun, didn't you?
Who says I did?
I do. And maybe this will teach you to be smart after this.
Come on, what's the idea?
Hey, Walter, let me get in a sock at this guy, will you?
Say, Al, you hit him kind of hard, didn't you?
Gosh, his head's bleeding, ain't it? But I didn't do that with my fist. See, it's where his head hit the sidewalk.
Well, anyway, looks like a gun to me. So long, Al. I'll be seeing you.
On the arrival of the ambulance, the man who had been beaten was pronounced dead. Al Levere was placed under arrest, but his companion had disappeared. A few days later, it was discovered that the bullet that had wounded Howard Mao had been fired from the gun found on Elmer Ballard. Immediately, Inspector Butts and Corporal Engler, who had taken over the investigation, went up to the city prison to question the two prisoners.
I don't know how you feel about it, Engler, but I think these two are the fellows we want for all those holdups.
Well, we ought to know something in a minute. The guards are bringing them over here now.
Oh, hello, Ballard. You, Olivia, sit down, won't you? I want to have a little talk with you.
Whatever you say, copper, you're the boss.
You've got a pretty serious charge hanging over your head, Levere. Don't you think it'd be wiser if you decided to tell us the truth?
Now, look, I have been telling you the truth, see? This guy, Walter Mesock, was calling us vile names.
Are you
see, and...
still sure you don't know Walter's last name?
Now, listen, Inspector Butts, if I knew his last name was, I'd only be too glad to tell you, but I don't know it.
What about you, Ballard?
I only knew him as Walter, same as Allie. I never heard anybody call him anything else.
You see, it's just like I told you at first. This guy was calling us names, and Walter stepped in and let him have it, see? Then I took up where he left off.
Where'd you fellows meet this Walter?
In a beer parlor. He's been hanging around there for a couple of months. Spent quite a bit of money, too.
He did, eh?
Yeah.
Where'd he get it, do you know?
It wasn't none of our business where he got it.
You don't happen to know what he did for a living, do you?
No, fact is, I never knew Walter to do any work.
And you don't know where he lived?
He never told anybody around there that I know of.
You don't know either, Ballard?
No.
Did either of you ever see him with an automobile?
Had a car, all right. It's a Chrysler sedan with 1936 license plate.
36 plates, eh?
Yeah, he said the new ones was coming down from Sacramento.
I see. Do you know where he kept this car?
No, but I know the service station where he always buys his gas. Maybe they can tell you something there. Hey, give me a pencil and I'll write it down on a piece of paper for you. Yeah, address at me.
Okay. Sure you boys don't know anything more about this fellow than you're telling me?
I don't know nothing about him at all.
All right. We'll be in to see you again in a day or so.
Don't bother.
So long, boys, and we'll be...
This is the filling station with the Bureau Road down.
Well, let's hope we'll be able to get some kind of a line on this fellow Walter that we could follow up.
Good afternoon. Fill your tank, sir?
No, thanks. We're just looking for a little information.
Yes, sir.
Do you know a man by the name of Walter who owns a Chrysler sedan?
Oh, Walter?
That's his given name, I understand. We don't know what his last name is.
I think I know the man you mean. You are trying to locate him, are you?
That's about the size of it. We'd appreciate any information you can give us.
Well, I can't think of his last name myself offhand, but I think I have it in my file somewhere.
And see if you can find the license number of his car while you're at it.
In just a moment, sir.
Thanks.
This may be just the break we're looking for.
Well, I hope so, Engler.
You know, I've got a hunch this fellow will turn out to be one of those two bandits just as sure as the world.
Are your hunches usually any good?
Well, I think this one's going to be.
Fine.
Here you are, sir. This card ought to give you the information you want.
Well, thanks a lot. Walter Grannis, 5 feet, 6 inches tall, weight 150 pounds.
Hey, that tallies exactly with our description of the shorter of the two bandits. We're on the right trail now, no mistake.
The car's registered to 1622 Clay Street.
Yeah, that's right. I've got it all copied down here.
And let's get on over to that address.
Is there anything else I can do, sir?
No, that's fine, and thanks a lot, old man.
9 o'clock already, and that apartment's dark as a tomb.
Yeah?
Would be just our luck not to find anybody home when we got here.
Well, this business of staking out in cold weather is part of the fun of being a police officer.
If this fellow Grannis doesn't show up pretty soon, I'm going to send somebody for an overcoat. We've been parked out here since 4 o'clock.
You know, Engler, I've been thinking about that story Ballard told us.
You mean about having bought the gun they found on him from Walter Grannis?
Yeah. If he only answered the description of the taller bandit, I'd say the man was merely lying to save his hide. But as it is, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I want to believe that he's telling the truth, partly for his own sake, and partly because his story definitely pins the Mao shooting on this man Grannis.
Anyway, I think the lead we got from that service station
Hey,
operator...
hold on a minute. Wait. I think those people are going into the apartment house we're watching.
Yeah, you're right. The woman and a couple of children.
Come on, Engler. Here's where we go to work. Just a moment, please, if you don't mind. We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, what is it?
We'd like to know if a man named Walter Grannis lives here.
Why, no, he doesn't.
Are you a relative of his?
I'm his sister.
Oh, I see. Do you know where we're going to find him?
No, I don't. He moves around quite a lot. I don't see much of him. What do you want with him?
We're from the police department, lady.
Police? Why,
we're investigating a crime of a very serious nature, so I want to tell you right now that it'll be best all around if you tell us nothing but the truth.
Well, well, I'm Walter Grannis's ex-wife.
Oh, I see.
We've been separated for about 7 years.
And you say he doesn't come around here very often.
I was mistaken about that, officer. He generally drops in about twice a week.
But you still insist that you don't know where he lives.
No, I don't. Really, officer, that's the truth. But I think he keeps his car in a garage in the Western Addition, near Divisadero Street somewhere. So he probably lives close by.
When do you expect him to come around here again?
Well, he said he'd be here tomorrow.
Yeah?
He's waiting for his new license plates from Sacramento, and they'll be coming to this address.
Well, I want to get in touch with him right away. There was a murder committed in a street brawl, and...
Oh, no, not a murder.
Now, don't worry, lady. Grannis isn't in any way implicated. We merely want him for a witness, that's all.
Oh.
Word is immediately broadcast describing the Chrysler sedan belonging to Grannis, along with the license number. And the following morning, officers, acting on the information supplied by the bandit's ex-wife, locate the car in the Grove Street garage. Learning from the attendant the name of the apartment house where their man can be found, Engler and Inspector Hanson waste no time in getting there.
Oh, there's no sense in fooling with this door any longer, Inspector. Besides that double lock already on there, there's this padlock.
I think the owner lives in the building. Maybe we can get the keys from him.
Now, what's all this noise going on up here?
Are you the owner of this building?
Yes. What of it?
Well, you're just the man we want to see.
Well, I wish I hadn't if you don't stop that racket. I can hear you clear down on the first floor. What are you trying to do? Break into that room?
That's about the size of it. We're police officers.
I don't care who you are. That doesn't give you any call to go around smashing people's doors.
Keep your shirt on, mister. We're not smashing any doors. And we'd appreciate it if you'd open up this apartment for us.
I'll do nothing of the kind. Sarge, I haven't got the keys to that apartment. The only ones there are belong to the tenant.
Well, it might interest you to know that this tenant is wanted on a charge of robbery.
Well, it doesn't interest me. I don't know anything about the man who lives here and care less.
Does that mean you don't intend to cooperate with us?
You bet it does. Furthermore, I don't want cops hanging around my apartment house. So
I'd think again if I were you, mister.
You can't threaten me.
I have no intention of threatening you. I merely want to warn you that if you refuse to cooperate, we'll simply have to enter these rooms by force, that's all.
You can't do this. You got the warrant. I'm going to call your headquarters and report you.
Nice fella. He sure worked himself into a stew, didn't he?
Oh, well, you've got to expect to meet up with people like that sometimes. But we've got to get into this apartment.
I noticed a paint shop down the street when we came up here. They've most likely got a ladder that'll reach 3 stories. We can climb in from the outside.
Hey, that's an idea. Go on over there and see what you can do, Engler.
I'll be right back.
There, that does it. Yeah, that ladder idea of yours was a burst of genius, Engler.
Well, look out for your head climbing over the sill there.
Now, let's see what we can find.
Doesn't keep this apartment of his very clean, does he?
You'd never mistake it for a lady's boudoir, if that's what you mean.
Well, I'll begin on these bureau drawers.
Find anything?
No, nothing yet. Just the usual odds and ends.
Keep on looking while I take a glance through this closet over here.
The dresser's a mess. Granite must have... Uh-oh.
What is it?
Hey, look here, Inspector.
Well, a 25 caliber automatic pistol and a box of 32 caliber shells, huh?
Yeah, that box of shells makes it look like Ballard's story about buying the gun might be true at that.
And now inquiries in the neighborhood where Grannis had lived began to yield information. It was learned that he had been keeping company with a girl whose sister had recently moved to San Mateo. Therefore, Corporal Engler, Inspectors Husted, Fred Butts, and William Hanson, and Special Officer Jimmy Britt of the National Automobile Theft Club drove to that city where, by careful search, they located the woman they now wanted as an important link in their chain of evidence.
Are you Miss Travers?
Yes.
We're officers from the San Francisco Police Department. We'd like you to give us a little information, if you will.
Certainly. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
As a matter of fact, I rather thought that you might come here.
You did? Why was that?
Well, first, may I ask what kind of information you're looking for?
Well, we're trying to locate a man named Grannis. Walter Grannis.
Oh, that's the answer I expected. You see, he came down here yesterday with my sister.
Oh, yeah? Go on.
She told me the police were looking for them, that they were making a getaway and going to Los Angeles.
Going to Los Angeles, huh?
Yes.
Do you think they went on down the coast from here?
No, because Walter didn't have his own car. He had one that he'd borrowed from a friend of his to use for the day.
I see. But did he say what this friend's name was?
Well, he referred to him as Elmer, I believe. He didn't mention any last name.
And do you suppose he meant Elmer Ballard, Inspector?
Oh, I don't see how it could be. Ballard's been in jail now for weeks. Did you get a chance to see the car Grannis was driving, Miss Travers?
Why, yes, I did.
Oh, could you describe it?
It was a tan Chrysler Coupe, as I remember.
Tan Coupe. Dollars to donuts, that's the car that apartment house manager told you about 3 weeks ago, Inspector.
Well, to be honest with you, gentlemen, I'm terribly worried about my sister Ethel. She's going around in pretty bad company.
I'll agree with you there, Miss Travers.
I don't think Ethel's done anything that's really against the law yet. So when you arrest Walter, will you please try to keep her away from being involved as much as you can?
Well, we'll do everything in our power in that respect, Miss Travers, I assure you. But now we've got to be getting back to the city. Thank you very kindly for your cooperation.
Perfectly all right.
Bye.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
Well, that's a darn nice girl. Too bad her family has to be bothered with a guy like Grannis.
Well, the thing to do now is to find out who this fellow Elmer is.
Nothing hard about that.
What do you mean, nothing hard about it, Britt?
Remember when you had me go through the records to find out who the legal owner of Grannis's car was?
Sure. What's that got to do with it?
Well, I checked with the owner in regard to Grannis's references, and I found out who they were.
So what?
So we don't have to look any further to find out Elmer's identity. I know who he is. He's Elmer Mohegan, who signed as a reference for Grannis when he bought the car.
Well, have you got Mohegan's address there?
Oh, I bet it's somewhere. That's 19th and Caps.
How do you do? Is Mr. Mohegan at home?
Are you friends of his?
Why, yes.
Well, he isn't home right now. He just went out with some other people to buy some crabs. They're going to have a chipino.
Oh, I see.
I don't believe they'll be gone very long. Would you like to come in and wait?
No, thanks. We're really having the time right now, but we'll be back later. We want to see him about a job.
Oh, well, that's fine. Come back whenever you're ready. I'm sure Elmer will be glad to see you.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
That's perfectly all right.
Now, listen, boys.
Yeah.
We've got 2 cars here. We'll split up into 2 parties. Drive each car about a half a block from the house, one up the street and the other down. Park that way. Elmer will be right between us when he drives in, and besides, we'll have a clear view of who arrives and enters the house.
Okay.
Now, let's get going. Engler, you stay with me.
Yes, sir.
And be careful, boys. These boys are tough. How long have we been waiting now, Engler?
Well, just half hour, Inspector.
It's taken him a deuce of a while to buy those crabs.
Yeah. Say, here comes a Chrysler coupe now, just rounding that corner.
Yep, that's it, all right.
There's 4 of them in there. A man and a woman in the front and a man and a woman in the rumble seat.
All right, boys, pull in behind them. The other car will head them off from the front.
Put up your hands and get out of that car.
Hey, what is this you mugs is trying to pull anyhow?
Now, take it easy, Grannis. And don't any of you be silly enough to try to reach for guns.
Say, what's the big idea, coppers? We ain't done nothing.
Frisk them good, boys, and then slip the cuffs on them while I talk to the woman.
You ain't got nothing on Walter.
No? What do you know about what Walter's been doing?
None of your business.
Oh, so you're going to take that attitude, are you? What's your name?
I don't know.
Where do you live?
I don't know.
Well, maybe you think you could talk better down at headquarters. Is that it?
I don't know.
Oh, I know who you are, Ethel. I told your sister I'd try to give you a break, but I can't do anything for you if you're going to act this way.
I don't want no breaks from you, copper.
All right. It's up to you.
Nuts.
You can take this girl down to the station with the men, boys.
Right.
All right, boys, let's get going.
Say, you coppers just won't give a guy a break, will you?
You got your break, Grannis, when Howard Marlowe was lucky enough not to die from that bullet you shot into his stomach. That's a better break than you deserve, and it's the only one you're going to get.
In just a moment, we will hear the concluding facts on this program. Your automobile is just as important a part of your daily life as those which figured in the apprehension of Grannis and Mohegan. Get police car performance with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Safeguard all of its vital moving parts with Realube, the stronger, tougher motor oil that can't break down. On April 5th, Grannis and Mohegan pleaded guilty and were sentenced to Folsom Penitentiary on 2 counts of first-degree robbery with the recommendation that they be shown no leniency and that they never be granted parole.
San Francisco Police calling all cars, attention all cars, to cancellation broadcast 245 regarding a holdup. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all. Rosenblatt.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for Rio Grande.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
BC1 for Monday, September 2nd, 1957.
The Ford Roadshow, starring Bing Crosby.
You're ahead in a Ford all the way.
Brought to you by Ford, the lowest priced car of the low price 3. Now here's Ford's fine singer, Bing Crosby.
Well, those are kind words indeed, Ken. We're going to get the Ford Roadshow on the road here with the Buddy Cole arrangement of What Happened in Monterey. Hey, Bud, let's head for Mexico, huh?
It happened in Monterey a long time ago. I met her in Monterey, in old Mexico. Stars and steel guitars and luscious lips as red as wine broke somebody's heart, and I'm afraid that it was mine. It happened in Monterey without thinking twice. I left her and threw away the key to paradise. My indiscreet heart longs for the sweetheart that I left in old Monterey. It happened in Monterey a long time ago. I met her in Monterey, in old Mexico. Stars and steel guitars and luscious lips as red as wine broke somebody's heart, and I'm afraid it was mine. It happened in Monterey without thinking twice. I left her, threw away the key to paradise. My indiscreet heart longs for the sweetheart that I left in old Monterey. I miss my Chiquita, the lovely senorita that I left in old Monterey.
Ken, would you care to turn your rather extensive talents to the task of telling us about the advantages of transportation in a certain type vehicle?
Oh, it's no task, Bing. It's a pleasure. And the vehicle, of course, is Ford. And one of the advantages is Ford's experience in building V8 engines. I just think Ford's put 25 years of V8 leadership and know-how behind these new Thunderbird V8s.
You have spoken a book, Ken. Go on.
Well, that's why a Ford V8 has a power reserve that lets it breeze up a hill as if you were coasting down. And Ford's V8 is only one of the features that makes Ford such a good big car buy. And yet, Ford's the lowest price to the low price 3.
To sort of reduce it to footage, Ken, the story's this. Fords are powered for action, and they're priced for action.
Mm-hmm. And they're a picture of action, too. Mm-hmm. That new sculptured styling really makes Ford the car others have to catch up with.
I'd like to add something here. Really, Ford costs less to buy, less to run, and brings more in trade. So long, toodaloo, pip-pip.
The Ford Roadshow, starring Bing Crosby with Buddy Cole's music, has been brought to you by Ford.
You're ahead in a Ford all the way.
Listen for the other Ford Roadshows with the Morning World News, Rosemary Clooney, and Edward R. Murrow.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Mystery Theater. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We call a concept fantasy when it fails to fall within the pattern experience has led us to expect. Fantasy, then, is unnatural, supernatural, if you like, because the road it takes is heretofore untraveled. Considered in that light, this adventure of Ralph and Wilma Albertsons is fantasy. Ralph and Wilma have had their fill of the city's turmoil. Some years ahead of the customary retirement age, Ralph is leaving his post at the university as professor of American history to write a book on the development of the New England states. He and his wife are about to depart on a meandering tour of New England in search of a home in which he may work congenially.
Ralph, will you come and sit on this suitcase so I can get it closed?
Well, if you didn't feel you had to take a lifetime supply of everything.
A little harder.
Phew.
If you'd make up your mind where you want to go, I'd know what to pack. Don't you have any idea where you want to end up?
Well, we'll travel the back roads, move, and when and where whimsy directs. Well,
that's all very well, but where are we going to get to?
Some backwater town where they still think the world is flat if I have my way.
What you're looking for is a ghost town.
Well, if the ghosts are quiet and mind their own business, why not?
Our mystery drama, Sleepy Village, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars Norman Rose and Martha Greenhouse. There are few places in the world better designed to encourage wanderlust than the northeastern section of the United States, especially in early autumn. Ralph and Wilma, half forgetting the real object of their quest, find themselves at mid-morning in the mountainous wonderland of Vermont. I can taste the color, Ralph.
Can you imagine this country before the white man got his gadget-building hands on it?
Well, there haven't been any gadget-building hands messing around with this section much. If they hadn't put a little blacktop on this road, I'd still call it a wagon track.
Cow path before that, more than likely.
Do you expect to find a town on this road?
I don't know, but I do.
Hey, we just passed the sign. Stop the car. If there's a town around here, we don't want to miss it.
Well, I'll back up.
Now, what's it say? It's half hidden behind that bush.
Sleepy Village. Population 364. I'd call that small enough, at least.
Well, if there's anything at all in a name, you've found what you're looking for.
Can't call it a ghost town. It's got people in it. I saw at least 3 men hanging around outside the barber shop.
Oh, yes, and they saw us, too. I think it's just about the most beautiful little town I've ever seen.
Well, now, I'll remind you that you said that. Wow, that must be the town hall.
You know, I don't see a real estate office.
Are you serious?
It's a perfect little gem of a town, Ralph. Let's park and ask somebody. The town's only about 4 blocks long. I'll wait here. You go ask one of those men in front of the barber shop.
Okay.
You know, you look like an awful city slicker.
I am a city slicker. Excuse me, I wonder if you might tell me where to find a real estate dealer?
Fellow sells houses and all?
That's right.
Man you'd want to see, I expect, would be Ellis Perkins. He's the mayor.
Oh. Where would I find him?
Ellis, right over yonder in the village hall. It might be there. Might not.
Well, I'll have a look. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We have to see the mayor.
The mayor?
We must sell real estate on the side. Mr. Perkins?
Yes,
Yes, come right in.
Oh, thank you. There wasn't any receptionist outside.
Oh, never felt the need for one, really. People just walk in and out. My name's Ellis Perkins.
Oh, I'm Ralph Albertson, Mr. Perkins, and this is Mrs. Albertson.
How do you do? I am pleased to meet you. Sit down, please sit down. You wouldn't believe how rare a stranger is.
Yeah, well, I'll get right to the point, Mr. Perkins. We've been looking for a place like this, a quiet little place, to settle down in, permanently.
Have you now? Well, there is a house available, just one. You quite sure that you want to be this far removed from worldly things?
That's exactly what we do want.
Yes.
Peace and quiet. I find the city lately just too much for me.
I see. Do you feel the same way about it, Mrs. Albertson?
Oh, why, yes. Not as strongly as my husband, perhaps, but now I've seen your town.
Well, good. Well, it's just about lunchtime.
Oh, well, if you have an engagement, we can...
No. Nothing of the sort. You can come to my house and have lunch with me, of course.
Oh, no, really? We couldn't impose on you.
No. We'll get a bite somewhere and meet you later.
No, I won't hear of it. You're coming home with me. We'll enjoy a good country lunch. As we call it, dinner,
Oh.
And then we'll proceed to a discussion of whether or not our sleepy village is the place you're looking for.
Oh, dear. I may not eat again for days.
Do you always eat like this at lunchtime? Ham steak, home fried potatoes, green beans.
Well, it's really the main meal. Supper isn't quite as elaborate, except on occasion.
Well, it certainly was delicious.
Yes.
I'd be fat as a pig if I had a lunch like this every day.
Everybody ready for the apple pie?
Oh, my goodness.
Too much?
Oh, yes.
No, Lucas. I guess you better save the pie for supper. Want me to bring the coffee in here, Mr. Perkins, or in the sitting room? In the sitting room, I think, Lucas. Where should we go in? More comfortable talking in there than around a table.
Now, if Lucas does everything else as well as he cooks, he's really a gem, Mr. Perkins. Does he live in?
Oh, yes. Has for 10 years or more now. Take that chair, won't you, Mrs. Albertson?
Thank you.
Yes, used to be my dear wife's favorite. Want me to pour, Mr. Perkins, or just leave the tray? I put it on the coffee table here. I'll pour. You go have your dinner now, Lucas. Want anything, just holler. Yes. Lucas is the only family I have since my wife passed over. He gets restless sometimes, talks about leaving me, but I don't think he ever will. I don't know what I'd do if he did. Cream and sugar, both of you? Real cream?
No, thanks. We'd both take it black.
What a pity. Well, now, let's get down to the business of finding out whether or not you and Sleepy Village would suit each other.
Well, the town suits me fine. We'll have to look at the house, of course.
Oh, yes, of course. What is your profession, Mr. Albertson?
I was a college professor. American history.
Oh.
But I've decided to leave that and, work on a book I've had in mind.
Good, very good. The village could use a good historian. Interesting history this place has. You'd be fascinated.
Yes, I can imagine.
Lucas makes good coffee, too.
Well, now, I don't mean to pry, but are you people who have a great many friends? That is, to whom old friends are terribly important?
We have an average number of friends, I suppose, although I can't see what...
Well, living in an isolated place like this might be...
Well, if we miss them, we'll ask them to come and see us.
Yes. But you are looking for a place where you can get away from people, and I assume that includes friends as well as strangers.
Mr. Perkins, I don't understand what difference all this makes to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I haven't offended you. It's a very small village, Miss Albertson, and, the relationships are very close. Intimate, you might say. We find we have to make sure we're getting the sort of people who will blend.
Oh, I see. A sort of gentleman's agreement. Is that what you mean?
Oh, no. Nothing like that at all, no. Nothing whatever. It's just, Well, now, how can I make you understand? It's just that come-ins and go-ins upset our people terribly. We can't have people moving in and then just packing up and moving out again. It's, well, that's quite impossible.
I think perhaps the best plan would be not to move in the first place.
Oh, dear. I've done this very badly. I've given you the wrong impression altogether.
Ralph, don't you think... Well, it's such a sweet little place, and maybe the reason we like it so much is that Mr. Perkins does make sure he has the right people before going on with it. Not just anybody would fit in here. You have to admit that.
Would it help, Mr. Albertson, if I said I'd be very happy indeed to have you and Mrs. Albertson come and live in our community?
There. You see, Ralph?
Well, all right, at least we'll look at the house.
Splendid. Well, I'll go and make the arrangements right now. Before you have a chance to change your minds. I'd just like to make a phone call, if you'll excuse me. Please help yourself to more coffee.
Wilma, didn't you think that was a bit much?
Well, except he's right. A little village like this is quite a different proposition from a big city. It wouldn't be a good thing for either the villages or us if we moved in and then all hated each other.
I suppose not, but it's very strange all the same.
Oh, Lucas, I was just telling Mr. Perkins the coffee's up to your standard. Very good.
May I speak to you in confidence?
What? Well, yes, of course.
Have you decided to stay?
Well, nothing's been settled yet. Mr. Perkins is making arrangements now for us to see the house.
Oh, but that don't mean, does it, that you're dead set on staying?
Well, no, of course not. The house may not be suitable at all.
Although I'll be surprised if it isn't.
Well, if it does work out so that you can't stay, I'd like to ask...
Wait just a minute. Can't stay?
Well, I mean to say, if it works out so as you don't, I'd be most beholden to you if you'd let me come with you when you go.
Oh, well, of course, if you want to ride, we'd be perfectly willing to take you along.
But Mr. Perkins was just saying...
Oh, he don't want me to go. I know that. But it's not fair, is it, to keep a man against his wishing? I'll talk to you again after you've... I'll talk to you later on.
All right.
Don't tell Mr. Perkins we spoke.
Well, that was pretty spooky, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Lucas has been watching too many late movies. You know,
this whole setup seems... I don't know. Well, we'll see the house at least.
Oh, we're going to like it, Ralph. It's going to be just what we're looking for.
Well, splendid. Couldn't have worked out better. Oh, I know you're going to love it here.
Mr. Perkins, when can we see the house?
In due time.
What do you mean in due time?
Well, what I arranged for just now on the phone was for you to meet the village fathers. It was a lucky thing. They're having a meeting anyway this afternoon on another matter, and...
Why should we meet the village fathers?
Oh, didn't I mention it? Well, you'll have to appear before the village fathers before you can consider settling in Sleepy Village. You'll have to be approved.
If a man wants to buy a house in a town that he finds attractive, if he has the money to pay for it, even if one house comprises the entire market, doesn't it seem odd to ask him to appear before the town's governing body and establish his worthiness? But Sleepy Village is a place of many, many odd characteristics. We'll encounter more of them when I return shortly with Act 2. Wishing to escape the overcrowding, the noise, the pollution, the tension of the big city is quite common these days. But perhaps there is such a thing as going too far in the other direction. Ralph Alberson is beginning to think that's just what he and his wife have done. They found a place aptly named Sleepy Village, but the mayor, Ellis Perkins, has told them that they must appear before the village fathers and be found acceptable before they may consider settling down.
Of all the nonsense I have ever been subjected to, this has got to be the most ridiculous.
Unusual, perhaps, Mr. Albertson, but not ridiculous. There are elements involved here that I'm not free to explain to you at this time.
Wilma, let's get out of here.
Oh, Ralph, not before we...
Before we what? Appear in supplication before a bunch of small town... No, I won't do it, Wilma.
You'll be treated with the utmost dignity, Mr. Albertson. Please believe me.
What have you got going on here, Mr. Perkins, that you're so careful about? I mean, you don't screen people like this unless there's something going on that you can't afford to let become generally known.
Well, you're quite wrong about that, Mr. Albertson. We're very proud.
I don't see why you have to be so suspicious, Ralph. They just want to make sure we're compatible.
Exactly. She said it exactly, Mr. Albertson.
And we have nothing to lose.
Wilma, are you really so taken with this place?
I guess I really am.
All right. All right, for that reason and no other, I'll talk to your village fathers. But don't either of you expect me to get down on my knees.
Meeting starts promptly at 3:30.
Oh, Ralph, surely you don't think...
I think we're damn fools for having any part of this, if you really want to know what I think.
Miss Perkins. Yes, Lucas?
Fellow on the telephone wants to talk to you.
I didn't hear the phone ring. Who is it?
Wouldn't tell me his name, just said it was almighty important. I told him I'd tell you that.
Oh, dear. I mustn't be late for the meeting. Well, I won't be a minute.
Wasn't no call on the telephone, you know. I just told him there was.
Lucas, why did you do that?
Want to have a word with you. You ain't really figuring to stay in Sleepy Village, are you?
Well, we're going to see the village fathers. We don't know yet whether we're going to stay or not.
Well, I wouldn't. Indeed, I wouldn't, Mr. Albertson, if I was you.
Why not, Lucas?
Lots of reasons. Well, if it turns out you don't have to stay, you promised to take me away with you, remember?
What do you mean, if we don't have to stay?
Well, the way it works out sometimes. Oh, here he comes, I better get...
Lucas, there wasn't anybody on that phone.
There wasn't?
No, there wasn't.
There was when I talked to him, that's all I know.
Well, no time to worry about that now. Are you ready to go?
As ready as I'll get, I guess.
Mr. Albertson is an historian of considerable repute. Now, as you all know, the village records have been gathering dust in the archives for too long. Sleepy Village has a proud past. I have no doubt whatever that Mr. Albertson could be prevailed upon to go through those records and put them in order and set them down in readable form for all to enjoy. I feel no hesitation whatever in recommending them wholeheartedly as future citizens of Sleepy Village.
I never heard of such a thing. I just never in my whole life heard of such a crazy thing.
Well, it did seem... Well, I thought it was sort of funny.
Funny?
Ralph, why don't you just sit down and relax, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry, Wilma. No reason why I should take it out on you.
Well, it is sort of out of proportion. I admit that. But then there can't be many places like this left in the whole world, do you think? The way things are today. And to keep it this way, I guess they'd have to protect themselves. Otherwise, it would be just like any other small town.
Well, I don't like to be interrogated.
Congratulations. Oh, I am so pleased. They've accepted you unanimously, not one single objection. Well, I can't remember the last time that happened.
Okay, so can we go and see the house now and get that over with?
What? Oh, the house. Well, now, don't worry about that. I think this calls for a celebration first, don't you?
No, I honestly don't, if you want my opinion. Now, what we better do is take a look at the house and then do something about finding a place to spend the night.
Now. I'm not going to listen to any arguments about it. You're just going to have to leave everything to me.
Well, you have to say one thing for this town. It's not short on hospitality.
Mr. Albertson, I know that today has been an upsetting experience for you, appearing before the village fathers and all, but that's all in the past now, don't you see? You're one of us now, or same as. You and Mrs. Albertson belong here. It's been decided.
Oh, decided. Now, look, you and your village fathers have spent the day checking us out. Has it occurred to you at all to wonder how you look to us? I'm as fussy about who lives next door to me as my next-door neighbor is.
Ralph, please, don't you think...
And I don't like people prying into my business. I don't like people sitting in judgment, deciding whether or not I'm good enough to mingle with.
You use the word neighbor, Mr. Albertson. That's not quite the right word. We're closer than neighbors here. We're more in the nature of a family. Let's say you were considering adopting a child. Now, you'd want to know something about him, wouldn't you? His background. What it'd be like living in the same house with him.
Mr. Perkins, I did not come here to be adopted. I came here thinking that maybe, just maybe, I might want to buy a house and settle down here. But at this moment, it doesn't seem like a very good idea.
Oh, dear. Mrs. Albertson, you don't feel the same way your husband does, do you?
Not as strongly, I guess, but I can see his point.
Well, it'll work itself out. Would you two care for another sip of brandy before bedtime?
No, thank you. If we're going to find a motel with a vacancy, I think we'd better start looking right now.
Oh, no. That won't be necessary. Nearest motel that I know of, it's just the other side of Mulberry anyway, and that's close onto a 50-mile drive.
All the more reason for starting now.
And my guest room upstairs is a good deal more comfortable than any motel room you're apt to find around these parts.
Mr. Perkins, I really do appreciate your hospitality. I don't want you to think that I don't, but... Look, I'm sorry, but this is nonsense. This just isn't the way things are done.
You'll find that things are not done in Sleepy Village the way they're done outside. Really, Mr. Albertson, we're exactly what you came looking for. And now you're resisting it. Why? If you can believe that such a place might exist, believe it strongly enough to set out on a journey looking for it, why do you find it so difficult to believe that it does exist once you found your way to it?
You know he's right, Ralph.
There's just something creepy about it. All right, we'll spend the night here. Mr. Perkins, I'm sorry if I've seemed rude, but no, it's very kind of you, I'm sure. Yes, thank you. We'll stay.
Lucas? Oh, Lucas?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I was just about to go on upstairs to bed.
Come in here for a minute, please, will you? I want to talk to you. Oh, sit down, will you? You don't have to act like a servant.
Well, as long as I am one, reckon I might as well act like one.
Lucas, you're not planning to do anything foolish, are you?
I don't know what you mean, Mr. Perkins.
You remember the Collinses? The night they spent here before they moved into the old Bradley place?
Oh.
And I wouldn't want a repetition of that. The Albertsons have seen the village fathers and been accepted. It's all settled. You'd be very unwise to interfere.
Well, no, I wouldn't do that, Mr. Perkins. That there with the Collinses, that was a long time ago. Before I'd got rightly settled in, you might say. You don't have to worry.
Good. Because it wouldn't work anyway. I give you my word. It wouldn't work at all.
Wilma, I suppose you think I've overreacted, but this is the damnedest thing I ever heard of.
Yes, but it's kind of sweet. Don't you think?
I might think so, yes, if it weren't for the village fathers and their interrogation. I didn't like that, Wilma.
No, but once we're part of the village...
I still won't like it. I'm not at all sure yet that we're going to be part of the village.
I have a feeling, though.
No, there's more to this than old Perkins has told us. There's some kind of a catch. I get a wrong feeling.
What was that?
How settling. Or somebody knocking at the door.
Somebody
Yeah, let's see
knocking?
who it is. Oh, yes, Lucas.
I have to talk to you.
Well, we're all ready for bed. Can't I wait until morning?
Oh, I got to get it settled tonight, Mr. Albertson. If I can, I got to. Can I come in and shut the door?
It's okay, Ralph.
Okay. All right. What is it, Lucas?
You folks don't really want to stay in this place, do you?
Well, we haven't decided yet.
We haven't seen the house. We like the town, all right. But, of course, we can't decide anything definite until we've seen the house.
House ain't got nothing to do with it, Mrs. Albertson. Nothing whatsoever.
Of course it has. We'd be living there.
Lucas, do you have something to tell us? Is there something about this place that we ought to know before we make up our minds?
It sure shooting is. But I don't know if you're going to believe me when I tell you. The Collinses didn't.
Collinses?
Last folks come looking for a house to live in here before you. It's been 8-10 years now.
8 or 10 years since anybody's been here asking about a house?
Out of the way place, this. More than you know. You don't just stumble onto Sleepy Village. You got to be, I don't know, led, I guess. I told the Collinses that, but they wouldn't believe me.
No, wait a minute, Lucas. Led by whom?
I couldn't say. I asked the Collinses to take me away with them, too, but they didn't go. They stayed. Still here. Always will be now, of course.
I can't understand why you keep asking people to take you away with them, Lucas. I mean, if you want to leave Sleepy Village, why don't you just leave?
Oh, no. Well, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't if I tried it all by myself. I think you ought to make up your mind to get out of here, Mr. Albertson, not just so as you can take me with you, but for your own good. Maybe they'll still let you go.
Let us go?
Well, damn well let us go if we want to go.
I sure hope so. We could still leave tonight. Better chance to get away after dark than in the daytime.
Now, look, you're going to have to explain that, Lucas. If you want us to take you away with us in case we go, well, you're going to have to tell us what is going on here.
Well, they're all dead, you know. Not me. I don't think. But all the rest of them dead as dead can be. Been dead for years.
A village full of dead people? People who walk the streets, speak with a down east accent, overeat at dinner time, quarrel, behave, in other words, as we expect living people to behave? Well, to clear that one up, it would be necessary to define death, which would involve defining life. Would you care to try? Perhaps the definitions will be forthcoming when I return shortly with Act 3. One of man's major preoccupations, ever since he became man, has been with life after death, and the form it will take. That it will take some form, he must believe, for the mortal span is too brief to be acceptable as the entire package. He delves and seeks and pries, and sometimes, at strange moments snatched from the commonplace, he seems to get a glimpse.
Oh, but you can't possibly go. It's never happened before.
Then this will be the first time, Mr. Perkins, because we are going.
Well, no, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go and have a look at your house and then come back here and discuss it over a good, hearty breakfast. How does that strike you?
Well, frankly, it leaves me cold. We'll get our breakfast along the road somewhere.
Oh, dear. Mrs. Albertson.
I have to agree with my husband. It seems a shame, but I don't see how we could possibly be happy here. Not that I believe what Lucas says for a minute, but...
What does Lucas say?
Oh, that's not important. We're grateful for your hospitality, Mr. Perkins, and we both agree that you have a beautiful little village here, but, well, it's just not for us. Now, we're all packed. We'll be out of here in a few minutes.
Oh, it's going to be hard. Hard to find another place we like as much.
We'll never find one as spooky, if that's what you mean.
Ralph,
Yes?
do you believe what Lucas says?
Well, that everybody in town is dead?
What's that up ahead?
I can't tell. It looks like a tree across the road or a telephone pole, maybe.
There's a man there. See? Off to the right.
Oh, good. The two of us ought to be able to clear that thing off the road without too much trouble.
Ralph, he's got a gun.
What the hell?
Can't get through this way, mister.
Sure we can. The two of us can move that log.
Ain't nobody moving the log or driving through. Better just turn back. Only thing you can do.
Let's turn around, Ralph. The way he's holding that gun.
Hey, what is this? A roadblock? Are you trying to force us to turn back?
Got this shotgun here, Mr. Albertson. Sure hope I don't have to use it.
I was waiting for you to come back. Well, now do sit down. I know you're angry.
Angry? You don't know the half of it.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. Well, I intend to explain everything. You mentioned earlier that Lucas told you something, Mrs. Albertson. Do you mind telling me what it was? What did he say?
He said you're all dead. He said everybody in the village is dead, except him.
Yes. Well, he is too, of course.
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's quite true. We're all changed over. We're all dead, if you want to use that word, although, as you can see, it isn't accurate. We've finished with the life you're experiencing now and gone on to the next.
Oh, cut it out, Perkins.
Ralph, you wanted him to explain?
Thank you, Mrs. Albertson. It isn't an easy thing to give credence to in the beginning, I know. Continued existence after what you think of as death is as natural as your having been born in the first place. People are not simply extinguished when they finish the first phase.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Perkins, but I just don't buy it.
Why would you want us to settle in your village? We're not dead. Two living persons in a village full of dead people. Why?
A sleepy village is not the place you drive to. It's a place you think yourself into when you're sufficiently repelled by the society, the circumstances, which is to say the life in which you find yourself trapped. Then you find your way to Sleepy Village. And once you've done that, you become candidates for residence.
Then what you mean is
Candidates for death. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Well, now, it isn't death as you think of it, Mr. Albertson. You'll have to change over, yes, but you'll hardly notice it.
Dead is dead as I see it, no matter what comes after.
The very fact that you found us, found your way to our village, implies a natural readiness for the change. It's, well, don't you understand that it's more than half done already? You're here. That says all that needs to be said.
Mr. Perkins, I think I'd like to be alone with my wife for a while, if you don't mind. Will you come with me, Wilma? A remarkable thing is about to happen to us, and we need to make ourselves ready.
Yes, that's very good.
Well, I'm not ready. I won't be ready. You know, I don't understand you at all, Ralph. Why do you suddenly...
No, please, Wilma. We want to make the change gracefully, don't we? We need to prepare ourselves. Wilma, do you think for a minute that I'm going to...
you said...
No way. I just realized that they have to be humored, that's all. Now, look, we've somehow found our way into a village full of nuts. That's what's happened. Now, look, we've got to play it their way if we hope to get out of here in one piece. Because that idiot downstairs means what he says.
Lucas. Where's Lucas? He must know how to get away.
I don't know. I think he expected to ride out of town with us in the car.
All the same, I think we ought to see if we can find him.
Well, let's give him a little time. I have a feeling he'll come to us. There, that'll be Lucas. Lucas, come in. Where is Perkins?
Went out a while back. I waited a few minutes before I come up just to make sure he wasn't still snooping around. I expect he's making the arrangements about you folks right this minute.
Arrangements?
Well, you know, they won't want to waste any more time than they have to. Well, you folks been cutting up.
Lucas, can you get us out of here?
I think I can sneak us out all right. Ain't gonna be easy, though.
Lucas, if you knew the roads would be blocked, then you weren't expecting just to ride out of town with us in the car, were you?
Might have yesterday. Hid in the trunk or somewheres.
Well, if it's just a matter of walking out, not going by car, why haven't you done it long ago? Why wait for somebody to take you?
Well, it's a funny thing. I've gone as far as the village line 100 times or more. But I just don't seem to be able to push my way across it somehow, standing there all by myself. I can't say why.
Well, what makes you think it would be any easier if we were with you?
I always figured if I had somebody there with me, holding my hand, as you might say, I could make her. Never do it without, I know that.
All right. Can we leave now?
Have to leave your car behind and your suitcases and them things.
Well, we'll come back for them. I intend to come back here with the police and clean this place out.
Yep. Well, I wouldn't count on it if I were you. Now, just walk along natural, talking and going on like I was showing you around. Here's how we'll do it. We'll go over and cross the line right in back of the church. Village ends right there in back of the church.
Yeah, won't they be patrolling there?
I wouldn't think so. No. The village folk don't go in back of the church. Never.
Why not?
Something back there scares them off, seems like.
Lucas, you say everybody in the village is dead. Everybody but you.
Yep.
How does it happen you're not?
Wondered about that a good deal myself. Come to the conclusion it just slipped their minds. I wasn't important enough for folks to take much notice of when I showed up.
How did you happen to come here in the first place?
I can't hardly recall anymore. I was hitching at the time.
Hitchhiking?
Yep. Mr. Perkins put me right to work as soon as the village father said it was all right. His wife had just made the second change, and he needed somebody.
The second change?
Oh, well, they die. Well, they don't live forever here in the village. Second changeover, they call it, and I reckon that's what it is.
Oh, they're dead, all right. Everybody but us.
That's the line. Right there at the foot of that old oak tree. Other side of the oaks, out of the village.
But why do we have to hide here? Can't we just walk across the line and be out of the village?
Not and be sure somebody won't take a pot at us, we can't. Ain't nobody ever got out of this village, to my knowledge, once they've been accepted by the village fathers. I ain't sure I can make it.
What? What do you mean?
Well, if I get to holding back, now you just take my hands and pull. You hear me? No matter what I say, you drag me on across that line, past that old oak.
But if you ask us not...
Don't pay me no mind. Drag me over by the heels if you have to. Well, time to go, I reckon. Here, take me by the hands, both of you.
What, were you shaking like a leaf?
Ain't never been so scared in my whole life. You two just walk on up to that tree and across.
Come on, don't hang back.
I'll just stay on here. See that you two get across all right, but I'll just stay on here.
Come on, let's go.
Changed my mind, Mr. Albertson. I reckon I'll just stay on here.
No. Now, we're taking you with us whether you like it or not. That's what you asked us to do, and that's what we're doing.
Well, that was a while back, Mr. Albertson. A fella can change his mind.
I'm sorry. Let
me go. You let go of me, you hear? I'll yell for Ernie Grafton if you don't. What I said before don't make no difference. You let go of me.
You come on, will you?
Ralph, I ain't a-going. Ernie! Down here, back in the church. Stop his damn fool up, Wilma. Push him. Push him. Get behind him. Push him.
He doesn't want to.
All he's been talking about for the last 24 hours is wanting to get away. Now, come on, you. There. We're out of their miserable village. We're across the line, Lucas. Lucas.
Well, he's not here.
Of course he's here. Lucas!
Ralph, look around you. For heaven's sake, look around you.
Ma'am, where the devil did the idiot get to?
I don't mean that. Look what this is we're standing in. Just a minute ago, it was a vacant field, and now...
It's just a... Oh... It's a graveyard. I didn't notice it before.
It wasn't here before. Ralph, read that. On the headstone. Go ahead, read it.
Ellis. It's almost worn away. Ellis Perkins. 1834 to 1904. But...
And this one, over here.
Lucas Madison. 1897 to 1963.
Ellis Perkins died in 1904, and Lucas Madison in 1963. Well, that's what it said on the headstones. And when Ralph and Wilma looked for it, the village wasn't there. They found nothing but wasteland and an old church, crumbling from age and disrepair. I'll be back shortly. Wilma and Ralph Albertson found a fine old colonial house eventually in a lovely little town in Connecticut. And Wilma says dreamily sometimes as they sit down to lunch, I wonder what Ellis Perkins is having for dinner today and who's fixing it for him. Well, sleepy villages may come and go, but Mystery Theater will be back with another account of the improbable but not the impossible. Our cast included Norman Rose, Martha Greenhouse, Kurt Benson, and Ken Harvey. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
We are all mighty glad that you're here. Welcome to Texaco Town. We are here just to bring you good cheer. The curtain rises, the show has begun. And now surprises, we hope we'll bring you lots of fun. Welcome to Texaco Town. We're glad you're here so you can hear our company sing and sound. Welcome to Texaco Town.
Good evening. The 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast who serve you so courteously and efficiently with Fire Chief, the emergency-grade gasoline, Texaco motor oil, and Marfac, the scientific chassis lubricant, present Pinky Tomlin, Igor Gorin, Jack Renard, Eddie Stanley, and Helen Troy, better known to you as Say More, in an all-star summer review. Tell me, what's the excitement?
Well, Jimmy, since Seymour started her breach of promise suit against Pinky, letters have come in from women all over the country.
I'll bet they're all on Pinky's side.
No, not all of them. Listen to this one. Says, Dear Seymour, I think you have a great future on the radio, and you're sure to make a lot of money. So for heaven's sake, don't be in a hurry to get a husband. Look what happened to me. Signed, Mae West.
You know, that doesn't sound so good for Pinky.
Oh, don't worry about Pinky. Say, half of the letters are from women who want to marry him. Get a load of this one.
Go ahead, read it.
Says that, Dearest Pinky, have heard of your trouble with Seymour, and I'm willing to marry you to keep out of court. You're my dream man, and I'm sure you'll like me. I don't smoke, drink, dance, or keep late hours, and will never quarrel over money, because next week I am eligible for Social Security.
Well, that takes care of Pinky's future.
Yeah. Pinky!
You know, we've just been reading some letters about you, Pinky.
Boy, that Seymour gal has sure got me in a mess.
Pinky, you're just prolonging the agony. When a woman makes up her mind to get a man, she moves heaven and earth.
That's just the trouble. She moves heaven and earth, and look what's left for the poor guy to live in.
Jimmy's right. Pinky, why don't you give up and ask Seymour for her hand?
I wouldn't mind asking for her hand. The only trouble is her mouth goes along with it.
Quit cracking about Seymour's mouth. Personally, I think her mouth is a beautiful sight to see.
Yeah, so is the Grand Canyon, but look at the size of it.
You know, I think you're unfair to Seymour. Why, her lips are like petals.
Yeah, bicycle pedals.
Yeah. Don't you kid Seymour. Her chasing you is making you famous all over the country.
One moment, gentlemen. Don't sign anything until you see me.
Say, who is this fella?
I represent the Radio Artists Corporation. I want to make a deal with Mr. Tomlin. We'll sign the contract the day he marries Seymour.
But I ain't going to marry Seymour.
Ah, but you've got to. It's the opportunity of a lifetime. The day you marry her, I can guarantee you a fortune.
I don't understand.
Well, look, in the first place, you've got a profile just like John Barrymore.
Well?
And this woman, she made up her mind to marry you, didn't she?
Yeah.
She chased you all over the country, didn't she?
That's right.
Then marry her and make a fortune.
But how?
Playing Shakespeare together on the radio.
You're missing a great opportunity, Pinky.
You better marry the girl and get it over with.
Boys, I really appreciate your advice, but Miss Seymour's big city stuff. I'm just a guy from the States. I've pictured myself in a top hat, doing the avenue. But I wasn't meant for a top hat. Well, it's easy to see that it isn't for me. I've seen the moon rise over Broadway. I felt enchantment from the start. Yet I keep thinking of a harvest moon. I guess I'm just a country boy at heart. The mighty skyline of Manhattan, to some may be a work of art. I can't forget the schoolhouse on the hill. I guess I'm just a country boy at heart. I've heard the rhythm of the latest swing band. Oh, but that don't mean a thing to me. I'd rather swing my partner to a fiddle than a boat than go trucking to a Harlem Rhapsody. Oh, I've seen the boats along the Hudson sail into harbor and depart. I'd rather travel down a dusty lane. I guess I'm just a country boy at heart.
Here's the rhythm of the latest swing band.
Oh, but that don't mean a thing to me.
He'd rather swing his partner to a fiddle and a bow
than go trucking to a Harlem Rhapsody. Oh, I've seen the boats along the Hudson sail into harbor and depart.
He'd rather travel down a dusty lane.
I guess I'm just a country boy at heart.
Just a country boy at
Years in any profession is a long time, but in radio, it's an eternity. Today, Jack Renard celebrates his 12th anniversary on the air by playing a cavalcade of theme songs from some of the famous programs he has conducted. Music by Renard. The Camel Quarter Hour. The Frigid Air Program. Studebaker Champions. Merry-go-round, remember? George Burns and Grace Gallup. Now Jack Renard celebrates his 12th radio birthday, meeting Mayor Cantor's Fire Chief Band in Texaco Town.
Well, say more, say more. Where have you been, Seymour?
I've been busy. My breach of promise suit comes up in court next week. I just seen the judge. No guy can pull a hitchhike wedding on me.
You had a hitchhike wedding?
Sure, there was a hitch in the ceremony and Pinky started the hike.
Pinky Tomlin will never marry you.
Say, he ought to be flattered. I picked him out of all my suitors because he was tall and strong.
That's not such an advantage.
Oh, yes, it is. You gotta be tall and strong to make love.
Oh, what are you talking about? Why, even a little weasel can make love.
Boy, you ought to be an expert.
You're pretty fresh, Seymour, and just for that, I'm going to let you know the truth. Pinky told me that he wouldn't marry you if you were the last woman on Earth.
Say, if I was the last woman on Earth, I wouldn't have to worry about Pinky Tomlin.
You're just wasting your time talking about that breach of promise suit because Pinky won't be here for the trial.
Oh, yes, he will.
Oh, no, he won't. He's going back to Oklahoma.
He is not because I just fixed the whole thing with the judge that's trying the case.
You fixed it with a judge so Pinky will have to stay here?
You said it. I sent the judge a box of cigars, and inside the lid was a $20 bill and a card saying, "Here's a little present for you, Judge. I know you'll fix everything for me."
But that's bribery. Seymour, you'll go to jail for that.
Not me. I signed Pinky Tomlin's name to the card.
Your neighborhood Texaco dealer helps make these programs possible. He is one of more than 45,000 independent Texaco dealers from coast to coast who sell Fire Chief gasoline. He runs his service station on tried and proved business principles. He takes only a small profit on each sale, depending on his total volume of business for a fair return on his investment. Naturally, it is to his advantage to handle products which car owners demand more often, products which make car owners regular and steady customers. Out of approximately 1,000 different brands of gasoline, he picked Texaco Fire Chief because his experience has proved that Fire Chief's extra power and speed at no extra cost is what car owners want. And that, ladies and gentlemen, confirms what we have said on this program. Fire Chief's emergency action gives you top performance, greater driving economy. Next time, try your neighborhood Texaco dealer. It isn't necessary to wait until your gasoline gauge reads low. Drive in any time for air, water, or for typical Texaco Circle service. Texaco dealers know that by serving you and your engine best, they will win your respect and your patronage.
Ain't got rhythm, got no reason. Every night he sits in the house alone. Ain't got rhythm. Every night he sits there and wears a frown. He's acted some attention when he found up was to mention. But he ain't got rhythm, no one's rhythm. The loneliest man in town. A lonely man is he, bending over his book. His wife and family keep on giving him dirty looks. When they call him up, they call him down. There's an average aviator, he'll circle the equator. But he ain't got rhythm, so no one's with him, the loneliest man in town. A lonely man is he, bending over his book. His wife and family keep on giving him dirty looks. When they call him up, they call him down. In the month of January, he compiled a dictionary. But he ain't got the loneliest man in town.
Bernard! Everybody,
What's
Eddie,
the
come
matter?
up.
Jimmy,
Come here,
what's the
quick.
matter?
Why, Pinky Tomlin's in jail.
Pinky's in jail?
Yeah, he's in jail. Listen, I just got word from Pinky that he's been put in jail for trying to bribe a judge.
Gosh, the cigars did it.
Let's all go down and see him. I'm going right out and buy him a big basket of fruit.
Bernard, that's a good idea. Let's get him some bananas.
No, I don't like bananas.
Well, anyway, let's get going. Hey, look who's coming. Igor Gorin.
Come on, Igor, come on along with us. We're going to the jail to visit Pinky.
Oh, I would like to go, but I need a shave.
But this is Sunday, Igor. The barber shops are all closed.
Oh, it looks like I'm out of Lux.
Lux? Quiet, you're plugging the wrong product.
No, wait, I'm not out of Lux.
Say Rinso and I'll kill you.
I just happened to remember. Right next door lives Figaro.
Figaro?
Yes, Figaro the barber. Wait, I shall go into the window and call him. Hey, Figaro! Hey, Figaro! Largo facciosum della città, largo. La 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 la. Presto batteva che l'albi già presto. La 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 la. Ah, che bel vivere, che bella piacere, che bella piacere per un barbiere di qualità e di qualità. Ah, brava tigre, bravo, bravissimo, bravo. La 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 la. Fortunatissima per verità, bravo. La 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 la. Fortunatissima per verità. Fortunatissima per verità. La 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 la. Per tutta la necessità, sempre di tone in gressa, e mia cucagna per mangiare, via ciò fenomeno non ha sida. La 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 la. Rasta di petti lanciati fuori al mio comando di questa, e lanciati fuori rasta di petti al mio comando di questa. Bella risorsa, poi del mestiere. Con le cavaliere, la donnetta, ai tra la 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 lera, con le cavaliere, la 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 lera, la che bel vivere, che bel piacere, che bel piacere. Di qualità e di qualità. Tutti mi chiedono, e tutti mi vogliono, mi danno ragazzi, e vecchie fanciulle, e quella parrucca, e questo la barba, e quale sanguigno, e questo belletto, tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, tutti mi chiedono, tutti mi vogliono, quale parrucca, questa la barba, questo belletto, hey! Figaro, Figaro. Figaro, 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 Figaro. Oimè, che furia, oimè, che folla, una alla volta, per carità, per carità, per carità, una alla volta, una alla volta, una alla volta, per carità. Figaro, sono qua. Figaro. Sono qua, Figaro là, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro su, Figaro giù, Figaro su, Figaro giù. E pronto battissima, toccami poi me ne sono d'accordo dalle città, dalle città, dalle città, dalle città, dalle città. Apro a Figaro, babo bravissima, apro a Figaro, babo bravissima, fortunatissima, 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 per verità. Apro a Figaro, babo bravissima, apro a Figaro, babo bravissima, fortunatissima, 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 per verità. Sarai qualcosa della città, sarai qualcosa della città, della città, della città, della città. La 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 la.
I had the wings of an angel. Over these prison walls I would fly.
Pipe down, Tomlin, pipe down. A jail is no place for singing.
What's the matter, jailer? You can't blame a guy for trying to rip off a few bars.
Oh, Pinky! Hey, Tomlin, I got a visitor here. Come on.
Oh, hello, Mr. Renard.
Pinky, I brought you something to cheer you up. Here's a big basket of fruit.
Gee, thanks. Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Renard. The basket's empty.
Well, it was a long trip and I got hungry. Oh, Pinky!
Hello, Eddie.
Tomlin, I think I can get you out of this jail.
You?
Yes, me. Before I became an actor, I studied law, and I'm just as good a lawyer as I am a comedian.
Brother, you struck out in 2 leagues.
Oh, Pinky!
Hello, Jimmy.
Say, Pinky, I brought you something to cheer you up.
Jimmy, I don't want to be cheered up. I want to get away. I want to get away quick.
Then take this can of fire cheap gasoline. It will guarantee you a quick getaway.
Well, you boys have certainly cheered me up. There's only one thing in the world that could make me feel any worse than I feel right now. And that's it.
Hey, lady. Are you Seymour?
Yeah, you want to make something out of it?
No. Look, your father left this umbrella the last time he was here.
Huh? What was he doing here?
He just dropped in to get his mail.
Yeah. Sounds like your Paul's a regular customer here in the county jail.
Pinky Tomlin, I'll have you understand my pa was only in the county jail once.
Only once?
Yeah, when he passed through on his way to the state pen.
Go away. Seymour ain't being in jail punishment enough.
Oh, getting stuck up, huh? Why, you broken down cowpuncher, you don't deserve having a girl like me stuck on you.
I don't deserve hay fever either, but I got it just the same.
Say, what do you got against me anyway?
Just one thing, Seymour. All you do is talk.
You better quit before you lay an egg. Pinky, you don't seem to realize that until he gets a wife, a man isn't complete.
Yeah, and then he's finished.
Well, that settles it. This time next week, I'll be seeing you in court, and when that judge gets through with you...
Wait a minute, Seymour. Can't we settle this thing out of court?
No, that trial's going to start next week, or else.
Or else what?
Or else you marry me right now.
No, not a chance, Seymour. The most I can get from the judge is 5 years. With you, it's life.
Well, you better think about it, Pinky. I'll drop the breach of promise suit and get you out of jail in 5 minutes.
Well,
Well, do you marry me, or do I see you in court next week?
All right, Seymour, I'll marry you.
Goody!
Now, wait a minute. You can have me on one condition.
Name it, Pinky. You know how I love you, Pinky. You know how I want you, Pinky. I'll do anything in the world within my power to do, Pinky. What's the condition, Pinky?
Stop talking for one whole day.
I'll see you in court next week.
All visitors must leave. Lights out, boys. Folks will have to get out of here.
Goodbye, Pinky.
Goodbye, Pinky.
So long.
Goodbye, Pinky.
Goodbye, Pinky.
Goodbye, Pinky.
Yep, when that trial begins next week, it'll sure be goodbye, Pinky. I don't know why I ever got myself into this mess anyway. I never should have come to the big town. I just don't belong here. I've seen the moon rise over Broadway. I felt enchantment from the stars. Yet I keep thinking of a harvest moon. I guess I'm just a country boy at heart. The mighty skyline of Manhattan to some may be a work of art. I can't forget the schoolhouse on the hill. I guess I'm just a country boy at heart. I've heard the rhythm of the latest swing band, but that don't mean a thing to me. I'd rather swing my partner to a fiddle and a bow than go trucking to a Harlem Rhapsody. Oh, I've seen the boats along the Hudson sail into harbor and depart. I'd rather travel down a dusty lane. I guess I'm just a country boy at heart.
Hear ye! 1 week from this day and date, the case of Seymour versus Pinky Tomlin will be heard in this radio courtroom in Texaco Town. Hear ye! Hear ye! Hear ye!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are particularly fortunate this afternoon in being able to present to you one of our very good friends who happens to be here in the studio with us. He has a few words that he'd like to say, I'm sure. May I then present the mayor of Texaco Town, Eddie Kent.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I've been listening to the Texaco Town programs ever since I started my vacation, and I've really gotten a great thrill out of it. I think these boys and girls here have done a splendid job, don't you? You know, a lot has happened since I started on my vacation. They found the forgotten man, Mae West's husband. And yesterday I met the 3 Russian flyers that came all the way from Russia here to California. They tell me in their plane they use vodka. You know, vodka is the fastest thing outside of Fire Chief gasoline. Well, I'll be seeing you in September. Goodbye.
James Wallington speaking from Hollywood, California. Good night, everybody, and good night, Eddie Cantor. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Nine p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time, WABC, New York.
Take to the seas for adventure next with Horatio Hornblower.
Call all hands. Beat to quarters. Unload the guns. Stand by the starboard battery.
One broadside into it, if you please, Captain Bush.
Pointers on target. Linstocks ready.
Aye, aye, sir. Ready.
Fire!
Presenting Michael Redgrave as C.S. Forrester's indomitable man of the sea, Horatio Hornblower.
Those were wonderful and exciting days. Even now, after so many years, and knowing what trouble and hardship was to come, I'd still elect to live them again, had I the choice. Yet on the morning when the captains of the squadron sat in the Admiral's cabin discussing the forthcoming operation, I was full of foreboding. Admiral Layton had censured me for leaving the squadron, despite my success. I could not but feel that he still suspected me of having been the lover of Lady Barbara before her marriage to him. And now I again found myself opposing him.
Then, we're agreed, gentlemen. The capture of the town of Rosas, if it can be effected, will throw the French plans for the subjection of Catalonia into confusion. Our 3 ships can supply a landing party of 600 men, and Captain Hornblower will lead them. His experience of the Spanish during his imprisonment there and his command of the tongue make him the obvious choice.
I trust you'll forgive me for saying, sir, that it might be unwise to trust so entirely to the cooperation of the Spanish army.
But they have 7,000 men at Olet, ready to march. It's only 30 miles from Olet to Rosas.
Yes, sir, but over mountain paths. Can we be sure that they have that number, or that they will come? I'm sorry to be so insistent, sir, but I have painful experience of Spanish promises. They're seldom to be relied on.
That's nonsense, Captain Hornblower. I have General Rivera's definite promise to march. Well, what alternative do you suggest, then?
Well, I would suggest, sir, that we confine ourselves to actions within our own strength without having to rely on Spanish help.
My instructions are to cooperate as closely as possible. Now, Rosas has a garrison of no more than 2,000 men, and Rivera has 7,000 only 30 miles away. The French army cannot reach Rosas in less than another week. We can supply heavy guns, men to work them, and more men to lead a storming column when we've effected a breach. It can be done easily before the French army arrives. So I fail to understand your objections, Captain Hornblower.
I did but state them at your request, sir.
I ask for helpful suggestions, not objections. I look for more loyalty from you, Captain.
I can assure you of my loyalty, sir.
Very well. Then we can start at once. I trust we're on the eve of the most resounding success the Mediterranean coast of Spain has ever seen.
Careful with that gun, men. If it slips off the pontoon, it'll be nothing but 2.5 tons of useless metal. Now, heave there. I want all 10 guns at the top of that cliff before dawn.
Pardon, senor. You are the English captain?
Captain Horatio Hornblower at your service.
I am Colonel Juan Claros. I bid you welcome in the name of General Rivera.
Thank you, sir.
I bring 1,000 men, 50 horses, and 100 mules.
It will take 50 horses to drag one of those 24-pounders over this country. They're going to be kept busy, sir.
I have combed the country for animals, senor. These are all I can muster.
Very well, then we must harness men, too.
I have a horse for you, Captain.
Thank you, Colonel. Would you be so kind as to send a messenger to General Rivera telling him that I hope to reach Rosas with at least some of the guns at noon?
Certainly, Captain.
And I must ask for the help of your men to transport my guns and stores. 400 will help with the guns, and another 400 will carry one 24-pound cannonball each.
But, Captain, this is not possible.
And after that, they will return here for more. I was promised a sufficiency of pack animals. If you do not supply me with 4-legged ones, I must use those with 2. Now, pardon me while I get the column started.
Ready? Aye, sir.
Allot 10 horses and mules to each gun and 100 men on the drag ropes. Send 100 men ahead to clear the path. They must roll rocks out of the way and fill in holes. See that every Spanish soldier is at work.
Aye, sir.
The interminable hall of guns and stores dragged wearily on under the blazing sun. Colonel Claros and I rode ahead, with his 3 staff captains behind us, and young midshipmen Longley and Coxswain Brown acting in a like capacity for me. But when at last we reined our horses at the top of the last of the rocky undulations and gazed down at the town of Rosas in the plain, I knew that it would be many more hours before my guns were ready for the siege. In 5 hours, the first gun had traveled little more than 3 miles. Pondering this, it was a few moments before I was struck by the general peacefulness of the scene below. Colonel Claros, the plain is almost deserted. Where is General Rivera's army of 7,000? They were to have been besieging the town. You told me they were marching last night.
They do not seem to have arrived yet.
But this is serious. My men and stores are strung out over 3 miles of country, sir, within easy reach of any column the town of Rosas might care to send out. What of the messenger you sent at dawn to General Rivera? Says he returned?
The messenger? Oh, yes, I remember. He did not go.
He didn't go? What?
It would have been to put somebody to unnecessary trouble. If the general comes, he comes. If not, no messenger can bring him.
I might have expected this. Even a squadron of cavalry there who are watching the city haven't bothered to report the non-arrival of the army. We're in considerable danger here.
Oh, no, my men are used to mountains. If the town garrison attacks us, we can get away.
Get away? We're here to attack, man, not to fly. What of my guns and men?
My dear captain, in war there is always danger.
Mr. Lumley!
Sir?
Come here. Ride back at once. Halt the guns, halt the convoy, halt every man on the path. Nothing is to move a yard further without orders from me.
Aye, aye, sir.
Aye, sir. Not a gun or man moves until I see Rivera's army on that plain. Now, will you send a messenger to him?
Very well, if you wish. See to it, Lieutenant. Now, sir, it is the hour for dinner. Will you have my men's food served to them, Captain?
Your men? Am I to feed 1,000 of your men from my ship's stores? I thought you'd made your own arrangements.
As you wish, Captain, but if they are not fed, they will disperse in search of food. And who shall say when they will return? Oh, God.
The fact is... Oh, damn. Very well, I'll feed your men. There was nothing else to be done. I fed them, and when they'd eaten, they lay in the scrub and slept. The siesta was sacred, even in war. But I could not eat. I scribbled a report to Admiral Layton and walked about, fretting until his reply came. And the reply was as futile and unpractical as I might have expected.
Excuse me, sir. Look.
What is it, Brown?
The foggies down there on the move. They're coming out of the fortress, sir. Yes. 3 columns of them. Fat lot of good that cavalry picket is, sir. They're galloping back to the Spanish army as fast as they can.
Those columns seem endless. There must be at least 1,000 men in each and more coming. But the Spanish estimated the garrison strength at less than 2,000. I see their plan. 2 columns to attack us directly, 1 to cut off the retreat to the mainland. There's not a moment to lose, Brown.
Captain! Captain! They are attacking, Captain. We must get away.
You'll surely not abandon the convoy, Colonel?
I cannot afford to lose my army. If I march them now, there is just time to get away.
What?
Unfortunate, Senor. A military necessity.
Yes. That's the sort of allies to have, sir, isn't it, eh?
Well, over the columns chasing and cutting to pieces.
Quick, Brown, back to the Marines. Major! Sir? Not this task for you. We'll have 3,000 French on us inside an hour. Your Marines will have to hold them back while we get the stores back to the ship.
Aye? Oh, y'all will be a job. You wouldn't be thinking of abandoning the stores, sir?
No. It might be worth losing them to save the lives of trained seamen, but the shock to morale of leaving the guns after so much trouble to get them here would be enormous. No, we must fight a rearguard action, Major.
Aye, we'll do that. Longley!
Sir?
Ride to the beach. Tell the Admiral we must re-embark men and stores and ask for boats to take us off.
Aye, aye, sir.
As far as the head of the cliff overlooking the beach. The beach party was hard at work reloading the barrels of bread and beef, and at the head of the cliff a party of seamen were unloading the first mule train.
Bring those mules back to the guns as soon as they're unloaded. Aye, aye, Whip. Come along there.
Brown, can you stay with me? I may need messengers.
Listen.
Sounds as though Major Laird is already in action. Let us go back and see what's happening.
Look, sir. There's Major Laird on that high rock above the pass.
Yeah.
He's got his men stuck out along the top of the ridge.
Oh, well, Major Laird. You look as though you're enjoying yourself.
Aye. Come up and see for yourself.
Yeah, hold my horse, Brown. I'm going up. Now, Major Laird, what's the position?
Well, you'll observe that the foreign troops have to keep to yon paths in this sort of country. Any skirmishers soon lose the direction. This thorny vegetation is helping us fine. Do you see yon cluster of smoke?
Yes.
That's my men heading in the scrub.
Yes, but the French are coming on. I can see them.
you didn't keep your head down, sir, you'll not see anything long. You see that French column to the right? When it reaches yon thorn tree, we'll have to retreat and take up a fresh position. They've been firing at me without a hit yet, but with two of us up here, the possibility is double, Kiki.
In other words, you'd like me to look after my business and leave you to look after yours. Very well.
Have you hit?
No, but that one's ruined my cocked hat. All right, Major. I'll go and hurry the convoy.
Heave away, lads. Pony hasn't any guns as good as these. Don't let him have them as a present.
Yes, it's gunny. Let him take us with it.
Look at that, sir! The Spaniards have got away! You can see them climbing the hill beyond the plain over there.
Allies or not, I could almost wish they'd been cut off. They hate foreigners, they hate each other. If they will not settle their differences and keep their promises to their allies, they'll never again rule their own country. Now, but come. I can't waste time in talking. All the afternoon, under the blazing sun, the back-breaking work dragged on, and the Marines fought their heroic rear-guard action, yielding their ground only inch by inch and keeping the harassed Frenchmen away from the retreating guns and stores. Problem after problem presented itself and was solved. I rode continuously between the rear-guard and the beach, advising and encouraging the men, stifling my doubts as to whether the effort and loss of life were justified by the saving of the guns. And at last, most of the guns were on the beach, and the rest were at the head of the gully. All the stores were safe aboard. Cavendish, who was in command on the beach, came up to me.
What about the horses and mules, sir? There's 150 of them. Shipping them will be quite a job. There'll be a nuisance on board, too, sir.
It'll be more of a nuisance to allow them to fall into the hands of the French. I'd rather have their throats cut on the beach.
Oh, I hope that won't be necessary, sir. Maybe we could feed them on crushed biscuit aboard. They look as if that'd be a luxury to the food they have been getting. If you'll leave it to me, sir, I'll ship them.
Very well, Cavendish. Send them on board with the stores.
Aye, sir.
Now, Mr. Longley?
Sir?
This is going to be the decisive moment. From this point, we can overlook both the beach and the gully where the Marines must make their final stand. And we shall...
Here they come now, sir! There's Major Laird, right on the top of the cliff. He's forming his men along the summit. And the French are right on their heels.
Oh, keep down, you fool.
Look out, sir. That body of infantry. They're running straight for us.
They cut us off by heaven. They're between us and the Marines.
We'll have to get down the cliff, sir. It's our only hope.
Down there? Not a goat, my lad.
This way, sir. There's a leg. Look, I'll drop first. It's quite safe, sir, so long as you don't let yourself sway outwards.
Not my idea of amusement, Mr. Longley. We're not much better off here. One slip on this ledge.
Begging your pardon, sir. I shouldn't look down there if I were you.
No, thanks not. I'd rather be on the Royal Yards in a gale than stuck like a fly to a wall in this fashion.
I think we can get down, sir. If we can get to that bush down there, we might be able to reach that little gully. And that joins the main gully. Shall I go first, sir? I'm a bit lighter, perhaps.
Very well, Mr. Longley, yes. Yes, we'd better lose no time. They're leaning over the cliff and firing at us.
Do it like this, sir. A leap along the face of the cliff and then down to the bush.
Yes, I can.
It's not too bad, sir. Jump with your face to the cliff.
Right. I'm coming.
Oh, jolly good, sir. Oh, your face.
Yes, it's nothing. Actually, down the cliff. Where do we go now? I can't see.
Take my cravat, sir. You'll be blinded with all that blood in your eyes.
I've got my handkerchief. Now, don't fuss, boy. Come on, let's get on.
Over here, I think, sir. Catch hold of that lump with your hands and put your foot in that crack. No, not that crack, the other.
What?
Now, if we edge ourselves along the cliff face, like this...
Yeah. Well, if I'd known it was going to be like this, I'd stayed and fought with bare hands. I'm slipping.
Hold on, sir, for heaven's sake.
Well, I am holding on for my own sake, boy.
Can you stick there for a minute or two while I look round this corner, sir?
Oh, yes, carry on, Longley, carry on.
It's all right, sir. There's only one nasty bit now.
Oh,
if you edge round this corner, that's right.
Yeah.
If you got into Now that's a person you could rest a bit, sir. The froggies can't see us here.
Yeah, thank you, Longley. Do you enjoy this sort of thing, Longley?
I'm frightened out of my life, sir.
Oh.
I wish I could take it as calmly as you do. If you'd care to stay there, sir, I could go on and bring back some men with ropes.
No. There's still work to do. Oh, I'll come on.
Ready, sir?
Yes, I'm ready. Go on.
We're there. Are you hurt, sir?
No. I doubt if I've any skin left under my breeches. Nothing's broken. Yeah. Yes, that was a nice piece of work on your part, Mr. Longley. You'll make a very fine officer.
Thank you, sir. It was only your coolness made it possible, sir.
Oh, here comes Cavendish, and old Brown's with him.
Thank goodness you're safe, sir. We thought you'd been taken. Horses and mules are loaded down.
Very well. The seamen can go next, and are the boats ready and armed?
They're all ready, sir.
Good.
Here come the Marines down the cliff, sir.
Oh. Come, to the boats.
The French are running down the beach now, sir.
Longboats, ahoy! Open fire with your four-pounders. Great shot. Stop them. Get aboard, everyone. Through the safe. Get away there.
A very handsome operation, was yon.
Your men did splendidly, Major Laird. I trust your losses were not excessive.
No so bad, considering. The Frenchies lost 10 for every one of mine. Aye, a very handsome operation.
Handsome indeed. A day spent unloading and loading, dragging locked guns up and down cliffs, fighting, leaping down precipices like goats, and for what?
Hardly your fault, sir.
Until my officers submitted the casualty lists. All the stores were saved and all the guns, with the exception of one, which was carried away its tackles and went over the cliff. I shall make arrangements to have it salvaged tomorrow.
Yes. You appear to have carried out a very successful retreat, Captain Hornblower. Nevertheless, it was a retreat. I had hoped for a resounding victory in the capture of the town of Roses.
So had I, sir.
Yes. I shall be glad to receive your official report in writing. No actual blame attaches to you, of course. However, I must stress, Captain Hornblower, in dealing with our Spanish allies, it is essential to use that tact and persuasion which ensures their fullest cooperation. You said something, Captain Hornblower?
No, nothing, sir. Merely a slight difficulty with my breath, sir.
Horatio Hornblower, starring Michael Redgrave, is based on the novels by C.S. Forrester. Music composed and conducted by Sidney Torch. Produced by Harry Allen Towers.
It's elementary that Sherlock Holmes is up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows.
Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that Master Detective Sherlock Holmes. Before he starts, I can tell you something it's really worth knowing. Simply this. The best beginning a good meal ever had is a glass of Petri California Sherry. Petri Sherry is the perfect before-dinner wine. While you're waiting for dinner to be put on the table, pour yourself a glass of that clear, amber-colored Petri Sherry. Now, just sit back and sip it slowly. Take your time so you can thoroughly enjoy every single drop of that wonderful Petri flavor. And what a flavor that sherry has. It comes right from the sun-ripened heart of wonderful California grapes. You may be a real wine expert and know all about sherry wine, but believe me, until you've tried a Petri sherry, you're really missing something. Serve Petri sherry alone or serve it with canapes or appetizers. And by all means, serve it proudly. You can because the letters P-E-T-R-I spell the proudest name in the history of American wines. Petri. And now let's visit our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself at home. How about a glass of sherry?
That'd be very nice. All ready for tonight's story, Doctor?
Yes, my boy. Here's your sherry.
Thank you, sir.
My story begins on a June night in 1889. My wife and I had spent a quiet evening at home, I remember. It was just about the hour that a man gives his first yawn and glances at the clock, when the tranquility of the scene was broken by the discordant jangling of our front doorbell.
An emergency call for you, I suppose, Doctor.
Not exactly, Mr. Bartell. It turned out to be a certain Mrs. Isa Whitney, an old friend of my wife's who'd come to us in trouble. Her husband, she told us, had been missing for 48 hours, and, knowing him to be the victim of the shocking habit of taking opium, she was convinced that he was lying drugged and stupefied in some foul den amid the London waterfronts.
And I suppose you went out to try to find him?
Yes, Mr. Bartell, I did. She told me that her husband had mentioned frequenting a place called the Bar of Gold in Upper Swandam Lane, so naturally that's where I began my search. I quickly located it, and after ordering my cab to wait, I entered the place. A strange sight met my eyes. Through the smoke-ridden gloom, I could catch a glimpse of bodies lying in strange, fantastic poses as they smoked the pipes of death. Most of the unhappy creatures lay silently, but some muttered to themselves and others talked together in strange, low, monotonous voices, their conversation coming in gushes and then trailing off into silence, each mumbling his own thoughts and paying little attention or heed to the words of his neighbor. As I entered, an attendant hurried up to me with an opium pipe and a supply of the drug and beckoned me to an empty berth.
Master may lie here.
I haven't come to stay here, my good man. I'm looking for a friend, Mr. Isa Whitney.
No one by that name here, Master.
Well, I'm going to search this place just the same.
Please not to make trouble, Master.
Watson. Is that you, Watson?
Whitney. Thank heavens I've found you, man.
What time is it?
It's nearly 11.
Of what day?
What day? Friday, June the 19th.
Oh, good Lord, I thought it was Wednesday. It is Wednesday. You're trying to confuse me.
I tell you it's Friday. Your wife has been waiting 2 days for you.
You're mixed up in your dates, Watson. I've only been here a few hours. 3 pipes, 4 pipes, I forget how many. I'll go home with you.
Here, I'll give you a hand. That's it. I have a cab waiting.
I must owe some money. Will you settle up for me, Watson?
Yes, of course. Here, wait here for me. Stop pulling at my sleeve, my good fellow. Who are you and what do you want?
A word in your ear, please, sir.
Oh, very well. What is it?
Get rid of your friend and join me outside.
Holmes, what on earth are you doing here in this den?
Your cab waiting?
Yes?
Then please use it to send your befuddled friend home in. And if you feel up to it, I should also recommend that you send a note to the cabman telling your wife that you have thrown in your lot with me. I'd be exceedingly glad to have a little talk with you.
Yes, of course, Holmes.
Splendid. Then conclude your business here, old chap. I'll meet you outside in about 10 minutes.
Where on earth is he? It's nearly... Is that you, Holmes?
Yes, Watson, it's me.
Your disguise is wonderful. I'd never recognized you if you hadn't spoke to me just now.
Disposed of your friend?
Yes, good.
Splendid. Let's start walking. I've a horse and trap waiting for me in the next street.
Oh, what on earth were you doing in the Bar of Gold, Holmes?
Trying to get news of a missing man. You, Simon, I'm in the midst of a very remarkable inquiry, and I'd hoped to get a clue from the incoherent ramblings of those poor devils back there. There's the horse and trap. Under the street lamp on the corner. You'll come with me, Watson?
Yes, of course, if I can be of any use.
A trusty comrade is always of use. My room at the Cedars has 2 beds in it.
The Cedars?
Yes, that's Mr. Neville St. Clair's house and our present destination. It's near Lee in Kent, about 7 miles from here. I'm using it as a headquarters while I conduct my inquiries.
Evening, Mr. Holmes. Everything all right?
Yes, thank you, John. Get in, Watson.
Right, John.
I shan't need you any more tonight, John. Here's half a crown for you. Look out for me tomorrow about 11.
Right, you are, Mr. Holmes. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, John. Go on, get up.
Well, Holmes, if we have a 7-mile drive ahead of us, perhaps you'll tell me about the case that you're working on.
With pleasure, old chap. But first, take the reins for a few minutes, will you? I want to remove my makeup and take off my wig and be comfortable. After that, I'll tell you why we are headed for the Kentish countryside at this hour of the night. Watson, you have a grand gift of silence. It makes you invaluable as a companion. We've driven 4 miles and you haven't uttered a word.
It wasn't easy, Holmes. I've been dying to question you, but I could see that you were preoccupied.
Then I shall reward you with a clear and concise statement of my problem. Mr. Neville St. Clair, aged 37, the father of 2 children and an affectionate husband, is missing. He left his house, the Cedars, near Lee, our present destination, last Monday.
4 days ago, eh?
Yes. Now, why should an affectionate husband and a happy father disappear?
Any money trouble?
No, I think not. His entire debts, at the moment, amount to £88, while he has £220 standing to his credit at the Capital and Counties Bank.
Who was the last person to see him on Monday?
His wife. But let me tell you the story. He left his house for London rather earlier than usual.
He was a businessman, then?
Yes, he has an interest in several companies in London, but his wife doesn't know exactly what he does. But to continue, he left for London saying that he would bring his little boy home a box of toy bricks. Now, by the merest chance, his wife received a telegram shortly after his departure saying that a parcel of considerable value was waiting for her at the offices of the Aberdeen Shipping Company.
Aberdeen Shipping? Why, their offices are in Fresno Street. I drove by them tonight.
Exactly. And Fresno Street branches out of Upper Swandam Lane, where the Bar of Gold is situated.
Ah, now I'm beginning to understand. Go on, Holmes, go on.
Mrs. St. Clair took a train for London, and at exactly 4:35 on Monday last, found herself walking past the Bar of Gold. Suddenly, she heard a cry, and looking up was horrified to see her husband beckoning to her from a second-story window.
Great Scott, was he a prisoner, or was he there of his own free will, do you suppose?
Undoubtedly, he was a prisoner. The window was open, and she distinctly saw his face, which she described as being terribly agitated.
Really?
He waved his hand to her frantically and then vanished from the window so suddenly that it seemed to her that he had been dragged back by some irresistible force from behind.
Oh, gracious me.
One singular point which struck her quick feminine eye was that although he wore the coat he had left for London in, he wore neither collar nor tie.
Oh, what did she do?
Rushed down the steps into the Bar of Gold and attempted to go up the staircase leading to the second floor.
I suppose that Oriental fellow that I talked to tonight stopped her.
Exactly. In fact, he pushed her out of the door and slammed it after her. She rushed down the lane and a few moments later was lucky enough to meet a sergeant and 2 constables.
She took them back with her to the Bar of Gold, of course.
Yes. They went with her to the room in which Neville St. Clair had last been seen. Of course, there was no sign of him. In fact, on the whole floor, there was no one to be found except a hideous, deformed beggar who seemed to live there. From what Mrs. St. Clair told me, it appears that the sergeant conducted the examination quite intelligently.
You saw your husband at this window, Mrs. St. Clair?
I'm positive, Sergeant.
And Alaska swears no one's been upstairs this afternoon. Well, he's probably lying. But let's see what this cripple fellow has to say for himself. Here, you.
What do you want with me? I ain't done nothing.
Now, you heard what this lady said. Did you see your husband go in this room a few minutes ago?
I didn't see nobody, and I've been here all the afternoon.
You live here?
Yes.
And you swear on oath that no one's been in this room for the last few hours?
Yes, I do.
Mrs. Sinclair, I know that you think you saw your husband, but don't you suppose...
Look on the table.
Just a wooden box, Mum.
But I know what's inside it. There, see?
Oh, it's a lot of wooden bricks like kids play with.
My husband came to London today especially to buy them for our son. You can't disbelieve me now, Sergeant.
Don't think I can, Mum. I'll take another look round. Where does this door lead to?
My bedroom. You won't find nothing in there.
Oh, we'll look just the same. Hello. There's bloodstains on this window ledge. Fresh bloodstains. How do you account for that?
Well, I don't know nothing about it.
And the window overlooks the river, just where the water's good and deep, too. Nice place to tip a body out. Here, come here, you.
Yeah, I ain't done nothing.
You've got bloodstains on your right sleeve. What do you got to say about that?
Well, I cut my finger, see? And then I went and opened the window later. That's how the blood got there.
Did you think I was born yesterday? Let's have a look in this chest of drawers. Hello. Hello, whose clothes are these? Pair of trousers, socks, shoes, hat, everything except the coat, eh? Mrs. Sinclair, will you come in here, please, Mum?
What have you found, Sergeant?
These clothes. Are they your husband's, Mum?
Yes. Yes, they are. What's happened to him, Sergeant?
I'm afraid he's met with foul play, Mum. And this man knows what happened, only he won't talk.
I don't know nothing, I tell you.
Oh, don't you? Well, I arrest you in the name of the law, and I warn you that anything you say...
And so, Watson, the sergeant arrested this crippled beggar.
No, I'm not surprised. What have they been able to find out about him?
Surprisingly little. His name is Hugh Boone. And he's a professional beggar, quite a successful one, I gather. His pathetic appearance attracts great sympathy. There's a shock of orange hair and a pale face that is disfigured by a horrible scar which has twisted the outer edge of his upper lip.
And he was the last man to see Neville Sinclair alive, eh?
So it would seem. The Lascar downstairs has been cross-examined relentlessly, but he swears that he has no knowledge of the crime.
Have there been any further developments?
Oh, yes, old chap. Yes,
Huh?
indeed there have. The ebbing tide gave a fresh clue.
You mean Sinclair's body was washed up?
No, his coat.
What?
With every pocket stuffed with pennies and halfpennies. 421 pennies and 270 halfpennies, to be exact. There's no wonder that it had not been swept away by the tide.
But a human body was a different matter.
Yes, there's a strong eddy between the house and the wharf. It seems likely that the weighted coat had remained when the stripped body had been carried away into the river.
Well, the other clothes were found in the room. Why would the body be dressed in a coat alone?
We can only surmise, old chap, but supposing that this man Boone had thrust Neville Sinclair through the window and into the river, what would he do then?
Try and dispose of the telltale garments.
Yes, that would be logical, wouldn't it? He would seize the coat and be in the act of throwing it out of the window when it would occur to him that it would float and not sink.
So he loaded the pockets with coins to make it sink.
Quite so.
Yes, of course.
But he has little time, for he has heard the scuffle downstairs when Mrs. Sinclair tried to force her way up. He only succeeded in getting as far as throwing the coat out when the police arrived on the scene.
Well, that seems perfectly feasible.
Well, it'll do as a working hypothesis anyway.
Neville Sinclair disappeared on Monday, and yet we still don't know what he was doing in the opium den. What happened to him when he got there, or where he is now?
Oh, what Hugh Boone, the beggar with the twisted lip, had to do with his disappearance. Here we are at our destination.
Well, there's a light burning. Mrs. Sinclair must be waiting up for you.
Yes, poor woman. I hate to return here with no news of her husband, but she's been brave, Watson, extremely brave. We must do everything we can to comfort her.
Dr. Watson, I'm so grateful that you were able to come down and help your friend.
Oh, I only hope that I can be of some help, Mrs. Sinclair.
I see that you have no good news for me, Mr. Holmes.
I'm afraid not.
No bad.
No.
Thank heaven for that. Mr. Holmes, tell me honestly, do you think that Neville is still alive?
Well,
Frankly now.
Frankly, then I don't.
You think he's murdered?
Oh, I don't say that, but perhaps you see...
And on what day did he meet his death?
On Monday.
Then perhaps, Mr. Holmes, you can explain how I received a letter from him today.
What?
Well, where is the letter, madam?
Here.
Let me see it. This is very crude writing on the envelope. Surely it's not your husband's hand?
No, but the writing in the letter is.
Uh-huh. This letter contained an enclosure.
Yes, there was a ring. His signet ring.
What does the letter say, Holmes?
Dearest, do not be frightened. All will come well. There is a huge error which it may take some little time to rectify. Wait in patience. And it's signed Neville. Written in pencil on the flyleaf of a notebook. No watermark. Posted today in Gravesend by a man with a dirty thumb. And the flap has been gummed, if I'm not mistaken, by a man who has been chewing tobacco.
My husband must be alive, Mr. Holmes.
This might be a clever forgery to put us off the track.
But the signet ring.
Yes, it may have been taken from him.
But the handwriting and then the postmark.
Might have been written on Monday and only posted today.
I won't be discouraged,
Mrs.
Mr.
St.
Holmes.
Clair, I have no wish to discourage you. I'm just trying to be practical. If your husband is alive and able to write letters, why should he remain away from you?
I can't imagine.
He made no special remarks before leaving on Monday?
No, none. Except to say that he was going to buy the wooden blocks.
When you saw him at the Bar of Gold in Swandam Lane, was the window open?
Yes.
Then he might have called you.
He might.
As I understand it, he gave an inarticulate cry, a call for help, you thought.
Yes, he waved his hands.
But it might have been a cry of surprise. Astonishment at the unexpected sight of you might have caused him to throw up his hands.
I suppose so.
And you thought that he was pulled back from the window.
Yes, because he disappeared so abruptly.
He might have leaped back, mightn't he?
He might have, though I can't think why.
One last question. Had your husband ever shown signs of, taking opium?
Why, no, never, Mr. Holmes. I'm certain the idea would have revolted him.
Thank you, Mrs. St. Clair. Those were the principal points I wanted to be clear on. And now, Watson, I suggest we retire for the night. We may have a busy day ahead of us tomorrow.
I hope you both sleep well. Good night, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good night, Mrs. St. Clair, and keep up your courage.
Good night, Mrs. St. Clair. We must hope for the best. The clouds seem lighter, though I should not venture to say that danger is over.
You'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just a second. So I'm just going to remind you that when you buy Petri California Sherry, you have a choice of two kinds of sherry. You can choose Petri regular sherry, or if you prefer your sherry dry, not sweet, ask for Petri Pale Dry Sherry. They're both fine wines. And if you don't know which you'd prefer, don't buy one, buy two. Buy them both and try them both. And remember this. Petri Sherry is the perfect all-round, all-occasion wine. It's good before dinner, after dinner, at cocktail time, and any time. Just be sure you get Petri. Petri Sherry. Well, Dr. Watson, you and the great Sherlock Holmes certainly deserved a good night's rest. Did you get it?
I did, Mr. Bartell, but Holmes made no attempt to sleep. As soon as we retired upstairs, he donned a blue silk dressing gown and then wandered about the room collecting pillows from his bed and cushions from the sofa and the armchairs. With these, he constructed a sort of eastern divan on which he perched himself cross-legged with an ounce of shag tobacco and a box of matches laid out in front of him.
He was all set for a session of thinking, I guess, huh?
Yes, my boy. In the dim light of the lamp, I saw him sitting there, an old briar pipe clenched in his teeth, his eyes fixed vacantly on a corner of the ceiling, the blue smoke curling up from him, silent, motionless. So he sat as I dropped off to sleep, and so he sat when I wakened in the morning to find the summer sun shining into the room. The pipe was still between his lips, the smoke still curled upward, and the room was full of a dense tobacco haze. But nothing remained of the heap of shag which I had seen on the previous night.
Watson? Awake, Watson?
What time is it?
20 minutes past 4.
Lord Holmes, you haven't been to bed.
True, old chap, I had to think. I couldn't allow my brain the luxury of sleeping. You game for a morning drive?
Yes, certainly. I'll get dressed.
Good. No one's stirring yet, but I know where the stable boy sleeps. I'll have the horse and the trap out in no time at all.
Oh, where are we going?
To prison. To visit Hugh Boone, the man with the twisted lip.
Holmes, you're unusually excited. What's on your mind?
I want to test a little theory. I think, Watson, that you are now standing in the presence of one of the most absolute fools in Europe. I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross, but I think I have the key to the affair now.
Oh, where is it?
In the bathroom.
What? You're joking, Holmes.
No, I've just been there and removed it. It's in my coat pocket now. Hurry and get dressed, old chap. And we'll drive over to the prison and see whether my key fits the lock.
Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
Good morning, officer. Good morning.
Well, you're a couple of early birds, and no mistake.
Yes, Constable. We're searching for the proverbial worm. Who's on duty?
Inspector Bradstreet, sir.
Oh.
Oh, here he is now.
Good morning, Bradstreet.
Oh, hello, Mr. Holmes. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Inspector.
What can I do for you, gentlemen?
We called about Hugh Boone, the beggar man who is charged with being concerned in the disappearance of Mr. Neville St. Clair. You have him here?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He's in the cells. I'll take you to him. Follow me, will you, gentlemen?
Thank you.
Well, what kind of a prisoner has he been, Inspector?
Oh, he hasn't given us any trouble, but he's a dirty devil. It's as much as we can do to make him wash his hands. His face is as black as a tinker's.
So he has an aversion to washing, has he?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Well, once his case has been settled, he'll have a regular prison bath, and when you see him, I think you'll agree with me that he needs it. Well, here we are. This is his cell. He's still asleep.
Good Lord, what a filthy, repulsive-looking fellow.
Yes, he's a beauty, isn't he? Want to go in, Mr. Holmes?
Please, Inspector.
Well, he certainly needs a wash.
Yes, I had an idea that he might. That's why I brought this sponge along in my pocket.
Oh, so that was the key that you found in the bathroom.
You're a funny one, Mr. Holmes, and no mistake. What did you bring a sponge along for?
I'll show you. Is there any water in this cell?
In the jug on the table there.
Yes. I soak the sponge in the water so, and then apply it to the prisoner's face, so.
Great Scott, his complexion's 3 shades lighter underneath, and the scar on his lip has disappeared.
What are you doing to me?
Now a tug on this mop of red hair, and I think we'll find it's a wig. Yes, come on. That's right. Let me introduce you to Mr. Neville St. Clair of Lee in the county of Kent.
Good Lord, Mr. Holmes, it's the missing man, all right. I recognize him from the photographs.
All right. I'm Neville St. Clair. What am I charged with?
With making away with Mr. Neville St. Oh, no, you can't be charged with that unless we make a case of attempted suicide of it.
Well, since I'm the missing man, then it's obvious that no crime has been committed, and therefore I'm illegally detained.
No crime, but a very great error has been committed. You would have done better to have trusted your wife.
It wasn't only my wife, it was the children. I couldn't bear to have them know that their father was a common beggar. Now you've exposed me. What can I do?
Well, if you leave it to a court of law to clear this matter up, sir, you can hardly avoid newspaper publicity. But if you're perfectly honest with us now, I'm sure that the inspector and Mr. Holmes won't be too hard on you.
No, Mr. St. Clair. Inspector Bradstreet will, I'm sure, make notes on the information that you give us and submit them to the proper authorities. But now, sir, your story, please. Why have you been posing as Hugh Boone, a crippled beggar with a twisted lip?
Well, it's a simple enough story. Some years ago, I was a newspaper reporter. One day, my editor wanted an article on begging in the London metropolis.
I suppose you thought the best way to get your facts was to disguise yourself as a beggar.
Yes, I'd been an actor in my youth, and it wasn't hard for me to adopt a convincing disguise. But that was the point where all my trouble started. On that first day I sat in the London streets, I found to my amazement that I received no less than 26 shillings and 4 pence.
Almost as much as your weekly salary as a reporter, I imagine.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Well, you can imagine how hard it was to settle down to arduous work at £2 a week when I knew that I could earn as much in a couple of days by smearing my face with paint, laying my cap on the ground, and sitting still. Only one man knew my secret.
The Lascar at the Bar of Gold in Upper Swandam Lane, eh?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Mm-hmm. Every morning I would emerge from there dressed as a beggar, and in the evenings I'd return and transform myself into a well-dressed man about town. The fellow was well paid for his rooms, and well, I knew that my secret was safe in his possession.
And when you got married, you couldn't bring yourself to confide in your wife, I suppose.
No, I couldn't. My wife knew that I had a business in the city. She little knew what.
When you saw your wife from the window last Monday, you quickly changed back into the character of the beggar, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Of course.
And then weighted my coat and threw it into the river.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think there's anything else I need explain, is there, gentlemen?
One point. The signet ring that you sent your wife.
Well, I knew that she'd be worrying. So I gave it to the Lascar at a moment when no constable was watching me, together with a hastily scribbled note.
That note only reached her last night, Mr. St. Clair.
Last night? Oh, poor Catherine. What a dreadful week she must have spent.
The police have been watching that Lascar. He probably found it difficult to post the letter for you without being spotted.
Yes, I would surmise he gave it to a sailor customer of his to post. A sailor who chewed tobacco and had a dirty thumb. Yes, I think all the ends are tied off very neatly now. One last question, Mr. Sinclair. Have you ever been prosecuted for begging?
Oh, many times, but what was a fine to me?
It's got to stop here and now, Mr. Sinclair. And if the police are to ash this thing up, there must be no more of you, Boone, the beggar.
I swear it.
And you must tell your wife the truth at once. If you'd done that a long time ago, you'd have saved both of yourselves a very great deal of misery, sir.
I shall tell her everything.
Well, Mr. Holmes, we're very much obliged to you for having cleared this matter up. I wish I knew how you reached your results, though.
Well, in this case, my dear Inspector, I reached them by sitting upon 5 pillows and consuming an ounce of shag tobacco. I only wish that all my problems might be solved so comfortably.
Doctor, that was some story. Imagine arresting a man for committing a murder and then finding out that he's the fellow who's supposed to be dead.
It is a bit bewildering, isn't it?
You said it. Boy, being a detective sure has its surprises. Nothing like that ever happens to me.
Oh, come. One would believe to hear you talk that you lead a very uneventful life.
Oh, but I do, Doctor, I do. Why, I never get any surprises. Look, I tell our friends that Petri wine is always good wine. And what happens?
Well, what does happen?
Everybody agrees it's good wine, and that's that. Well, it's just got to be. After all, the Petri family has been making wine for generations. Winemaking is their heritage. A heritage passed on down from father to son, from father to son, from generation to generation. The Petri family knows full well the art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, you can be sure that the name Petri on a bottle of wine really stands for something. It's your assurance that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. No matter what type wine you prefer, you'll never go wrong with a Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Dr. Watson, what new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us next week?
Well, now let me see. Next week, Mr. Bartell, I'm going to tell you a weird story of violence and of sudden death that struck without warning. I call it the strange adventure of the uneasy easy chair.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure was adapted by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Man with the Twisted Lip. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series. The Petri Wine Company of San Francisco, California, invite you to tune in again next week, same time, same station. Sherlock Holmes comes to you from our Hollywood studios. This is Harry Bartell saying goodnight for the Petri family.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Fibber, Magee, and Molly Show. Every weekday at this time, NBC brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly transcribed. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Ralph Goodman and directed by Max Hutton. Fibber and Molly will be with you in a minute. Here's a pretty shocking fact. Hundreds of millions of people behind the Iron Curtain are victims of vicious lies about the United States. Yes, communism continues to take the initiative in the propaganda war. We must not only stop the spread of communist influence among peoples that are still free, but we must also fight the tyranny of those it has already enslaved. The crusade for freedom created by General Lucius D. Clay, offers each of us as individuals the opportunity to strike a blow for freedom. This blow can be struck through Radio Free Europe, an independent citizen-sponsored organization which broadcasts the message of democracy through the Iron Curtain every day. Hour after hour, it brings hope and truth to enslaved peoples, spiking lies and undermining the influence of red rulers. Radio Free Europe is a partnership of Americans and exiles of enslaved countries who broadcast to their compatriots in their own idiom. Join the crusade by contributing your truth dollar. Send your contribution to Crusade for Freedom, care of your local postmaster. Reams of copy have been written, mostly by men, about the joys and delights of a good cigar. Women mostly remain unimpressed, like the lady at 79 Wistful Vista, whose husband we hear from now.
Ah, just look at that, Molly. Feast your eyes on it. Ain't that a beautiful cigar?
What's beautiful about it?
Well, the color, for one thing. Sort of combines the soft, gleaming beauty of old walnut with the gentle overtones of a Florida tan.
Oh, my.
And the fragrance. Oh, is this going to be fragrant?
Your cigars always are.
You never smelled an aroma like the aroma from this cigar, baby. It's not often I can clamp my claws on a gorgeous hunk of Havana like this. 50 cents a copy is a little rich for old Dad's blood.
50 cents?
50 cents.
Who on earth was foolish enough to spend 50 cents on that potential pile of ashes and give it away after he got it?
Mr. LaBelle, the manager of the furniture store's wife, just had a baby. So LaBelle's handing out the smoke.
Is it a boy or a girl?
Girl, Colorado Clara. Finest cigar I ever bit this...
I don't mean the cigar, I mean the baby.
Oh, I don't know. I forgot to ask. Hey, you got a match?
Right beside you on the coffee table.
Oh.
Although it doesn't seem right to light such a fabulous cigar with just an ordinary match.
Oh, don't.
Why don't you hold it out the window and wait for lightning to strike it?
Too uncertain. Well, here we go. Ah, this is truly delightful, my dear.
Oh,
Stick around and feast your nose on what a good cigar ought to smell like. Pull up a chair.
If it wasn't so cold, I'd pull up a window. The last time you smoked a gift cigar, the draperies faded, the goldfish died. Oh, I'd better move that poor parakeet.
It ain't often a guy gives me a heater like this one.
Come on, Bertie, we'll put you in the kitchen. Don't you worry, you'll get used to these things. When I first married him, he smoked a pipe.
There's nothing like the stench of a good cigar. Just look at the texture of that smoke, Molly. That's real quality.
My goodness, if it makes you that happy just to look at the smoke, why don't you... Come in.
Afternoon, Molly. Hello, Magee.
Hello, Dr. Gamble. Come in.
Well, bless my soul if it isn't the father of modern medicine, Dr. George Gamble, the inventor of the Gamble method for stretching a simple tummy ache into an appendectomy. Watch the tree there.
Oh.
Are you ever going to take that... Pardon me, but is somebody cremating an old toupee around here?
That's Magee's cigar, Doctor.
He knows.
What brand of rhubarb is that, Furnace Face?
What do you mean, rhubarb? This is a genuine 50-cent Colorado Clara Corona.
Sure you don't mean kimono? Smells like a scorched bathrobe.
Here, here.
I wouldn't worry about it, though, Molly. I have a hunch he'll soon get tired of having hot ashes fall on his sweater and throw that thing away.
Don't you worry about the ashes on this cigar, Lumpy. This is the kind of a stogie that I can smoke clear down to my back teeth without the ashes falling off in it.
Oh.
Don't you know the better the cigar, the longer the ashes will hold on to it?
Any 10-year-old corn silk smoker knows that, certainly.
And what do you want to make such stupid cracks for?
Oh.
I'll bet you $20 I can smoke the ashes 8 inches long on this cigar before they fall off.
That'll be a neat trick, all right. The cigar wasn't over 6 inches long to start with.
Yeah, it's an even neater trick when you consider that little Noisy hasn't seen $20 in 40 years.
Oh, is that... I'll bet you $5 then. $5 I can smoke the cigar till the ashes are at least 3 inches long without falling off.
You made a bet, Pigeon. Let's see your $5.
Show him $5, Molly.
Huh.
Well, here goes your next month's allowance, dearie. Don't come begging me for 50 cents to go see Roy Rogers.
All right, Fatso, it's a bet. $5. 3 inches of ashes.
You hold our bets, Molly.
Right, Doctor.
I'll drop by later and pick up the money.
We'll see who picks up what money. This will be the pleasantest bet I ever won.
Yeah, I'll see you later, Sonny. And don't let anything jar those ashes loose.
Why, that rat. That dirty double-crosser. Did you hear him slam that door? Trying to make me jump and knock these ashes off. I'll show him who knows a good cigar when it's given to me, and I'll win that bet.
There's more fun with the Magees shortly. There's an expression that goes, don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today. And that's a very good expression to keep in mind now that income tax time is coming along. This year, there are approximately 58 million Americans who will be required to file federal income tax returns with the Bureau of Internal Revenue. First of all, there may be some doubt in your mind as to whether you file an income tax return or not. Well, everyone, regardless of age, who had an income of $600 or more during the past year is required by law to file an income tax return before March the 15th. Here are a couple of other points that may help you. Be sure your return is complete and accurate, and be sure you sign it. If it's a joint return, be sure the taxpayer and his wife both sign their names. And most important of all, be sure to file your income tax return early. If you're entitled to a refund, you'll receive it a lot sooner. Remember, don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today, especially you taxpayers.
Ah, what a cigar. Look at them ashes. Must be a full inch long already. Let me see, 1 inch out of 3, that's a third. Third of $5 is 3 and 5 and 2 to carry. That's 2 and 3 goes 5. 2 and 3. Shucks, I should have made the bet for $6. Oh, you back, Molly?
Yes, I was just over at Mabel Toops' dearie. I tried to hurry back, but you know how Mabel talks. Oh, I see you moved over to the Davenport.
Yep, took me 15 minutes to get from that chair over here, but I made it. You see, lying on my back like this, with the cigar straight up, the ashes are perpendicular. The pull of gravity is at right angles to the tensile strength, and thus permitting the ashes not to fall.
Very scientific.
Mm-hmm.
I brought in the afternoon paper. You want it?
I can't handle it right now. Afraid to take my eyes off these ashes. What's in the paper? Anything?
Not much. It says Citizen X will be seen on the downtown streets again tomorrow, and a large crowd is expected.
Grocery boy!
Doggone it, old-timer. Can't you come in here more quiet? You have to slam the door like that. You almost knocked the ashes off of this cigar.
Oh, you want them ashes knocked off, Johnny? Here, leave me have it. I'll knock them in the fireplace.
No, don't. Get away from me.
He can knock them off, Mr. Old-timer.
Oh, that's silly, daughter. Big, strong boy like him can't even knock the ashes off a cigar? All you got to do...
Get away from me, Dad. These ashes are worth $5.
$5? That little bit of ashes? $5?
That's right, Mr. Old-timer. As soon as the ashes on that cigar get 3 inches long, Dr. Gamble will pay him $5 because...
Kids, you've just made me a rich man.
What?
If Doc Gamble's paying $5 for a little tablespoonful of ashes like that, I'm rich.
What do you mean?
I got a basement full of them. Been meaning to take them out for years, but I've got them...
Yes, but now wait.
I'm rich, kid.
Yeah, but wait a
Oh,
minute.
I can't talk now, Johnny. I'm going to run back to the grocery store, quit my job, kick the manager, and set fire to that dang truck.
Now, wait.
Then I'll start delivering ashes to Doc Gamble at $5 a spoonful, and yippee! I'm rich! Bonanza!
No, wait.
The stupid of all the stupid...
The ashes fall off?
No. My gosh, every time that door slams, the house shakes like it was built on a plate of custard. Lock that door, will you? Keep people out of here.
You want me to pull down the shades and hang a measles sign on the door? That ought to
I
keep...
just want a fair chance to win this bet, that's all. These ashes are delicate, Molly. Trucks going by, people slamming doors. Gee, what's that?
Oh, heavenly days of fire trucks. It's a fire, Magee. It's somewhere close. Come on, let's go see.
Let me know if it's our garage. I don't dare get up. Tell them guys to drive quiet, will you? This is the sweetest. Now watch it, Molly. Walk easy. You better tiptoe, Tootsie.
Yes, dearie. Is it all right if I exhale now? I've been holding my breath.
Yeah, that's okay. Where was the fire? Anything burned?
Mrs. Spradley's pork chops.
Oh.
She got on the phone and forgot they were cooking, and one of the neighbors saw the smoke and turned in the alarm. Luckily, the chops were insured.
Ah, just look at them clouds of sweet blue smoke, Molly. Just smell that gorgeous aroma.
I think I'll go smell Mrs. Spradley's pork chops. Frankly, I'll be glad when...
Hey, I did it. Look, kiddo. I got it made. Call Doc Gamble, quick. Look at them ashes. 3 inches long.
Wonderful.
Ah, what a cigar. I told old Wiseacre I'd smoke this cigar.
Come in.
But quietly.
I'd have been here sooner to collect my bet, Magee, but I... Well, for Pete's sake, look at that.
Looks like you lose your bet, Doctor. He did it all right.
I'll say I did. Look at that long puss, Molly.
Magee, I didn't think it was possible.
No.
Pick up the marbles, Sonny. You win. And knock those ashes off before they fall on your face and smother you.
I'll knock 'em off when I get ready to, Fatso. And hereafter, don't tell me I don't know a good cigar when it's given to me.
Knock the ashes off now, dearie. They'll fall all over the divan.
I'll knock 'em off later. I'm enjoying the cigar.
Here, give me that butt. I'll knock 'em in the ashtray for you. And
No. Let go of that cigar, Doc. You don't do... Oh.
Heavenly days. Now you got them all over everything. You two. What's the matter, Doctor?
Look at that cigar, Molly. What's that sticking out of the end of it?
Looks like a hairpin.
Oh, well, what do you know? Who'd ever thought of finding a hairpin stuck in a cigar? A 50-cent cigar, too. My goodness, they ought to be more careful. Now, look out, Doc. Now, you get your hands off of me.
Look, you stuck a hairpin in that cigar to hold those ashes
That's
on.
just a gag, Doc. Look out now. Let me up now.
You double-crossing...
You cheated, too. You slammed the door. Look out now.
We'll say goodnight to Fibber and Molly in a moment. More great radio entertainment awaits you tomorrow evening when you set your dial to the NBC Radio Network. You'll enjoy the laugh-packed Bob Hope Show as Bob brings you another of his typical topical monologues as well as a special guest star. Then in the musical department, you'll hear Margaret Whiting with one of the most popular songs in the land, accompanied by Les Brown and his band of renown. Then, right after Bob Hope Show, listen to Phil Harris and Alice Faye. It's a mirth-quaking 30 minutes of music and situation comedy that will keep the chuckles coming from beginning to end. Phil and Alice have long been favorites of radio listeners from coast to coast, and you'll truly enjoy their programs each Friday evening on the NBC Radio Network. Also on Fridays, you can hear the quarter-hour programs of the ever-popular Dinah Shore and Frank Sinatra. Each of these wonderful entertainers brings you 15 minutes of music to keep your feet a-tapping. Be sure to join us here at the NBC spot on your dial for the Dinah Shore Show and songs by Frank Sinatra tomorrow.
Who's on the phone, Molly?
Dr. Gamble. Says the old-timer just dumped a truckload of ashes in the doctor's yard and left a bill for $5 a spoonful. $80,000. Says, do you know anything about it?
What'd you tell him?
I laid the receiver down and told him I'd call you.
Well, you called me. Good night.
Good night, all.
NBC has brought you the Fibber, Magee, and Molly program, transcribed with Bill Thompson as the old-timer and Arthur Q. Bryan as Dr. Gamble. This is John Wald inviting you to be with us again tomorrow night for another visit with Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
This Saturday, enjoy Roadshow, an exciting new show on the NBC Radio Network.
Enter the world of detective noir with Philip Marlowe, up next.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. There's no other end, but they never learn.
Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum, the refreshing, delicious treat that gives you chewing enjoyment, presents for your listening enjoyment Raymond Chandler's most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Here's a taste treat you can enjoy indoors, outdoors, at work, or at play. The cool, long-lasting mint flavor refreshes you. The smooth, steady chewing helps keep you fresh and alert. Adds enjoyment to whatever you're doing. Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. Healthful, refreshing, delicious. Now, with Gerald Moore starred as Philip Marlowe, the makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum are glad to bring you tonight's transcribed story, The Glass Donkey.
Hello, Philip Marlowe.
Oh, this is Matthews, Phil.
Hi.
Listen, Phil.
Yeah?
Didn't you once go around with a brunette named Helen Lofton?
Helen Lofton? Sure. Still do now and then. Why, Lieutenant? Monday your night off?
That says you'd notice, Marlowe. When was the last time you saw her?
Oh, maybe a month ago. Hey, what is this? You sound real official.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I don't like it any better than the next guy. Look, Phil, did Helen have any big problems on her mind at that time?
Just me. Hey, wait a minute, Matthews. Is Helen in trouble?
Not now, but she was in lots of it 3 hours ago. At about 5 o'clock this afternoon, somebody put a bullet in her neck, Phil.
Oh, no.
It's down here at the morgue. If you think of anything, let me know, will you?
Might as well have hit me in the stomach with a hammer. Helen Lofton, a good-to-look-at girl with soft black hair and clear hazel eyes. Gets a big charge out of life. But Helen was a great girl. And she'd always had enough sense not to waste time on the kind of people who put bullets in other people. For a long few minutes, I just sat in my apartment and felt sorry. But then I began to want to get my hands on whoever had pulled the trigger. By the time I got downtown and walked into the morgue attendant's office, that urge had become a big hot lump in my chest.
Mr. Marlowe.
Hello, Chester.
Yeah, stranger around here lately.
You got a Helen Lofton? I'd like to pay my respects.
Yeah, can't stop you, boy. Lofton, huh? Oh, yeah, she's still on the table. You'll have a little company back there, Lieutenant Matthews.
Oh, he's still here?
Oh, he's been in and out all evening. Yeah, can you find your way all right?
Yeah, thanks, Chester.
I didn't expect you in person, Marlowe. You could have called. Got something to offer on the Lofton girl here?
Yeah. My services, Matthews.
How much did she mean to you, Phil?
Enough to make this real personal. What have you got on it, Matthews?
Nothing. A neighbor reported the shot. Found Helen's body spilled down some stairs at the side of her house.
Mm-hmm.
It was a .32 at close range. No reason, no motive, no leads. Unless you can call this a clue, which I don't.
Let's see that. Yeah, it could be the hind leg of one of Helen's glass donkeys. You know, she collected them.
Oh. Well, I was on the stairs near the body.
Uh-huh. Hey, look, Matthews, you don't mind me sticking my 2 cents in this, do you? It'll do me a lot of good.
No, I don't mind. Just keep me posted, huh?
I drove out Sunset Boulevard, then north on Camino Avenue to the neat little house where Helen had lived. I sat very quietly back under some big magnolia trees. Someone had drawn the blinds on the 2 front windows, and it made them look like a pair of closed eyes. I walked around to the side door on the stairs where they found her body, and that's when I noticed the light on inside the house. The door was unlocked, so I went in. Light was coming from the bedroom, and when I got to that door, I saw a girl, blonde with harlequin horn rims, moving stiffly, like a lost somnambulist. I watched her drag one slow finger the full length of the dresser. When that was over, I said, "Hello."
Who are you?
I was a friend of Helen's, Philip Marlowe. You?
Lila Hughes. You startled me. I thought I was alone in here, and after all that's happened.
Yeah. Did you know Helen pretty well?
Yes. I was just about her only girlfriend. You see, we worked together in the same office and had the same boss.
Uh-huh.
I guess they're going to want me to do something about all of her things now.
Yeah, it's real tough. Everything in the house is just another reminder. Even this little sherry decanter. Here.
But that's Helen's.
It's all right. Sit down. Drink it. At least it'll do you good. Look, Lila, I gotta know why this happened to Helen. It doesn't make sense. Can you help me? Any idea at all?
No, the police have already talked to me about it. Please, Mr. Marlowe.
I know this is unpleasant for you, but I need some answers. It's been over a month since I saw her last. Who's she been going with lately?
I don't know. Helen never said much about her date.
Who's your boss?
Mr. Maffey.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she dated him a few times, but so have I. Surely you don't think Mr. Maffey...
No. I just want to talk to him, that's all.
It's Norman Maffey. Maffey Real Estate Company on Wilshire. He lives on Ogden Drive, 3848.
Thanks, Lila. Well, I'll be on my way now. Hey, look. Maybe you better come too, huh? Let all this go until tomorrow, when you're feeling better.
Yes. I guess you're right.
I turned out the light and snapped the lock as we left. Then walked the sad little blonde as far as her coop. Got her address on Beechwood Drive and saw her off. After that, I went to my own car, but before I got in, I looked back at Helen's house once more and tried to shake the empty, loose ends feeling it had given me. I was snapped out of that mood in a hurry. The man with a half an acre of forage had just twisted out of sight behind a tree truck in the backyard. I started for him, and he broke and ran toward the wall in the alley. It was a 6-footer. He rolled across the top and fell over. When I got there, he was up and gone. He hadn't had time to get out of the alley, but it was empty, which could only mean he was laying for me.
Come here, you! You don't, mister. Hit this time. Anyway, oh!
Trash in good neighborhoods is no softer than trash anyplace else. When I finally got clear of it, the forehead was gone. I figured all I had to show was one of his patch pockets, which I still had clenched in my hand. But there was something else. Glittering on the ground was what had been in that pocket. A little glass donkey with a hind leg missing. On the way back, I stopped once and tried to call Matthews, but he was out. So I drove on down to Ogden Drive as far as number 3848. A gray at the temples type in blue flannel opened up.
Yes?
Mr. Matthew?
Are you a reporter?
No, I'm a friend of Helen Lofton's. Also, I'm a private detective named Marlowe. I'd like to talk to you.
Private detective?
Mm-hmm.
Who hired you, Mr. Marlowe? Who are you working for?
Myself. Like I said, Helen was a friend of mine.
Well, I'm quite busy, Marlowe, but come in. Come back this way, to the den. I've already been interviewed by the police.
Maybe again. It's not quite like being vaccinated, Mr. Matthew.
Now, just why have you come here to see me?
Because I intend to find out who shot Helen.
What makes you think I'd have the remotest idea?
Nothing special. She worked for you, didn't she?
So did several other people.
You dated her?
Yes, I did. She was a very attractive girl, but that was no reason for me to kill her.
There was no reason for anybody to kill her. Mr. Matthew, suppose I was to tell you that I'm acquainted with your wife.
Oh, so that's it. You cheap blackmailer. Get out.
Then you do have a wife, huh?
Now, look here, Marlowe. You don't have to be sly with me. I'm not hiding anything. Ask me what you want to know and get out of here.
How come Mrs. Matthew doesn't object when you dine and dance the office help?
Because we've been separated for several years.
Separated, but not divorced.
That's
huh?
right. She lives in San Diego, and we have as little as possible to do with each other. My bank takes care of our only mutual interest. She refuses to give me a divorce.
Did you tell the police all this?
They didn't ask.
Did they happen to ask where you were this afternoon about 5?
As a matter of fact, they didn't. I wasn't being treated as a suspect then. And I don't intend to be now.
Okay, Mr. Matthew, where were you? Now, look, I'm a private detective. Remember, I'm not even taking notes.
All right, Marlowe, all right. Been having business troubles lately. A lot on my mind. I was out driving in my car, trying to relax.
Can't prove it, can you?
No, probably not. I don't expect to have to try.
All right, tell me something else. Do you happen to know anything about a man with a very high forehead, a young guy, maybe 30, about 6 feet tall?
Yes, I do. Helen went out with a fellow like that recently.
What's his name?
Victor Semra, I think. Why?
Well, I ran across him tonight, and I didn't like his attitude. Sure, that's it. I'll bet on it.
What? What are you staring at? This ashtray?
No. That little donkey in front of a betting window. Thanks for everything, Matthew. I'll see you. The ashtray on the table behind Matthew's desk had been made of baked clay in the shape of a sombrero. A keepsake from old Mexico that kicked hard at my memory. At least it was a thought well worth the price of a phone call to Tijuana. So I drove as far as the first payphone, which was at an all-night mobile gas station. Got a handful of change, and while my car was being gassed, put the call through to my old friend, Senor Mike Donahue, who'd given up reporting in Chicago for editing south of the border.
We are ready on your call now, sir. Go ahead.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, old pal.
Hi.
Hasta la vista. What's cooking? You coming down to see me?
Later on. Listen, Mike, I'm trying to find out about a glass donkey.
A which?
A donkey made of glass, a souvenir mule. It's got silver shoes and a silver halter.
Oh, one of those things. That silver works strictly a Tijuana product, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Peddle them at the highlight games down here.
Out by the betting windows?
That's right.
Can't buy them anyplace else, Mike.
No, not that I know of.
Mm-hmm.
Why, you want some?
No, I've already got one. Well, thanks a lot, Mike. You've been a big help.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
As long as you're on the wire, Gumshoe, maybe you can help me.
How?
I got a big front-page mystery spread if I can get a little more dope. Ever hear of a babe around L.A. named, let's see, Mrs. Norman Maffey?
Mrs. Norman Maffey?
Yeah.
Holy smoke, I'll say so. What, Mike, what's the story?
Well, the boys just found her body out here on a side road at the edge of town.
Yeah?
Been dead a couple of days. Probably happened Saturday night.
Saturday night, huh?
Yeah. The hotel identified her about 10 minutes ago. She was run over.
Run over? Well, Mike, you said it was a mystery story.
Yeah. You see, the tire tracks out there are still good. It was no accident, Phil. It was murder. Somebody went a long ways out of their way.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike, somebody sure did.
To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. The lively, full-bodied, real mint flavor cools your mouth, moistens your throat, freshens your taste. And the chewing itself gives you a little lift, helps you keep going at your best. So for real chewing enjoyment that's refreshing and long-lasting, always keep Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. Healthful, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Gum will make every day more enjoyable. Now with our star, Gerald Moore, the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's exciting story, The Glass Donkey.
When I hung up on Mike Donahue and the news of Mrs. Maffey's violent death on a lonely road outside of Tijuana, I postponed trying to figure it all out until I had called Lieutenant Matthews at Homicide. I'd asked him to meet me at the bar I was at. 10 minutes later, Matthews was sitting opposite me and chewing on a cold pipe while I filled him in.
Oh, now, easy, Phil. I'm a slow and steady boy. Now, question, who killed Helen Lofton?
Answer, whoever killed Mrs. Norman Maffey.
Why? Where's the tie?
The glass donkey I just told you about. It came from Tijuana.
So?
So I figured that whoever sent it to Helen was, one, a friend who knew she'd get a kick out of a trinket like that.
Yeah?
And two, sent it before he or she decided to kill Mrs. Maffey.
Oh, and therefore said friend had to get the glass donkey back because if traced, it would place the killer in Tijuana where sooner or later Mrs. Maffey's body had to be found. Is that right?
That's so very right. And all that brings us back to only one thing. Mrs. Maffey's killer also got Helen Lofton. Was forced to.
Yeah, it could be. But look now, Phil, the tough...
What'll it be, chum? You look lonely. Forlorn, maybe.
2 beers.
2 beers, huh? Any special vintage?
Yeah, the kind with suds on top. Goodbye, comic.
Okay. No offense intended.
Oh, what was I... Oh, yeah, I was saying, Phil, the tough one. Now, who killed Mrs. Maffey?
Mr. Maffey.
The motive?
He had the best motive. He hated his wife. Also, Matthews, when I talked to him, he was real vague about his whereabouts lately. And for a clincher, he did know Helen Lofton well enough and long enough to send her a cheap trinket, as in donkey made of glass. Now, you impressed?
A little, but you're holding back, Marlowe.
I'm what?
No, not on me, on yourself, Phil. Look, I know you. You don't usually leap at conclusions and over facts. That isn't your style.
I'm trying to tell you, Matthews.
Where's that? You know, I told Kelly about that crack you made, mister, and
Skip
he
it.
said...
Here. And goodbye again. We're busy.
Yeah, okay. Too bad we ain't got tablecloth. You could have impressed me, chum. Writing down big numbers.
You tip her, I'll break your arm.
Yeah.
Now, look at Phil. Could you be a little bit prejudiced about this guy? Now, Phil.
Yeah. Sure, I'm prejudiced. I just don't like Norman Maffey's stuffy kisser and something else. I might as well admit I keep skipping that guy with a mile-high forehead and a boyfriend named Vic Samro because I don't exactly know how he figures in. I'm too impatient to wait around for the answer. Uh-oh.
What is it, Phil?
A game, Lieutenant, called Speaking of the Devil.
Oh, Don't Look Now, maybe?
It's Forehead, Matthews. He was in the next booth, catching it all. He's at the front door now, see? But he isn't running yet. He's just paying his check. Lieutenant, how about trying that cigarette machine over there while you talk to me like I was still here, huh?
Gotcha.
I'll take the back entrance out to the sidewalk. You'll know if I need help. Matthews underplayed his part neatly, and I got out the back door to the street where I spotted Semrau some 50 yards ahead, walking slowly toward an empty car, a new green Nash that was parked close to mine. But then suddenly he started running like he had just backed into a blowtorch. Before I knew it, he had piled into his car. When I was in mine and after him, the street became that much narrower as a truck the size of a battle wagon lurched out of a side alley without so much as thinking about a full stop. You stupid clown!
What was that, Sonny?
You heard me, Muscles.
Sonny, you have a nasty tongue.
Yeah?
A couple of funny ideas about driving. Hold right there, fellow. Read it and wait. Yeah, and the big letters spell police. Now get back in your cab there and wait. We'll chat in a bit.
Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, officer. Only this jerk was in the
road. Marlowe, that still leaves us a big blank to fill in.
Yeah. But while we're trying, Lieutenant, do you mind if I drop in on Mr. Maffei again? Alone, I mean? I'd like to try pinning the leg of the ducky on him.
All right, Phil, but be careful, huh? It's fragile, you know, made of glass.
Yes, what... Oh, you again.
Yeah, do you mind if I come in again, Mr. Maffei?
Frankly, I do, Marlowe. I don't feel very well
Your
tonight.
wife was murdered, Mr. Maffei.
My wife? Murdered?
Still mind if I come in?
Where did it happen, Marlowe? In San Diego? Marlowe, I asked you where it happened.
In Tijuana. Ever been there?
Yes, of course. Marlowe, what are you looking for?
Just looking. When were you last there, Maffei?
I don't know. Maybe a month, 6 weeks ago.
Not Saturday night, huh?
No, not Saturday night. Marlowe, what are you
Maffei,
getting?
did you ever send Helen Lofton a present?
See here. Who do you think you are? And exactly what are you looking for?
A wastebasket that isn't empty. You keep a very tidy place, Mr. Maffei.
Which has what to do with my wife being dead, Marlowe? Are you out of your mind?
Maybe. But also maybe not. Maybe I'm real smart. Maybe I've come to the right place to look for an empty package and a piece of wrapping paper that would be addressed to Miss Helen Lofton in your handwriting and postmarked Tijuana, Mexico.
Tijuana?
A large piece of wrapping paper and a large package stuffed with Excelsior. It was once home to a glass donkey in which you had to get back from Helen Lofton before she got it. Or if you were too late for that, kill her and then get it back before anyone else knew about it. Does that still leave me out of my mind, Maffei?
Absolutely.
We'll see. After we try the backyard and your incinerator.
Now, wait a minute.
You know, the law says you can't light it after 10 in the a.m., Maffei. If you're the one stand guilty, you wouldn't want to arouse suspicion.
Stop, Marlowe. This has gone far enough. You're not the police.
Which means I don't need any more of a search warrant than this. I caught him right. He plopped to the floor, face down, like he was made of wet wash. When I rolled him over and was sure that a return engagement was still a long way off, I cut the lights, then went through the house and out into the kind of backyard that you had to call a garden. Beyond all the moon-bathed beauty and half hidden by a fountain that was backed up by an ivy trestle was what I wanted. A short, squat, scarred, ugly incinerator. The door was metal cold, and inside I found more encouragement. None of the paper that was jammed 3 feet deep had been burned. I started tossing the stuff out, counting more on the feel and sound of wrapping paper than anything else. Once I stopped short, but it was only a grocery sack. The second time I stopped short, I had a better reason.
Marlowe,
What?
you're wasting your time there.
Well, Mr. Victor Semrau.
Yeah, or as you put it, the guy with the mile-high forehead.
I wouldn't get touchy, Semrau. You were swinging the dock ahead, remember?
I'm sorry about that, Marlowe. I didn't know we were both on the same side there.
Both on the... Take it easy, Victor. You wouldn't try to set me up again, would you? Why the sudden change of heart?
Because now I know that you're in the up-and-up, Marlowe. I overheard you talking to that police lieutenant and also the Mexican newspaper man.
Well, bully for you, eavesdropper. But also you ran. Why?
I was afraid you'd turn me over to that lieutenant. Marlowe, listen. From the start, I've been trying to find Helen's killer. That's why I've been following you. I found that glass donkey in her porch, and, well, to get right to the point, Marlowe, I can tell you that the one who killed Helen in Mississippi...
The shot that had come from the shadow driveway close into the house spun Semro in a half circle, and by the time he'd corkscrewed to the ground, I had my .38 in hand, and it covered the distance across the garden. I was too late to do anything, except identify the figure I saw take off in a sedan as Mr. Norman Maffey, which was some help. Not to Victor Semro back in the garden. He had managed to crawl as far as the small pond that surrounded the fountain. There he had died, one hand half submerged in the dark, cold water, the other clutching his chest, blood-soaked, and discolored another way. I must have stared at it for a full 30 seconds before it suddenly began to add for me. Add fast to the only backyard left in the spot where I could get to Maffey and maybe stop a third murder. Lila Hughes' place on Beechwood Drive. It was all the push I needed. I pulled up away from the place and got out of my car and ran for the back. Only 10 minutes had gone by, and I was glad of it. Because standing next to an open, still-smoking incinerator, a piece of charred paper in his hand that I knew was the remains of the rapper I'd been after, was Norman Maffey. And opposite him, a gun in her hand, was Lila Hughes, the shy blonde.
Lila, you're crazy, insane. Well, I saw you shoot Victor Semro. And you must have killed...
Of course it was me, honey. I killed him. I killed Helen. I killed your wife. Well, about her, I'm not sorry. I'd do it again.
How could you plan an ugly,
I
ruthless...
didn't plan anything, darling. I ran into her by accident. Tijuana's a small place. We started sociably. We had a few drinks, a drive to the outskirts in my car, and then talk. Talk of you, darling. I knew I could have you with her out of the way. Helen was no threat. You gave her up, so there was no one else to stand between us. And, honey, you hated your wife. But nothing. It was all very simple, darling. Helen was different. You see, I had to kill her. That piece of wrapping paper there that you just snatched from me, the paper I sent Helen a little gift in. That's the reason, Norman. I did have to kill her.
And now you do have to kill me, too. Don't you, Lila?
Oh, no. No, darling. Now the killing's done. I did it all for you, darling. Don't you understand?
You devil. You she-devil.
Oh, Norman, dearest, you don't know what you're saying. Honey, I tell you, I did all this for you. Remember that, darling.
How can he ever forget it? Don't move, Lila. Don't breathe. Drop your gun there at your feet.
No, I think I'll use it again. Even if you shoot, I'll use it. We belong together, Norman and I, and we're going to beat it.
She's dead. Marlowe, she did think she could shoot. Even if you did, didn't she?
Yeah. That's what she thought, all right, Maffey. Call the police. They know where they can find me. Matthews, I'm sorry. I've been out walking. What do you want to know?
The one blank, Phil. What sent you over to Lila Hughes' place?
Oh, Victor Semro, his hand was burned, blistered red.
Like you've been fishing around in a hot incinerator, huh?
Yeah. That and what he had to say to me about us being on the same track. Lila Hughes was the only other one who was both close enough to Helen to send her that glass donkey and at the same time even remotely connected with Maffey.
Uh-huh. Any idea what sent Semro to her backyard?
I guess. His tack all night was to follow me. When he tried to pick my trail up again after running from the bar, he thought Lila Hughes' place might be the answer. Turned out he was right. Real right.
Yeah, he must have seen her around her incinerator lighting it, and then decided to get to you when he couldn't reach in after the wrapping paper.
Yeah, something like that. With, of course, her taking off after him. Look, anything else, Matthews?
Phil. Phil, you weren't in love with Helen Lofton.
once upon a time, were you?
No. No, Matthews. I wasn't in love with her.
Yeah. Well, so long, Phil. And, look, I'm sorry about Helen. I mean, it's a crying shame.
Yeah. Good night, Matthews. I'll come down to headquarters in the morning. Yeah. A crying shame.
Remember, friends, to make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to refreshing, delicious Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum. There's lots of cooling, real mint flavor in every stick. And chewing Wrigley Spearmint helps keep you feeling fresh and alert. You feel better, work better, get more fun out of doing things. So indoors, outdoors, wherever you go, keep some healthful, refreshing Wrigley Spearmint Chewing Gum handy. To make every day more enjoyable, treat yourself often to delicious Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, presented by Wrigley's Spearmint Gum, bring you Raymond Chandler's most famous character and star, Gerald Moore. Philip Marlowe is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the transcribed cast were John Stevenson, Michael Ann Barrett, William Lawley, Bill Johnstone, Vivi Janis, and Vic Perrin. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard Arant. The makers of Wrigley's Spearmint Chewing Gum hope you've enjoyed tonight's adventure of Philip Marlowe, and that you're enjoying Wrigley's Spearmint Gum every day. We invite you to be with us next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time it got off to a swashbuckling start at a pirate's cove. A map to a fortune in black pearls ran past a beautiful island girl, a conniving Malayan merchant, and stopped at a wild man from Borneo dead in a rusty hulk. All in the quiet outskirts of Los Angeles.
Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Chapter 29. Then Jacob went on his journey, and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field. And lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it, for out of that well they watered the flocks. And a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And thither were all the flocks gathered. And they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in his place. And Jacob said unto them, My brethren, whence be ye? And they said, Of Haran are we. And he said unto them, Know ye Laban the son of Nahor? And they said, We know him. And he said unto them, Is he well? And they said, He is well. And behold, Rachel his daughter cometh with the sheep. And he said, Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together. Water ye the sheep, and go and feed them. And they said, We cannot until all the flocks be gathered together, and till they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep. And while he yet spake with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel the daughter of Laban his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban his mother's brother, that Jacob went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice, and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Rebekah's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, Surely thou art my bone and my flesh. And he abode with him the space of a month. And Laban said unto Jacob, Because thou art my brother, shouldest thou therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall thy wages be? And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said, I will serve thee 7 years, for Rachel thy younger daughter. And Laban said, It is better that I give her to thee than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had to her. And Jacob said unto Laban, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her. And Laban gathered together all the men of the place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening, that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah his maid for an handmaid. And it came to pass, that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban, What is this thou hast done unto me? Did not I serve with thee for Rachel? Wherefore then hast thou beguiled me? And Laban said, It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give thee this also, for the service which thou shalt serve with me yet 7 other years. And Jacob did so, and fulfilled her week, and he gave him Rachel his daughter to wife also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. And when the Lord saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived and bare a son, and she called his name Reuben, for she said, Surely the Lord hath looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, Because the Lord hath heard that I was hated, he hath therefore given me this son also. And she called his name Simeon. And she conceived again and bare a son, and said, Now this time will my husband be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons. Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again and bare a son, and she said, Now will I praise the Lord. Therefore she called his name Judah, and left bearing.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Come on into the office if you got time, Kitty.
I'd better not, Matt. It's late. But thanks for the supper.
It's my pleasure. Yeah, looks like you're going to have a busy night tonight, huh?
Mm.
Front Street's filling up fast.
It'll be busy, all right. 2 trail herds came in today from Texas.
That's money, Kitty. Those boys will leave everything they got here.
They sure go through a lot of misery for the sake of a few nights howl and dodge, don't they? Well, I'd better go start making it worth their while. Say, isn't that Doc's buggy?
What? Yeah, it is. What's that on the seat with him?
Looks like a body wrapped in a blanket.
Yeah, it sure does. Maybe you don't want to see this, Kitty.
I'll stay here.
Oh, hello, Mac.
Who's that, Doc?
Well, he must have been a buffalo hunter. I found him on the south bank of the Pawnee near Turkey Bend. He had a camp there, or he did until somebody came along and shot him.
You mean he was alone?
There was another camp a few miles downriver, but this man was alone.
How did you stop by the other camp?
I figured that'd be your job, man. Bringing him in was bad enough.
What do you mean?
Whoever shot him took his head for a souvenir.
What?
It's not a very nice killing, is it, man?
I'll ride up there tomorrow, Doc.
It don't look like nobody much is around, Mr. Dillon.
There's a man coming out of the wagon now.
Well, now, there is the one longest, skinniest buffalo hunter I ever seen. He looks like a plucked crow.
Well, he isn't very handsome, is he?
Well, others must be out hunting, huh?
Hello. Where's the rest of your outfit?
There ain't but 3 of us. That's counting the woman.
Oh, you got a woman out here?
Abby. She belongs to Ben Seipel.
Now, what's your name?
I'm Earl Tix, but I ain't sure I care to do any more talking.
You'll talk. And you can start by telling me if you know anything about the hunter who was camped a couple of miles upriver from here.
I don't know nothing about nobody, mister.
That man was killed, Tix. He was shot. And somebody ran off with his head.
Oh, he done that, huh?
My name's Dillon, Tix. I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Don't turn around, mister.
In the wagon behind you, Mr. Dillon. He's holding as sharp as 50.
It'll shoot, too. It'll make an awful big hole in a man. You just stand steady. Get the gun, Sticks. Sure. It's better. You can turn around now.
Ben Seipel, huh?
I'm an alligator, mister. I can treat people terrible.
Like cutting their heads off?
Ain't nobody gonna come into my camp and start saying murder. Not to Ben Seipel, they ain't.
If you didn't do it, you got no cause to worry, Seipel.
I got no cause to worry. You standing there with a big 50 aimed at your belly. He ain't no marshal anyway.
Now, you look here. You two stop acting so crazy. Didn't you never hear Marshal Dillon?
There's no sign on him. Where's his badge?
I don't happen to be wearing a badge, Tix.
Go carve some thong out of one of them hides, Tix, and put it to soak. We'll tie these two up for the night. Tie them up? Do what I tell you, Tix. Sure. Hello, Abby.
What's going on, Ben?
You get the wash done?
Yeah. I strung it in the brush to dry.
And get to cooking supper. I'm hungry.
We feeding them, too?
No, we ain't feeding them.
Well, then what are they doing here?
They come talking of murder. I feel like shooting them for it.
No, Ben.
I kill them. I make you watch, Abby.
Ben, someday somebody's going to kill you. They got to.
You cook a good supper, Abby. I'm real hungry.
Introducing one of the country's best-known jazz musicians and arrangers, Mr. Bobby Haggart. How about whistling along with him?
Packs more pleasure, packs more pleasure. Chesterfield packs more pleasure. because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
It stands to reason a cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Must have been laying here for hours. I just can't hardly move, Mr. Dillon.
Tex is pretty handy at tying people up.
Yeah, but it ain't him bothering me as much as Ben Disciple. That man is crazy.
I'd known how crazy I'd have taken my chances when he first started talking. Yeah, we're in a bad spot here, Chester.
Maybe Abby can do something. She sure hates him.
Yeah, I know. Now, she's been looking over this way. Hey, wait a minute. She's leaving the fire now.
I hope he don't see her. Look, she's coming here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
You must be right hungry.
It's not food we need, Abby.
I know. But if I cut you loose, he'd kill me.
We wouldn't go off and leave you to face him.
You wouldn't.
Abby, all men aren't like Ben Seifel and Earl Tix. You can trust me and Chester here.
You're really a marshal?
I am.
I'll do it, Marshal. When he's asleep, I'll do it.
I knew she would. I told you.
Abby?
He's seen me.
Hey there, Abby. What you been talking about, Abby? You been making plans, maybe?
No, I was on my way to the river. I wasn't talking.
You wasn't, huh? Well, I think I'll go to the river with you.
No.
Walk ahead of me, Abby.
What kind of a man are you, Seifel? You take it out on me if you have to, but not her.
I'll take it out on both of you.
You dirty dog, Seifel.
Oh, shut up. Get going, Abby.
Mr. Dillon, you hurt? Mr. Dillon?
No, I'll be all right, Chester. That man's got a big foot.
Kick a man in the face that way? He ought to be hung.
I'll hang him myself if we ever get out of this.
It don't look too good for us, does it?
No, not now.
That poor Abby. What does she stay with a man like him for?
Yeah, maybe she's never had a chance to get away.
It'd be a miserable enough life without being tied to a murderer.
Be quiet, Chester. Here comes Earl Tix.
Where's he been all this time?
I don't know, but he's moving pretty fast.
And what's the rifle for?
Where's Seifel? Tell me where he went.
What's the trouble, Tix?
Where is he?
He went down to the river.
What for? Seifel! Go ahead, Seifel! I'm coming. You better hurry. We got to get out of here.
What?
What are you yelling about, Tix? We got to get going, Seifel. Right now. Get going? What for? Injuns. I heard them out there yapping at each other like coyotes. You sure? I know Injuns when I hear them. We can't get out of here with that wagon, Tix. You ain't fighting no Injuns over a wagon. Where's the woman? Never mind her. Let's get our horses and ride. Oh, what about these two? Leave them for the Injuns. And their horses, too? I ain't no horse thief. Come on.
breaking, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
I guess them Indians will be coming soon. Funny how a man gets to thinking things, ain't it?
Oh, like what, Chester?
Well, like how I'd like to see one of them circuses before I die.
Huh? A circus?
Oh, I spend an awful lot of time thinking about that. Wondering what lions and tigers and stuff like that looks like.
Quiet. Yeah, I guess Tex was right.
I just hope they see we're tied up and helpless before they start planting arrows in us.
Look over there. Just beyond the wagon.
He's got a rifle. He's signaling with it.
And there are 4 more, too. 5.
Look, he's signaling them others to stay back. Fierce looking, ain't he?
Steady now, no more talking.
No understand. You hunt buffalo?
Mr. Dillon.
Buffalo hunter gone. Leave us like this.
Leave you for Pawnee to kill? Why?
We big enemies.
You know hunt buffalo?
No.
We kill buffalo hunter. Pawnee. Teach white man. Leave buffalo to Pawnee. Cut off whole head.
Why, they killed that.
Wait a minute, Chester. Listen. Buffalo hunter want you kill us. Buffalo hunter gone. You know catch now. You let us go, we find Buffalo hunter. Big enemy. We take care of Buffalo hunter for you.
Where's he going?
He's going to have a talk with the others, I guess.
That was awful smart of you, Mr. Dillon.
Maybe, if it works.
It makes sense.
Well, it does to us, Chester. I just hope it will to them.
Looks like they've decided.
Well, at least it didn't take them long.
Oh, here he comes. Got his knife out. He's doing it. He's cutting us loose.
Yeah.
It worked. It worked. But he cut us loose and never said a word.
What difference does it make, Chester? We're free. There they go.
Oh, my, it feels good to stand up, don't it?
Yeah, it sure does, Chester.
Look, they ain't even taking our horses.
Well, I guess they figure we can't chase buffalo hunters on foot.
What's that?
Marshal.
Oh, that's Abby.
Yonder she is, laying in them weeds.
Marshal.
Oh, she looks terrible.
Well, at least he didn't kill her. You hurt bad, Abby.
He hit me. He hit me something awful.
Chester, go hitch our horses to that wagon.
Yes, sir.
Marshal.
That's all right, Abby. We're going to take you to Dodge. And nobody's ever going to hit you again. I promise you that.
Where are you listening to Gunsmoke? In your kitchen? Getting ready for Sunday supper? Maybe in your living room, relaxing? Or out driving? Say, be sure and watch the road. But remember, there's pleasure ahead when you smoke Chesterfield. When you satisfy yourself with Chesterfield's better taste and mildness. It stands to reason. A cigarette made better and packed better smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips, mild yet deeply satisfying. Yes, Chesterfield gives you something no other cigarette can give you.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
To the touch, to the taste, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. By Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
Hello, Matt.
Come in, Doc.
My, hot today, isn't it?
Is that what you came to tell me?
No, I came to tell you nothing. Oh, except I ran into Kitty down at the depot. She and Abby were watching the Santa Fe come in.
Uh-huh.
They said they might come by and say hello on their way back.
Ah, good.
Oh, my, that Abby's looking better every day, isn't she?
Well, between you and Kitty, she's been getting some pretty good care.
Yeah, she deserves it.
You know, she's already talking about finding a job.
I know, Matt. I think she's going to be real happy. Oh, that's Kitty.
Matt, hurry.
Kitty, what's the matter?
It's that man, that Ben Seipel.
Seipels and Doc?
Yeah. He came up to Abby and grabbed her by the arm and dragged her off toward his wagon.
Huh?
Chester saw it, too. He thought he'd better stay nearby while I went for you.
Where are they now?
Across the street there, by that wagon.
Now, you wait here, Kitty.
Don't let him hurt her anymore, Matt.
Just been talking to her so far, Mr. Dillon.
Has he seen you, Chester?
No, sir, and neither's Earl Tix.
Yeah. And they're in for a big surprise. You keep an eye on Tix, huh?
Yes, sir, I will.
What are you telling me lies for, Abby? You want another beating?
That's enough, Seipel.
If you wasn't lying. You really are a marshal, huh?
Abby,
Yes?
you can go with Seipel if you want. But if you don't want to, you'll have to kill me first, and I don't think you can do it.
What are you saying? This ain't no business of the law.
Shut up. You make your choice, Abby.
Kitty's waiting for me.
Come back here, Abby. You keep your hands off me.
Seipel, you broke a promise I made to her.
What?
I told her nobody had ever hit her again.
You interfering with my right to beat her when I want?
Yeah.
You're talking awful big, Marshal.
Has everybody always been afraid of you, Seipel?
They have. And for good reason.
And you're about to lose that reputation, Seipel. For good.
Tex,
come here.
No.
Get moving like you tell me.
No. You can't beat me, Marshal. It wasn't me done nothing.
Chester'll help you throw Seipel into the wagon. Then you drive him out of Dodge, and you keep on driving, Tix.
Oh, I will.
I don't mean for a few days. I mean for weeks. You're through on the prairie, Tix, you and Seipel both. So say goodbye to this land. If I see you on it again, you'll rot.
In a moment, our star, William Conrad.
Chesterfield packs more pleasure because Chesterfield's more perfectly packed.
A cigarette made better and packed better, smokes better, tastes better. And Chesterfield is more perfectly packed by Accuray. This electronic miracle removes human error in cigarette manufacture. So Accuray Chesterfield is firm and pleasing to the lips. Chesterfield, mild, yet they satisfy the most.
You know, during the frontier cattle-sheep wars, men used the expression rimrock, meaning to run down or kill. Well, next week, a man tries to rimrock somebody and dies for his trouble. And that was the West. Good night.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, John Daner, Helen Klebe, and Lawrence Dobkin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Live modern. Change to L&M.
Yes, have an L&M. No other cigarette you can buy, plain or filter, gives you the full, exciting flavor you get through the pure white L&M Miracle Tip. Through the modern Miracle Tip, L&M tastes richer, smokes cleaner, draws easier. So light up, free up, let your taste come alive. Live modern. Smoke L&M.
Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Lucky Strike. First again with Tobacco Man. First again with Tobacco Man.
More independent tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined. Yes, more than the next two leading brands combined.
There you have the findings of a recent impartial survey, which reveals the personal smoking preference of the men who really know tobacco. Auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen.
So for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, light up a Lucky. Light up a really fine cigarette, and puff by puff, you'll see.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike.
First again with Tobacco Man. Lucky Strike. From New York City, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last broadcast of this season. We've had 39 strenuous weeks of radio, and on the shoulders of the star of our show fell the task of carrying this burden. So, without further ado, we bring you a very tiresome comedian.
That's tired.
Jack Benny!
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, you're right. This has been a very grueling season. Work, nothing but work. I tell you, Don, I'm so tired right now I can hardly keep my big blue eyes open. I'm really all in.
Well, Jack, I know it's been a tough season, but I can't understand why you should be that tired. After all, you're only 39.
Well, look, Don, it's hard for a man of your age to realize how tired you can get. How old are you?
38.
Well, just wait 15 years till you're 39. You'll be tired, too. Of course, the burden you're carrying is not on your shoulders. See? And how you got a pair of pants that fit your burden is beyond me.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. I wish you'd stop joking about my being fat. It's embarrassing. People on the street point at me. Why, taxi drivers won't even stop for me.
See, I can't understand that, Don. New York taxi drivers are known for their courtesy and politeness. I take the fellow who drove me from the station to my hotel. When I got out, he was so shy he wouldn't even ask me for the fare. He just grabbed me by the ankles, turned me upside down, and shook me. Can you imagine that?
Oh, my goodness, Jack. What did you say?
Nothing. I had my money in my mouth. Anyway, I will say this cab driver is very efficient. He picked me up at the station, drove straight to the Sherry Netherlands Hotel.
Oh, do you live there?
No, he does. You know, these cab drivers... Well, look who's here. Hello, Mary.
Hiya, Jack. Hello, everybody.
Well, Mary, here we are finishing another season. Another 39 weeks that you've worked for me. How do you feel?
Hungry.
What do you mean, hungry?
On what you pay me, I can't even open a window at the automat.
All right. You and your jokes, automat. I saw you at the store club last night.
I was selling cigarettes.
Selling cigarettes. How'd you do?
Not bad. I was first again with tobacco men.
Hey, that's pretty good. You know, we can use that routine at the Palladium Theater in London. Just think, Mary, pretty soon we'll be on the high seas on our way to England.
I know, and Jack, before we go, you ought to have all your clothes cleaned. That chip we're going on is kind of big. You won't be able to lean over the side and do your laundry.
I'm glad you didn't stop too long there. I'll find a way. Well, Mary, I tried to reach you yesterday. Where were you?
I was visiting my sister Babe in the Polyclinic Hospital.
Gee, I didn't know Babe was sick.
She's not. She's the janitor there.
Honey, I knew she could do it. I can't understand how Mert lets her... Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Here, boy, I'll take it. Here's a tip for you.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can live at the Sherry Netherlands.
Jack, who's the telegram from?
Wait till I open it, Mary. Here, Mary, you open it. I haven't had my Wheaties today.
Okay.
What does it say?
Dear Jack, understand you're going to England next Wednesday. Wish I had gone last Thursday. Signed, Joe Walcott.
Isn't that nice? He wired me as soon as he came to. That was really
All right, Jackson, they've waited long enough, so stand aside, Dad. Let them see me. Let them
Hiya.
look at something pretty.
Well, Phil, here we are finishing another season. Another 39 weeks that you've worked for me. How do you feel?
Thirsty.
Oh, fine. Mary's hungry and you're thirsty.
Hey, Jackson, were you at the Lewis Walcott fight at the Yankee Stadium Friday night?
Sure, Phil. I was sitting right up front.
Did you hear the big reception I got when I came in? Everybody jumped to their feet and cheered and yelled.
Really, Phil? When'd you come in?
At 2 minutes and 56 seconds of the 11th round.
Heaven's sake, Phil, they were cheering the fight. Jersey Joe Walcott was staggering all over the place.
So was I.
What?
I hope Walcott felt better the next morning than I did.
I'm sure he did.
Say, Phil, I haven't seen you since you came in from Cleveland. Where have you been?
Oh, Dunsey, I had to stop off in Philadelphia to cast my vote at the Republican convention.
You, Phil, you cast your vote?
Certainly. I was chairman of the delegation from Do-Wah Did It.
You can't give him those words.
Well, why do you keep putting them in there?
think the convention was exciting?
The convention, it sure was. And those Republicans must be pretty sure of getting into the White House. They nominated Dewey, Warren, and 4 piano movers. And you know, kids, it's quite an honor to us Californians to have our governor nominated for vice president. I'm pretty thrilled because just 2 years ago, Earl Warren was a guest on my program.
Yeah, and Jackson, that Governor Warren's really a good-looking guy, ain't he?
He sure is, Phil. He's very popular, too.
Yeah, what a guy. Handsome, beautiful smile, full of charm and personality. Why, if he could lead a band, he'd be another Phil Harris.
How do you like that?
Say, Phil,
What is it, Livy?
if Walcott's head was as big as yours, Lewis would have hit it in the first round.
Mary, I could kiss you for that.
Thanks, Jack, but I'm still hungry.
Well, I'll get you a sandwich when we get to London. No use having one here. We may have a rough voyage, you know. Oh, say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I've had a request to repeat the saber dance on my violin. Is the quartet here?
Yes, there they are, the sportsmen.
Oh, yes, I didn't see them. Hello, fellas. Hello, fellas. Boys, I said hello. Don, squeeze them, will you?
Okay.
Good. Now, wait till I get my violin. Hand it to me, will you, Mary?
All right, but I'll hate myself in the morning.
Never mind, give it to me. All right, boys, let's go. The saber dance.
You better try a Lucky. They are made down in Kentucky. Better buy Lucky's, better try Lucky's, better buy Lucky's, better try Lucky's. That's a cigarette that you will like. You better hurry, hurry. You don't want us all to worry. Hurry up, buy 'em, hurry up, try 'em. Look at your missing, look at your missing. Hurry up and try a Lucky Strike. For your own deep down smoking enjoyment, you should try Lucky's, for then you will see why men who know agree.
missing if you've not been smoking this, and hurry now and buy a carton. That should be enough to start on Lucky's, then will be your favorite brand. They are the best brand in the land. Lucky strikes a cigarette for me. Now before we finish, there is one important thing, as you may guess. Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Boy, that was wonderful. I was never better. I mean, you were good, too, in there, you know. I wish you were going to England with me.
Hey, Jackson, while we're over in London, I'm going to buy one of them English tweeds.
You mean a suit?
Yeah, and I ain't going to take just any old English suit in London. I'm going to pick a dilly. Oh, Harris, I'll bet Milton Berle's got that written down already.
Written down. He's got it on television right now. And not only that, as soon as we get...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Well, Dennis, here we are finishing another season. Another 39 weeks you've been working for me. How do you feel?
At the Sherry Netherlands.
What?
Gee, I read the wrong line.
Dennis, I haven't seen you since we got to town. You been having a good time?
Boy, I'll say. Gee, I really like New York. The people here are so friendly and so trusting.
Trusting? What do you mean, kid?
Well, last night a fella stopped me on the street and he wanted to borrow $5. And when I gave it to him, he didn't even ask me my name.
For heaven's sake, Dennis, if he didn't get your name, how will he know who to return it to?
Well, he's stuck with the money. Let him worry about it.
Dennis, kid, come here a minute.
Huh?
I want to feel your head, see if it's ripe enough to pick yet.
Say, Dennis, I want to thank you for taking me to the fight Friday night. You were the only one that asked me.
Dennis, you take Mary to the fight?
Yeah. Gee, what excitement at the end of the 11th round when the police all gathered around, picked him off the floor, and carried him back to his seat.
Joe Wolcott?
No, Phil Harris.
Oh, yes, Phil.
Gee, I was so proud. He's my friend.
Dennis, everybody here in the studio is anxious to hear your song. How about it?
Okay.
Now, hold it, kid. Come in. Well, Mr. Kitzel.
Hello, Mr. Benny Boy. Oh, my, it's a pleasure to see you.
Well, Mr. Kitzel, how do you happen to be in New York?
I came here last week to go to a wedding. A cousin of mine got married.
Oh, well, congratulations. Mr.
Sure.
Kitzel.
Yes.
Did you have a good time at the wedding? It was a big party, eh?
The wine flowed like celery tonic.
Celery tonic?
That's a vegetarian champagne.
Oh.
And then right after the ceremony was over, I was the first in line to kiss the groom.
The groom? You're supposed to kiss the bride.
With her face, we had trouble getting the groom to do it.
Oh, well, did you meet a lot of your old friends there?
Everybody who I knew for years, even Pansy Nussbaum.
Pansy Nussbaum, huh?
She's working for, you should excuse the expression,
I have
Fred
an
Allen.
idea. Yeah, I have an idea. Well, Mr. Kitzel, I'm awfully glad you dropped in.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. And here I brought you a farewell present for your boat trip. I had that made especially for you.
Well, let's see it. Now, isn't that cute? A long bagel that spells out Bon Voyage. Thank you very much, Mr. Kitzel.
Use it in good health.
Thank you. Goodbye. Isn't it funny how I run into Mr. Kitzel nearly every place I go? Now, come on, Dennis, it's time for your song. What's it going to be?
It's a lullaby that I recorded for RCA Victor called Sleep, My Child.
Swell. Go right ahead.
Every night a young little mother sings a lullaby. Tenderly she clings to her baby when he starts to cry. Her face is like an angel's as she looks up to the sky. And she sings this song of hope that will not die. Sleep, my child, though your daddy's far away. Sleep, my child, we'll be back with him someday. He is trying so to find a home that's safe for you and me, where we still may share some happiness and live a life that's free. Sleep, my child. We must try to keep from you all the pain and the sadness we've been through. You will have your chance to grow up strong in some fine land where you belong. Sleep, is far away.
Schlaf, mein Kind.
We'll be back with him someday.
You will have your hands to drop strong in some fine land where you'll belong. Alul, 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 Schuf mein
A really wonderful number, Dennis, and you sang it beautifully. And, Phil, it's the first time I've heard the orchestra sound so nice. I'll take it. It's probably Rochester. Hello?
Hello, this is the operator. I have a long-distance call for Jack Benny in New York City.
Long distance? Where's it from?
Harlem.
That's what I thought. Put him on. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Well, it's about time you called, Rochester. I haven't heard from you since we arrived in New York.
I'm sorry, boss, but Monday night when I got to Harlem, there was a big party celebrating Joe Lewis's victory.
Monday night? Wait a minute, Rochester. It wasn't until Friday night that Lewis beat Walcott.
We're still celebrating his victory over Smelling.
But that was 10 years ago. Why are they holding the party now?
It was postponed on account of rain.
Well, Rochester, I hope it's not a wild party. What are you having to drink?
I don't know, but I'm calling from the chandelier.
That's what I thought. Now, Rochester, I hope you packed everything in my trunk that I need. You know, while I'm in London, I'm going to participate in the Olympic Games.
You are?
Yes, sir.
Well,
surprised. You were so surprised.
Hope you win, boss. I hope you win.
You do?
Yeah, America hasn't had a tiddlywink champion in years.
Rochester, I'm not going to London just to tiddly. Look, for your information, I'm going to throw the discus.
You're going to what, the who?
I'm going to throw the discus. Throwing the discus is an ancient Roman sport that was popular during the days of Nero.
I thought you were playing the fiddle then.
Now cut that out. And Rochester, when I leave, I hope you'll be down to the dock to see me off.
Oh, I will, boss. I will.
Goodbye, Rochester.
Goodbye.
I'm going to miss Rochester, too. But just think, kids, in a little while we'll be out on the Atlantic Ocean. Headed... Come in.
Pardon me, I was looking for the washroom, but this will do.
Why, Fred! Fred Allen!
Jack, I really dropped in tonight.
Wait a minute, Fred, wait a minute. Let me look at you.
Yeah?
Gee, you're looking swell.
Yeah?
I've never seen you have such rosy-colored bags under your eyes.
Well, look, Jack, I dropped in
and that pained expression on your face. You look like a hen trying to lay a basketball. I'm getting mine in first.
Well, all right, Jack.
And those wrinkles.
Yeah.
Honestly, Fred, your face looks like a convertible with the top halfway down, you know?
Now, sit down, little man. You must be tired after that Bob Hopian outburst. Ladies and gentlemen, please tune in your radios an hour from now when this nature boy of the gay 90s is a guest on my program without his writers.
Now, Fred, what
Benny, without his writers, you can't tell Benny from Mr. Hush.
Now, wait a minute, Fred. What do
he should talk about the way I look. Benny's hairline has receded so far he combs his eyebrows to keep up his morale.
Fred, look.
I have seen more fuzz on a harvest moon. I'd hate to be drowning and have someone throw me a line like that.
Persimmon face. Look at it. What did you come barging in here for anyway?
Well, frankly, I didn't drop in here to see you, Jack. It's Mary I'd like to talk to. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Fred. What is it you wanted?
Well, Mary, you can do me a great favor. I came...
Hiya, Frederick. Long time no see.
Well, if it isn't Phil Harris, Hollywood's answer to, "Look, Ma, I'm drinking." There's Dennis Day. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Look, Fred, we're doing a program. Now, what do you want to see Mary about?
Yes, Fred, what is it?
Well, Mary, every now and then, Portland likes to take a couple of weeks off my program, and I thought a hungry girl like you might like to take her place.
Well, thanks, Fred, but I don't think I could take Portland's place.
Oh, yes, you could. Why don't you just try reading a line or two?
Wait a minute. Fred, I don't want my program sounding like yours.
I had 3 answers to that, Mr. Benny. 2 of them the censor took out, and the third one I wouldn't dare tell without an air wick on the premises.
Oh, Jack, I'll just imitate Portland for a second. It won't sound like Fred's program.
Well, go ahead, Mary.
Well, all right. Oh, Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
What is it, Portland?
I'm from the South, the deep South, that is.
Terrible. And I'm not wrong for this one.
Dennis.
Howdy, Bub.
Now, stop that. Look, Fred, will you please let me run my own show? This is worse than last week when Bob Hope dropped in on us unexpectedly.
Not worse than last week. No.
We used up so much time, my program was cut off the air 10 seconds too soon.
Well, I thought it was cut off 30 minutes too late, actually.
Now, listen, Al.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Don't get excited. And, Fred, as much as I'd like to substitute for Portland, I couldn't. You see, Jack has me signed to exclusive contract.
Well, Mary, that's nothing to worry about. Contracts can be broken. Let me see yours.
Well, Fred, I'd rather not. I'm too modest.
What has modesty got to do with your contract?
It's tattooed on my back.
You're darn right. Anyway, Mary, you're under exclusive contract to me. If you go on Fred's program, I'm not going to take you to Europe.
Oh, all right, Jack, I won't.
You know, Fred, we're going to appear at the Palladium in London.
Yeah?
And then we're going to tour the continent. We're even going to Germany.
Good. That'll teach them to start wars over there.
That I'm going to ignore entirely, as I hoped the audience would.
Oh, Jack, stop arguing. Why don't you 2 kiss and make up?
Well, all right, Mary, I'm willing.
Of course you're willing. You have to kiss me. Look what I'm stuck with. Anyway, I'm leaving for England soon, so I won't have to see you for a while.
Well, I can't imagine you spending the money to go to Europe.
What are you talking about? I always spend money. Well, I even went to see the Lewis Walcott fight.
I know. I saw you coming out of that newsreel theater.
What?
You spend money. Why, the last time you opened your wallet, Washington said to Lincoln, "Pull down the shade, Abe. The light's killing me."
Listen, now, another crack like that, and I'll punch you so hard it'll straighten out your wrinkles and make your face 4 feet square.
I've seen better material than that in a $4 suit. Why, you refugee from the
Yours
old
is worse
folks...
than mine. Now, just read it. Go ahead. Wait till you hear this one. You think mine is a stinker? Listen to this one. Go ahead.
Why, you refugee from the old folks' home? You want the rest of it?
Yeah.
If you had enough strength to double up your fist, you'd be too tired to swing it.
There, that gives you an idea. That's what you think. You better shut up or I'll pull your lip down and hook it to your belt buckle.
Oh, brother.
Now, I'm warning you, Alan. You better get out while I still got control of my temper.
Now, careful now, Benny. You're liable to blow your top, and you paid $8 for it.
You finally...
It's about time.
Throw him out.
Don't bother, Mary. I'm leaving anyway.
Go on, beat it. I'm telling you right now, I'm not appearing on your program tonight.
Then you won't get paid.
What time's rehearsal?
8 o'clock.
I'll be there. Goodbye, Fred.
Goodbye, Jack. So long.
Harry, he's a sweet guy. Play, Phil.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first...
American. Lucky Strike. First again with Tobacco Man. First again with Tobacco Man.
As a recent impartial survey reveals, more independent tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined. Yes, more than the next two leading brands combined. Lucky Strike.
First again with Tobacco Man. That's what the survey shows. Now listen to a statement recently made by Mr. James Maynard Talley, tobacco warehouseman from Durham, North Carolina. From what he knows, from what he sees, this is what he said.
Season after season, I've seen good, ripe, mild tobacco bought by the makers of Lucky Strike. I've smoked Lucky's 18 years. They give me a mild, mellow smoke.
So take a tip from the experts, and for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, light up a Lucky. Light up a really fine cigarette, and puff by puff, you'll see.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike.
First again with Tobacco Man. Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my cast, my writers, everybody associated with my program, I want to thank all of you who have been listening to us for nigh on to 16 years. We'll see you again in the fall. I want to thank Alan for lousing up my program, and I hope you'll tune into our summer replacement, a new and exciting quiz program called Let's Talk Hollywood. The show will feature George Murphy and Edith Gwynn, and the
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Join the adventure with Frank Rice up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. Now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the diver's loot.
London, under a heavy rush of cumulonimbus clouds, scudding thunderheads that looked as though they might knock off your head at any moment. I just left the embankment and was hurrying across Westminster Bridge when...
Hey, Race! Race, wait a second!
It was Mark Donovan running to catch me, and for some reason the sight of a New York taxi driver afoot in London seemed incongruous enough to rate a grin.
All right. I give up. What's so funny? Just because a guy has to lope like a highboat bank tail to come up with you.
Sorry, Mark. I was just thinking how different this is compared to ramming a cab along 42nd Street.
It ain't so different. Just had to hack my way through a jam. It was worse than going for the X's on fight night back there in Trafalgar Square.
Slow down. You're wheezing like a sump pump.
They ought to be. I almost forgot. I've been pulling this marathon because a guy wants to see us. Personality named Rhodes.
Lawrence Rhodes?
Yeah. Very pip and cheerio. Wants to see you pronto. Offices in Eaton Square, you know.
I can't take on another assignment. We should be getting back to New York. But I'll see Rhodes anyway. Everything about Lawrence Rhodes was thin. His weight, his hair, the wispy line of his very blonde mustache. He looked as though he might be the operator of an exclusive ladies' shop. Actually, he served as British representative for Acme Indemnity, and during the war had cracked a Normandy beachhead as leader of a tough commando unit.
Decent of you to come, Race. We feel it's imperative that we have an American in on this, since it's an American venture to begin with.
Well,
and when it's a case of children losing their lives... Oh, forgive me. What were you saying?
I was going to say that... What's this about kids losing their lives?
A little French lad killed aboard the salvage vessel.
Rhodes, I'm afraid you're going to have to start this from the beginning.
Of course. Old habit of mine, assuming people have previous knowledge of what I'm talking about. Forgive me. All this stems from a salvage operation just across the channel. But before we discuss it further, I want you to meet someone.
He left me for a few minutes and came back with a husky-looking man of about 50. A man he introduced as Charles Menifee.
Mr. Menifee can tell you much more about this matter than I can, Race. He's in charge of the operation.
It's a cleanup job. My company secured the contract for dragging the harbor off Cherbourg. We've been picking up the residue of stuff that was sunk there during the war, particularly after D-Day. I happened to be on the vessel in question when this affair took place. Besides the mishap to the boy, we lost a diver by the name of Joe Donner. Just disappeared, leaving nothing but broken signal and airlines.
How old was the boy, and how did he happen to be aboard?
He was 12, a waterfront kid that had been made a sort of a mascot by the men. Apparently, they smuggled him on the vessel for this voyage. It was all pretty much of a mix-up, and no one seemed to know anything about it.
That brings up an important point, Race. Acme is indemnifying Menifee's company against all liability, and if this youngster died on that vessel, then we'll assume our full obligation. But we should know if he really did die on the boat. Your opinion on the report will decide that for us.
What sort of accident was it?
That's the peculiar part of it. The thing probably can't be called an accident at all. You see, the boy was shot to death.
Menifee and I left Rhodes' office together and stood talking on the street while waiting for cabs. I was to fly across the channel that evening. He would meet me in Cherbourg on the following day. And as we planned this, a car sidled up to the curb. A gleaming new sedan with the rakishness of a destroyer stopped directly alongside us, and a quiet voice spoke from the rear seat.
Don't you guys try rushing off anywhere. You'll develop more holes in a bum alibi.
From the look of him, he might have been an usher at your sister's wedding. He even had the carnation on his lapel. With the manner of a maestro handling a rare fiddle, he lifted the submachine gun he'd been holding in his lap.
Get your hooks behind your heads and get in here with me.
Should be an enjoyable ride. It's a beautiful car.
A most beautiful car.
Ain't bad for a foreign job. Okay, Connie, but take it easy. We don't want to have to brush off any nosy cops.
Now you're being discreet. In this country, they object to people who carry artillery.
We carry what we like anywhere we go.
Nothing like self-confidence. We haven't met before, have we?
I never forget a face. We ain't met.
I'm Frank Race. My friend's name is...
I know your friend's name. It's Menifee.
Hadn't realized I was so renowned.
How about your identity?
Me? I'm Freddie Troy, an independent voter. I run a little business of my own.
How is business?
Don't pay like it used to, especially over here. Guy's got to take what he can get.
Well, from the looks of this car...
Menifee, I'll give fair odds that the owner of this car hasn't the slightest idea as to who's driving it at this moment.
You're a real hep personality, Race.
Do you mind telling us what this is all about?
No, I don't mind. I'm taking you out to the country for a ride. A real old-fashioned ride.
But what for?
Some people in Cherbourg, they think you're in the way. So I'm taking care of you. And when I take care of somebody, I do it right.
He let his own words send him a little, just enough to relax the vigilance that had been in his attitude. For an instant, the nose of the submachine gun wandered upward away from Menifee and myself, so I lunged! I didn't have to yell at Menifee. He was already on top of the driver as the four of us strained.
Now look what you've done. I'll murder you.
All right, Troy, now here's a little payment in kind.
Race! The machine gun!
I'll get him.
Knocked him cold. Are you all right, Race?
I think so.
You deflected that gun upward just in time. He'd have killed a dozen people.
Where's Troy?
Troy? Well, he must have got lost in the crowd.
Well, conditions are getting better in London. Last time I was here, I had to dodge bombs. This time, it was just machine gun bullets. Cherbourg is still a disabled war veteran. showing gaunt open spaces and bombed-out buildings as mute testimony of the travail she endured. I met Menifee again at the Crillon, one of the larger hotels. With him was a man and woman he introduced as Jim and Sandra Whalen. Jim Whalen worked as Menifee's head driver. He must have seen too many George Raft pictures, judging from the way he persisted in twirling a keychain all the time we talked. The woman, slim, young, red-headed, rated seconds on any man's glance.
Turned up anything yet, Race?
Nothing, but I have Mark Donovan out looking for leads. You haven't met him. He's tops when it comes to prying out clues.
I want you to know I'm suspending all operations for the time being. The local police seem pretty well stopped by it.
The four of us sat in the lobby and watched it begin to rain outside, a condition that turned the city gray and dismal-looking. Succumbing to the effect of the weather, Menifee and Jim Whalen presently left to take on a few drinks. Sandra Whalen immediately crinkled her nose at me.
It's about time we had a chance to talk to each other. I get pretty tired of hearing nothing but diving and salvage.
Oh? What would you prefer to discuss?
You and me.
Somehow I get the feeling that that could become rather complicated.
Oh, I'm counting on it. Do you mind?
What's the matter, bored?
I was, until you came along. But I'm not bored now. I'm not bored at all.
Sorry, Ducky. There are certain conditions under which I never move in, and this seems to involve all of them.
Oh? Well, you better tell me about it. You see, I've always been led to believe I was rather attractive.
You're most attractive. But there happens to be a guy in the background. A guy by the name of Jim Whalen.
Who also happens to be my brother.
Your brother?
If you doubt it, go and ask him.
I'd look pretty silly doing that. No, I'm more than willing to take your word for it. And now, would you begin all over again?
Begin what?
Those ideas you were advancing, those very provocative ideas concerning us.
I've given you too much of a lead as it is.
Let's not waste time with regrets. Isn't there another spot, perhaps a little music?
I know just the spot. Come on, we can slip away before they get back.
Cherbourg no longer seemed gray and dreary. For me, it had suddenly assumed the atmosphere of a Mardi Gras, a mummers parade. But at the door to the hotel, there came an interruption.
Going somewhere, Race?
That's rather obvious, isn't it? Sandra, this is Mark Donovan.
Hello, Mark.
I don't blame you for going somewhere, but I'm afraid I gotta part you two nice people.
Get lost, Mark. I'm sure that whatever you have in mind can wait.
Look, Race, you will probably want to flog me from here to Paris, but it won't wait. It's a red-hot break. It's got to be handled now.
Go with him, Race. We can make it later. Shall we say tomorrow evening?
You're a very understanding person.
I'm a very persistent person. See you later, Race.
Marcus, this lead of yours had better be good.
It's good, chum. Let's go.
Where?
Spot called the Bar de Bouc. It ain't the Crillon, of course.
Crillon.
Yeah, like I said, it ain't the Crillon, but it has its points. It definitely has its points. Now, ain't this something, Race? Makes you forget all about the rain outside, huh?
Who are we going to talk to?
And a table in the corner. Guy and a dame. He's the American I was telling you about. The one that gave me the knockdown to him. Look, I know you just left the pip, but, ain't this girl something?
She was wearing a black suit and a beret. She had dark eyes and honey-colored hair. She was smoking a cigarette in a long holder, and she looked like something Renoir would have put on canvas. We went over, and Mark made us known to one another, identifying the girl as Annette, the man as Phil Benson. We had drinks and began a casual conversation. Benson turned out to be a paving contractor, dickering with the city of Cherbourg for some of its road rebuilding work.
Well, it's kind of tough. They don't want to give it to anyone but a Frenchman. I don't blame them in a way, but I could certainly save them a lot of money on know-how.
Annette, Mark Donovan tells me you know something about what occurred on that salvage boat last week.
Yes, Race. I know something.
Wouldn't want to tell me about it, would you?
No, Race. I will only speak of what I know to the man who's in charge of the boat.
Is it a question of money?
Frankly, yes.
I could get it for you.
No. No, I will only speak to that man himself. The man called Menifee.
All right. We'll make it tonight. Sweet J at the Crillon at 8 o'clock. Is that all right?
Yes, Race. That is all right.
Suite J at the Creon happened to be the apartment Mark and I were occupying. And I had Menifee there at 7:30. He came in with a serious face and a morose attitude. Took a couple of drinks to bring him to the point of unburdening his mind.
It's Sandra, Race. I don't suppose you have any idea that she and I are engaged.
Engaged?
Yeah.
No, I didn't have any such idea. Sandra didn't say anything about it this afternoon.
Yeah, Sandra's like that. She's restless and always on the lookout for excitement, but I have hopes that she'll settle down.
Of course, I'm sure she will. That must be our caller.
Hello, Race.
Come in, Annette. This is Mr. Menifee.
Hello, Annette. Race says you've some information for me.
Yes, Monsieur Menifee. I have 3 things to tell you. First, that I consider you a murderer. Second, that I am the mother of the dead child. And third, that I now intend to kill you with this pistol.
Annette!
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Menifee was down, but I couldn't tell how badly he'd been hurt. I was too involved with a twisting, writhing woman whose intent was to send more bullets into his body.
Let me go. Let me go.
You little idiot. You're not solving anything by making a play like this. Give me that gun. Give me that gun. I'm sorry. You left me no alternative. Now, if you're smart, you'll get out of here. Your police don't like people who use guns.
You're not going to hold me?
No, get going.
Very well, Race. Merci.
Race.
Better stay put, Menifee, till I get some help here.
Doesn't seem too bad. You saved my life by grabbing her the way you did.
She had me fooled right down to the ground. Where were you hit?
It seems to be near the shoulder.
Here. I'll pack it, then I'll get you a doctor.
No, doctor. I'll take care of this myself.
You've got to have a doctor, Menifee. It would be terrible.
No, I'll take care of it myself. Bring in a doctor and you bring in the police. I've had enough publicity on this thing.
We're likely to need the police. That girl might try this again.
You can take care of that for me. Now, I'll find her, persuade her that I'm not at fault. I'm doing all I can to clean up the situation. But no doctors, no police.
There was no doubt but that Annette would be in hiding. So next morning, Mark and I looked up Phil Benson, the roving paving contractor.
Yeah, I know where she is. But why should I tell you guys? So you can make trouble for her?
Look, don't be a dub, will you? We ain't gonna give her no grief. Race wants to help her.
That's right, Benson. I give you my word.
All right. But I wouldn't want to give her a bum steer. She's a widow, going through a bad time, and I'm nuts about it.
He took us to a small flat over a wine shop on a back street. Here, Annette received us casually, as though nothing unusual had happened. But the moment I mentioned Menifee, her eyes filled with storm.
You may as well know. If I get another chance at him, I shall try the same thing again.
But why? You're not sure that he caused the death of your son?
My son died on that man's boat. For me, that is enough.
Take it easy, will you, baby? Race is only trying to find out what really happened. He's only trying to help you.
I can promise that Menifee won't go to the police if you'll agree to let him alone.
Hear that, baby? Why don't you relax and learn to live again? Give a guy like me a chance to make things different
Oh,
for you.
let me alone. I don't want to talk about it.
You've got to talk about it, baby, for my sake. You know how I feel about you. Just give me time to make one of these paving deals and, well, things will be different, that's all.
Oh, please let me alone.
She stalked out of the room, and I realized the futility of trying to deal with a woman stricken as she had been. Benson looked stopped.
If I could only get a break so I could take her away from here.
Are you having any luck?
Not with the city of Cherbourg. They just don't listen to me. And I could do their cement paving cheaper than anyone on the continent. But it looks as though I've got about as much chance as a plugged bullseye.
Stick with it, chum. Things will work out.
They have a way of doing that. We'll see you later, Benson.
Remember me?
Hello, Sandra.
Well, aren't you going to invite me in?
Of course.
Or are you reluctant to receive a lady at this late an hour?
Can I fix you a drink?
I've already had a drink. I've already had several drinks.
Well, you're a big girl now. They shouldn't hurt you.
I thought we had a date tonight.
Date?
You know we did.
Well, something came up, something I couldn't avoid.
Menifee talked to you, didn't he? Told you I was engaged to him.
Well, aren't you?
He told me he talked to you. You know, you had me fooled. I didn't think you'd let a thing like that slow you down.
A lot of things slow me down. That's just one of them.
Big, virtuous man, aren't you? Well, I hate virtuous men.
That should simplify everything, then.
It should, but it doesn't. Because after I decided I hated you, I couldn't stop thinking about you. So I got drunk.
You make a very lovely drunk.
Do it, Race. Then I dare you to do something. I dare you to put your arms around me and say that.
You think I'm not tempted?
Go on, Race. Put your arms around me and say I make a very lovely drunk.
I'll make you another drink instead. Sit down, Ducky. You're a little unstrung. As a matter of fact, I'm getting a little unstrung myself.
You're a fool, Race.
I know it. At this moment, I'm probably the biggest fool in Cherbourg. In fact, I'm surprising the very devil out of myself. I'm keeping this light, Ducky, just enough glory juice to give a taste.
You think Menifee's worth being loyal to? Well, he isn't. He isn't worth it at all.
Here, refresh yourself, then you'd better go home.
Do you know why Menifee suspended salvage operations? Do you know why he's not letting anybody get aboard that boat?
I haven't the slightest idea, Ducky.
Because they have gold aboard. A fortune in gold.
Gold? That sounds a little fantastic, Sandra.
It's not so fantastic. They found a plane on the harbor bottom while they were grappling. A Royal Air Force plane that had been shot down during the war. They'd been carrying gold to occupy France, to pay agents who wouldn't work for paper money.
Yes. Yes, they did that during the war.
Well, that's why the child's dead. He happened to be aboard that day and someone shot him to keep him quiet. And that's why that diver turned up missing. Judd Honor.
Doesn't add up, Sandra. If it did, why didn't Menifee just take the gold and clear out?
Because he can't find it. That's the joker. It's somewhere on the boat, but he can't find it. Either the boy or that diver hid it before they were murdered. So he's looked everywhere for that money. But he's been looking for the chest it was found in. The fool. Well, if I could get aboard...
Just how drunk are you, Sandra?
Oh, I'm pretty drunk, Grace. But I'm not too drunk. I'm not too drunk.
If you could get aboard, do you think you know where it is?
Maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
Let's go out to that vessel, Sandra. Let's go out. Just for the ducks of it. Can you see well enough to hold your course, Mark?
You kidding? I ain't seeing my way. I'm feeling it. Oh, what a night.
There she is. Cut the engine.
We're gonna bump.
Oh, brother, what a break. We hit almost alongside the ladder.
Get the bow around, Mark.
All right.
All right, Sandra.
Watch your step, will you? It's like the stairway to Buckingham Palace.
Gosh, we made it.
There's a light aft. Come on.
You know, we could be walking right into something here. Something rough and tough.
You can stop right now, pal. You've already walked into it.
It was Freddie Troy, the killer I'd met in London. In the light shafting past an open bulkhead, I could see that under one arm he cradled a bag of some sort, while at the same time he held a gun on us.
Well, well. If it ain't the chum I met in England. You go around buttoning into all kinds of things, don't you?
You don't seem as well equipped as you were last time, Troy. Then it was a Tommy gun, now it's just a .45.
That's enough for this job. Get back against the wall.
Racy's gonna shoot us.
How'd you guess it, sister? That's far enough, punk.
You mean me?
Yeah, you. Now, folks, I'm sorry, but...
Mark, how'd you get that hand in your pocket?
It wasn't reaching for cigars, Junior.
You had to do it. It was him or us.
Oh, lady, you can put music to them lyrics.
Ooh, look, that bag. He dropped it and... It's spilling gold coins.
We'll have a look at that later. First, let's see if we can do anything for Troy.
Okay, Race, but I'm afraid we're just wasting our time.
Mark was right. It was a case of too much sea and too much darkness. So we turned back to the lighted cabin. And here...
It's the watchman. He's dead.
Shot by Troy.
Oh, I guess I won't have to feel so bad.
Race, look. Look where the coins have been hidden.
What do you know? In a fire hose.
But this is only part of it, a small part. Oh, we're too late. They've been carrying it away.
Yes, they've been carrying it away. But I've got a small hunch that I know where we might find it. They were both at the flat, and I got the feeling that he'd been talking to her again about going away. From the look of her, she hadn't been too responsive to his words.
Hello, Race. What is it you want this time?
Money, Annette. A lot of money. Money that caused the death of your child.
Money that killed my boy? Yeah, but who would have it here?
Benson would. Wouldn't you, Benson?
Me? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a paving contractor calling himself Benson, who's really a deep-sea diver by the name of Joe Donner. How long have you known this man, Annette?
Only a few days. Since Jacques...
Yes. He came to you so he could keep in touch with what was going on. It makes a grim thought, Benson, courting the kid's mother after what happened.
You're crazy.
You tripped yourself in a couple of ways. For one thing, no real paving man would say cement when he actually meant concrete. But you were authentic enough when you mentioned a bullseye today, because that's the term a lot of divers use for the eyepieces in their helmets. You and Freddie Troy were in this together, weren't you, Donner? You were the diver who brought up the chest of coins, which you knew would be confiscated by the government. So you took advantage of the excitement and hid the stuff, and you murdered that boy because he happened to see you. Then you made it look as though you'd been killed yourself, so you could hide out and pick up the coins later.
Race, if you could prove this.
Ask him to open that bag he has at his feet, Annette.
I'm not opening anything. I'm just going out of here. Don't go for that gun, Annette. I know you got one, but don't go for it. I'll...
Race, you stopped me. You let him get away.
He won't go far. Not in France.
And the bag's still here, baby. You didn't get the
I
bag.
could have killed him, and you stopped me.
And right now, you hate me for it. But after a while, you'll be glad I did. After a long while, you'll be very glad.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Wilms Herbert, Paul McVeigh, Michael Ann Barrett, and Herbert Butterfield. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
Adventure awaits with the Lord of the Jungle, Tarzan, up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Tarzan of the Apes, brought to you from out the pages of Edgar Rice Burroughs' unique book.
Philander! Philander, where are you?
Keep close behind me, monsieur. Bien, suivez-moi.
Now, what could Philander be thinking of to wander off this way?
Monsieur Philander did not wander off. That is, I do not think so.
You think the blacks came into camp and took him?
I am sure of it.
But he was lying within 5 feet of me.
They couldn't have taken him without my hearing them.
Monsieur, in certain parts of this continent, we of the French Navy have the rifles chained to the wrists of our sentries. If not, these natives, they steal upon the sentry and poof, before he can scream, the rifle is gone.
Quiet a moment, Lieutenant. Listen. We must be nearer the village than we thought.
No, it is not the village, that sound. The smaller party has found the larger party. Perhaps a war party or a tribe of hunters.
Then what do you propose, Darno?
We shall attack. This stealing of one of my safari, it is an affront against recognized authority.
Your senses, Darno. They've seen something.
Yes, see those flickering of lights. Listen, mes enfants. As much as the jungle will permit, we will distribute ourselves in extended order. Upon my signal, we will open fire and aim between the ground and the flame of the torch. Deployez-vous! En tirailleurs, marche!
Stick pretty close to me, Professor. Very well, Clayton. I feel as if we were getting somewhere at last.
Quite so, Clayton. Any sort of action is a tonic to our trade.
I don't know about the tonic, but action suits my temperament better than so-called watchful waiting.
Look, Clayton, look! We must be getting close. The flame from the torch is quite distinguishable.
Yes. All we're waiting for now is Darno's men to take their positions.
À volonté! À volonté!
I can't tell, Clayton, whether or not we are making any headway.
There are fewer torches anyway. Ah, here's one left.
I got him! I don't know for sure, but it is my belief, Clayton, that they are running away.
I think you're right.
Monsieur, we have put them to rout. Now it is to search.
We made quite a cleaning of them, eh, Darno?
But yes, there must have been about 100.
But still no trace of Philander.
No fear, we will find him. I believe from the drums that the two parties have not met.
Then we routed the other party?
But yes, to have allowed them to meet would be fatal. We should never have been able to handle them otherwise.
Then do you suggest that we press on now that we have somewhat of an advantage?
That, monsieur, is my plan. These blacks do not kill at once.
No. The torture is, well, part of their system.
That is so. And torture is only indulged in at the Boma, where all can enjoy the ceremony. Bon Charpentier! Come, monsieur! Lieutenant Charpentier has found a trail in the jungle.
By Jove, wide enough for an elephant trail, I say.
Yes, extensively used, too, one would believe.
But this has not been used by the party we attacked. See, there are no torches, no bodies. But, monsieur, we shall follow this trail nevertheless.
Against the shadowy outline of the jungle wall, the moon rises red, round, and full. The giant trees, like the ghosts of sentinels, shiver as the chill wind drifts in off the sea. The jungle is uneasy. Numa, the lion, stands before his lair, tail twitching, muzzle quivering as he tries to catch an elusive scent. Save for Cantor, the elephant, the waterhole is deserted, and even Cantor, who fears neither beast nor man, peers with his little eyes at the rim of deepening shadows that is the jungle's edge. Off on the little platform in the trees, Jane Porter and Tarzan watch the moon rise behind the sweeping purple edge of the distant mountain peaks.
Beautiful. Even if the jungle is more dangerous by night, it is infinitely more beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yes, Whiteskin, beautiful.
And Jane waves an expressive hand as though to include the whole gorgeous confusion of tropic vegetation and brightly hued blossoms. From a nearby branch, Manu the monkey watches, fascinated, what he considers the strange antics of a pair of hairless apes. Tarzan, Manu recognizes as a friend, but what of the other? Manu swings himself closer. hangs for a moment, tail curled about the branch, one paw holding the stem of a vine. With the other paw, he reaches out and touches Jane's hair.
Oh, a monkey.
Monkey? Monkey.
Why, yes, Whiteskin. Why, yes, a monkey.
Manu. Monkey. Manu.
Manu? Oh, that's his name. Oh, hello, Manu. Come here, Manu. Oh, you're so cute.
Manu grins and shows his teeth when he hears this hairless she-ape call him by name. He drops from his branch, settles on Jane's shoulder, and chatters excitedly in her ear. Suddenly, Manu stops. The lips, still curled, show the little sharp teeth, but now they're bared in mingled fear and anger. Jane's eyes open wide at the sudden change. Tarzan leaps to his feet, listening. This, then, is why the jungle is uneasy. The hated and feared enemy of the jungle is abroad, the Gomangani. Manu, teeth chattering, the fine hair standing on end, leaps into the trees and is gone. Tarzan looks down at Jane, points to the depths of the forest, and cups his hand behind his ear.
Drum.
Drum.
Yes, Whiteskin, drum. Look, like this.
Jane beats upon the platform with her hands. Tarzan nods his understanding.
Whiteskin, go quick. Drums.
And leave me here all alone, Whiteskin?
Jane, frightened? Whiteskin, come. Come back, quick.
Tarzan signs to Jane to go into the leafy shelter he has made for her. The ape man knows he hasn't the words necessary to explain to her that the drumming means the Gomangani have captured a prisoner, and the prisoner may be one of our own people. Nor does Tarzan know that Jane believes her father, Philander, and Clayton have already left the jungle. Tarzan knows, but he cannot say that he must follow the sound of the drums. With one backward glance, he springs into the trees. A swift, sure grip on a trailing vine, a lunge with his feet, and he swings like a pendulum through a gap in the foliage. With breathtaking speed, he leaps from branch to branch, swings from vine to vine. Tarzan knows that the sounds come from beside the water's edge. The blacks always follow the broad trail of Cantor the elephant. Somewhere on that trail he will find his quarry. Every living thing in the jungle is awake. Every jungle beast knows and hates the Gomangani with their poisoned arrows, their throbbing drums, their cleverly concealed snares. Tarzan stops. To his keen ears comes the sound, the soft tread of naked feet on the jungle floor. He moves aside. He moves the screening leaves. There, filing their way north and carrying Philander, bound and gagged, there are the blacks. Tarzan speeds onward. Now he's well beyond the approaching party. He drops to the broad branch of a leafy tree, crouches, waiting. Meanwhile, in the elephant trail discovered by Lieutenant Charpentier, the party cautiously advances in the direction of the blacks' village.
Strange, Darno. The jungle seems to be deserted, not only of blacks, but of animals as well.
Do not be misled, monsieur, by appearances. Every brush, every tree may conceal one or more of our enemies. We could pass within inches of them, and we would never know.
Now that you mention it, Darno, I have had for some time the uncomfortable feeling that we are being watched. That peculiar sense of eyes peering into my back.
Those drums. One moment they're in front, the next behind. They seem to move, to be all around us.
I myself have been deceived in a similar way, Clayton. Most terrifying, most mysterious.
These blacks, they are a strange people. They are like children, n'est-ce pas? But they do things we civilized peoples do not comprehend. But here, monsieur, your experience is no different from that of any who but arrive for the first time in these genres.
But how do they do it, Darno?
Monsieur, if we do that, why, these men, these old-timers who have lived here for years, they do not know.
Look, Darno, Porter, what's that? Something in the brush.
Where, monsieur? I see it. Look, there, on the edge of the trail.
Get ready to laugh with our Miss Brooks, which is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks under the direction of Al Lewis.
Well, Madison High School instituted a course in automobile driving a short time ago, and our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there, was put in charge. She's had over a week to get used to her additional duties, but she still isn't very happy about them.
And why should I be? Most of the students who enroll in the course take one lesson and then drive as if they're on the Indianapolis Speedway. As a teacher, I've never minded marking my pupils, but I have a definite aversion to having them mark me. Last Thursday at breakfast, my landlady offered a few consoling remarks.
I know it's a lot of additional work, Connie, but think of the satisfaction involved. Not just to you, but to the entire profession.
You mean the medical profession?
No, the teaching profession. Look what you're doing to help the traffic problem.
Well, I have eased the traffic problem a bit. Since I started teaching, there are at least 10 fewer cars on the road.
It's not only traffic, Connie. Your students learn courtesy to pedestrians, too.
Oh, you're right about that, Mrs. Davis. That's one thing I absolutely insist on. Each of my pupils must take a half hour off to visit the hospital his particular pedestrian is in.
You can kid if you like, Connie, but you're doing a fine service, and you should enjoy doing it.
I wonder how you'd enjoy teaching a student like Stretch Snodgrass, Mrs. Davis.
Is it difficult for Stretch to drive a car?
It's difficult for Stretch to spell car. He almost got me into a real jam the other day. We got into some heavy traffic, and I asked him to let me have the wheel.
How did that get you into a jam?
He took it off and handed it to me. Oh, well, I'll get used to it, I suppose.
Of course you will. Now, you finish eating, Connie. I've got some chores to do out in the kitchen. Want any more of anything?
No, thanks. There are still some slices of French toast left over. I hate to see them wasted. That's Walter Denton. They won't be wasted. Come on in, Walter. The latch is off.
Miss Brooks, we who are about to die salute you.
Salute acknowledged. What do you want with your French toast, sugar or jam?
Oh, didn't you hear me, Miss Brooks? I am the bearer of extremely tragic tidings.
I'm sure they can wait until you've had a little breakfast. Now sit down.
All right. But I had one breakfast at home, and then I just stopped by Harriet Conklin's house, and she insisted I have another breakfast with her.
Oh, I see.
So I'll just eat a couple of these plain.
Here you are, Walter. Now, don't try to talk while you're eating. I don't want to hear a word out of you until you're all finished.
So be it. It's like this, Miss Brooks. As you know, Miss Brooks, I am the manager of the Madison High School Orchestra. And as you also know, this is the weekend of the big music festival at Oakhurst, wherein high school bands from all over the state compete for a silver cup.
Go on.
Now, I'm well aware of the fact that you have your own problems, Miss Brooks, but you've always been interested in mine in the past, and it is my fond hope that you continue to be interested in them, especially this one. Are you interested, Miss Brooks?
I'm so interested it frightens me. But please get to the point a little more rapidly, Walter.
Okay. The point is, our beloved principal, old Marblehead Conklin, Mr. Conklin, he insists on going on this trip and playing his tuba with the band.
Mr. Conklin wants to play with the band?
Yes, ma'am. I've stood for many things from that man, but his tuba is just too much for me to swallow.
Especially after 3 breakfasts. But, Walter, I didn't think faculty members were eligible to play in the band.
Well, they're not. But he thinks he can get by on a technicality. You see, Jason Brill, the principal of Clay City High, got special permission last year to do a violin solo with their band. And Mr. Conklin feels that anything Mr. Brill can do with his violin, he can do with his tuba.
I'd like to hear him try Flight of the Bumblebee.
It's no laughing matter, Miss Brooks. He's sneaked into band practice so often lately that they're practically ruined. Unless they get to practice by themselves in Oakhurst, our chances for winning are sub-nil.
That's about as poor as chances can get. Is the band going up to Oakhurst after school today?
Yes, ma'am. And you've got to see that they go without Mr. Conklin and his 39 pounds of stale plumbing.
But why me, Walter?
Because someone very near and dear to your heart has the interest of the band very near and dear to his heart.
You mean?
None other.
Since when is Mr. Boynton so interested in music?
Well, since he bet Mr. DeWitt, my history teacher, that Madison would win the band contest.
But Mr. Boynton doesn't bet. He's opposed to gambling. He won't take a chance on anything. More's the pity.
Oh, he didn't bet money. Just a new hat.
Mr. Boynton doesn't wear hats, Walter?
The hat isn't for him, it's for you. He wants you to have it for Christmas. Of course, I just happen to be eavesdropping at the proper time. This is all a big surprise.
Yes, it is, wasn't it? I'd like to see the band win the contest, too, Walter. Hat or no hat. Mr. Boynton or no Mr. Boynton.
Let's not go overboard.
But what I'm trying to say, Walter, is this. How can we keep Mr. Conklin from playing in Oakhurst with the band?
There's only one way, Miss Brooks. By sabotaging his tuba. That's a very hard instrument to replace. After all, tubas don't grow on trees.
It's a good thing they don't. If Isaac Newton had been hit by a tuba instead of an apple, we wouldn't have any gravity today.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Going into Daddy's office?
Yes, Harriet. What kind of a mood is he in?
Very good for Daddy. He's practicing on his tuba. I just came out of his office.
With that wind behind you, I'll bet you came out faster than you went in.
Daddy got a new teacher last week. He's really working at it this time.
Who's he taking lessons from, Jack Benny?
No, ma'am. As close as I can recall, his teacher's name is Pendarvis T. Marleybone.
That's close enough.
Miss Brooks, I know that Daddy wants to play with our band in the contest, but confidentially, I don't think he'll help their chances any. So if you can think of any way...
I've been all through this with Walter Denton, Harriet. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a very important date.
A date?
Yes, with 39 pounds of stale plumbing. See you later, dear.
Good luck, Miss Brooks. Let me know how you come out.
Stick around. You might have to catch me.
Come in.
I know you're practicing, Mr. Conklin, and I don't like to disturb you,
That's
but...
very considerate, Miss Brooks. Good day.
But I couldn't help stopping by to wish you luck with the band contest.
Well, thank you, Miss Brooks.
What selection have you chosen for your solo?
I thought I'd try something a little out of the ordinary for my particular instrument. The Flight of the Bumblebee. Do you think that would be effective?
Oh, yes, sir. That should really knock 'em deaf. Dead. Mr. Conklin, if I keep very quiet, would you mind letting me stand here and listen to you practice? There's time before my class begins.
I didn't know you were so interested in music, Miss Brooks.
Oh, yes, indeed. And the tuba's my favorite instrument.
Really? Since when?
Since I first heard you play one. I'll never forget that day, Mr. Conklin. It was about 6 weeks ago. I passed by the music room, and you were playing the beautiful Blue Danube.
But how can you remember so clearly?
The rest of the band was playing Kiss Me Again. That is, they soon realized their mistake, and you all played beautifully together. So much so, Mr. Conklin, that lately I've been thinking of taking up the tuba again.
Again?
Yes, sir. I took several lessons on it when I was a little girl.
But isn't a tuba an awfully heavy instrument for a little girl?
That's what my mother thought. So I took the lessons on a piccolo. I never did get anywhere, though. I guess there just wasn't any incentive. But now that I have a virtuoso right in the same school, well, would you give me a few pointers, Mr. Conklin?
Well, Miss Brooks,
I have friend who played the tuba with the Philharmonic. I could ask him, I suppose, but I figure why take lead when you can get platinum?
Oh, you're so right. What would you like to know, my dear?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to start with the fundamentals. It's been months since I was a little girl. How do you hold the tuba, maestro?
Here, I'll show you. Just take it in your left arm.
Like this?
Not quite. Hold it more as if it were a baby. There. Have you got it? Have you got a firm grip on it?
No, sir. Oh, dear, I've ruined your wonderful tuba.
Oh, let's hear it. Let's see. Oh, thank goodness there's no damage done. None whatsoever.
I guess I was pressing. Please, Mr. Conklin, could I take another crack at it? I mean, would you show me the proper way to hold it?
But I've told you, Miss Brooks, hold it like you would a baby.
Like this?
Yes, only not so high. And you've got to have such a much firmer, careful, Miss Brooks. If that's how you'd hold a baby, it's a good thing you're not a nurse.
Is your beautiful tuba ruined this time?
Yes, Miss Brooks, it is. There's a big crack in the bell, and the mouthpiece is jammed into the horn. It'll take a week to repair it.
Oh, then you won't be able to play in the contest tomorrow.
Oh, yes, I will. I can borrow a tuba from a friend of mine in Oakhurst. Fortunately, his instrument is out of your reach. 450 miles from here.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Conklin. Darn these short arms.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate toothpaste.
Cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helps stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene. No other dentifrice, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate's, while not mentioned by name, was the one and only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. So always follow the Colgate way to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And stop tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
What a toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, by the time I met Mr. Boynton in the cafeteria for lunch, I still hadn't thought of a way to keep Mr. Conklin from playing with the band. Just before I went up to get my dessert, I told Mr. Boynton of my dilemma, hoping he might be able to help. As always, he paid rapt attention to what I was saying, then came up with a brilliant suggestion.
Why not try the cherry pie today, Miss Brooks?
Either you haven't been listening, or I've been talking through my lima beans. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Boynton, is that so far Mr. Conklin is still going to perpetrate his tuba with the school band.
Well, there must be something we can do to stop him. This means quite a bit to me personally.
Really? In what way, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I'm unalterably opposed to gambling, as you know, but in this instance I did make a small wager with Mr. DeWitt that our school would win the Oakhurst contest.
A wager? You didn't.
It's just the price of a new hat.
Oh, what a cute idea. How much does the bet amount to in cash?
Oh, it isn't important, really. Just the thought behind it that counts.
That's very true, but just for kicks, how much money is at stake?
Well, $2.
Seems Seems like enough. I can surely get a one-propeller job for that. But to get back to Mr. Conklin, Walter told me in class that the band was going up in individual cars.
And Mr. Conklin's going in one of them?
No, Walter's seen to it that each car is completely filled with students and instruments. There's just no room for Mr. Conklin.
Well, that's promising. His own car was pretty badly banged up last week, wasn't it?
Yes, but it's in the school auto shop and should be ready today.
Should it?
Yes, it shouldn't. Say, you might have an idea there, Mr. Boynton.
Who's been working on his car, Miss Brooks?
Probably someone very competent, but Stretch Snodgrass also spends a lot of time in the shop.
And Stretch Snodgrass isn't the most brilliant student at school, is he?
No, Stretch Snodgrass isn't the most brilliant student at school.
Stretch Snodgrass may not be the most brilliant, but he's sure loaded with charm.
Well, just the fellow we wanted to see. Pull up a chair, Stretch.
Yes, take this chair right here.
In a minute. I ain't et yet.
Please, Stretch. I haven't eaten yet.
Well, you're on a diet. I ain't. Gosh, I can't decide what to take today. I'm in a real mental quarry.
Please, one marblehead in school is enough.
What's the reason for your quandary, Stretch?
I can't decide whether to take the chicken a la king, the lamb stew, or the meatloaf.
Why don't you wait till tomorrow and take the corned beef hash? Then you'll get all three.
Say, that's a swell idea. Wait till tomorrow and get all three. Boy, you sure got plenty brains up there in your chromium.
My chromium?
Yeah. You know, your gray matter. I'll bet you got some twisty curves in your cerebellum.
Well, I guess my Sarah's as curvy as the next one. But, Stretch, what we wanted to ask you about was Mr. Conklin's car.
Yes, is it all ready to roll?
Sure. What do you want me to roll it?
This boy is psychic. Now, we've got to be careful. Now, when Mr. Conklin lets us use his car for Madison's new driving class last week, it got pretty badly banged up, didn't it, Stretch?
But now that it's all fixed, it could be used to give one more lesson, couldn't it?
And what better pupil could we have to take the lesson than Stretch? I'll meet you out front in 10 minutes.
Not so fast, Miss Brooks. First, I gotta eat.
Of course you do. And I want you to eat a nice leisurely meal, Stretch. But there's one thing I want to tell you before you bolt down a sandwich. When you go to the garage to get the car, be sure and back it out carefully.
Okay, Miss Brooks. I'll see you in front of the school in about 10 minutes.
Now be sure and back it out of the garage, Stretch.
I will.
Well, Miss Brooks, if you're meeting Stretch in 10 minutes, you better get your dessert.
Oh, there's no hurry, Mr. Boynton. I don't think I'll have to give Stretch a lesson if he obeys instructions.
What do you mean?
You heard me tell him to back the car out of the garage, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, after the accident the other day, I backed it in.
Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton, I don't like to disturb your lunch, but I got to talk to you.
We're all finished, Walter. What is it?
Well, I just came from the school garage. Mr. Conklin's been in to look at his car.
How did he find it?
He just scraped the back wall with a penknife, and there it was. Stretch Snodgrass did something horrible again.
Good old Stretch. Now Mr. Conklin won't be able to drive up for the band contest.
That's what you think. He's going on the 6 p.m. train. He'll be there first thing in the morning.
But that'll be disastrous. If he gets to practice with the band, we're sunk.
Don't I know it?
Miss Brooks, we've got to put our heads together.
You're right, Mr. Boynton. Goodbye, Walter.
Please, Miss Brooks, you've got to concentrate on the immediate problem. Your long-range aims can wait. I mean, you just got to keep Mr. Conklin from making that train.
Yes, but how?
Well, I don't know. All I know is he says he never sleeps very well on trains. So he's going home right after school and take a nap.
A nap? Wait a minute. I think I've got something. Come closer, Mr. Boynton.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
Still closer.
Like this?
Goodbye, Walter. Here's the idea. If he's going to take a nap, maybe we can set the clocks back in his house so that when he wakes up, he'll think it's much earlier and miss the train.
But is that the only train to Oakhurst today?
Definitely. Oh, what an idea. Miss Brooks, I'd give $100 for the right to x-ray the remarkable gray matter in your cranial cavity.
Why, Walter, what a lovely thing to say about the cerebellum in my chromium.
He's asleep, Walter. Daddy's fast asleep on the couch.
I don't know how he can sleep with all that noise he's making. Sure hate to be your mother.
I wouldn't like that arrangement either. Now, you set back that clock over there, and I'll take care of this one on the mantel.
Okay. Let's see. It's 10 after 5 now. I'll just set it back an hour.
I'll do the same with this one. Then we'll take care of the clocks upstairs and in the kitchen.
Check. Oh, did you leave the front door open for Miss Brooks? She's coming over to help divert your daddy's attention until train time.
It's open, Walter. Now, you take the library clock, and I'll go up to the bedrooms and see that everything is hooked up all right in that.
This way, Stretch. Mr. Conklin's asleep on the couch.
Good. Now, you want me to set this clock back an hour, right?
Right. I'll set this one back on the mantel. There.
Gosh, he sounds like an angry sea lion. I think he's waking up.
I thought it was a car backfiring.
Well, I'd better get out of here. Mr. Conklin and me aren't on terms.
Miss Brooks, Snodgrass.
Oh, don't get up, Mr. Conklin. Just lie there and relax. We'll all pull up chairs and chat with you for a while.
Chat with me? But why? Snodgrass, there's something I'd like to ask you. I thought there might be. Did you have anything to do with wrecking my car this afternoon? I'd rather not answer that question, sir. Why not? Because my parents brought me up not to be no liar. Well, I gotta go to football practice now. Goodbye, Miss Brooks. See you soon, Mr. Conklin, I guess.
It's just as well he left. I shouldn't upset my temperament before the band concert. By the way, it must be getting toward train time.
Oh, no, you've got loads of time, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, what time is it?
It's 3:15. See, by that clock over there?
3:15? That's peculiar.
What's peculiar?
As I recall, I didn't lie down until 3:30.
Well, you know how swiftly time passes when you're sleeping.
It might pass swiftly, but it doesn't pass backwards. Look outside, it's almost dark.
Oh, hadn't you heard? There's an eclipse of the sun today.
Hi, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Miss Brooks. I hope you didn't wake up old Marblehead. Ooh, hi there, Mr. Conklin. How are you? Have a nice nap. How's every little whole thing?
Oh, quiet, What time do you have, Harriet?
Oh, you've got plenty of time, Daddy. It's only 4:15.
4:15? But Miss Brooks says it's 3:15.
That's a democracy for you. Everyone's entitled to his own time.
Now, see here, I've got to know just where I stand with that train.
It's 4:15, Mr. Conklin. That's what the time is, actually.
Then why did you keep insisting that it was 3:15?
Once I've had a taste of daylight saving, I'm a very hard loser.
Excuse me, but the door was open, so I just...
Oh, come in, Boynton, come in. Will you please tell me what time it is?
Oh, certainly, sir. It's
3:15.
No, it's 5:30.
Well, that's what makes horse races.
5:30? Then I haven't a minute to lose. It's a half-hour drive to the station from here. Fortunately, I'm all packed. Hand me that valise, somebody.
Here you are, Mr. Conklin. Oh! Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Did it catch your toes?
Just a few of them, mister. Now, I've got to get out of here. Boynton, did you drive over here?
Yes, sir, but my car...
It's too late for me to call a cab now. Will you drive me?
Me? Well, I'd like to, sir, but I've got a very important engagement in 2 minutes. It's vital, sir, and
Would you like me to drive you?
Miss Brooks, I can only answer that query by remarking that there is nothing more useless than a dead tuba player. No. If you don't mind, Boynton, I'll borrow your car and drive myself to the station.
Well, I guess that'll be all right, Mr. Conklin. It's parked right in front of the house.
Thank you. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, Daddy. Bye, Mr. Conklin.
There's one more favor I'd like to ask of you, Boynton.
Yes, Mr. Conklin?
May I borrow the keys?
Certainly. Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Boynton, how could you do this to us and to yourself? Mr. Conklin will make that train to Oakhurst easily now.
Oh, no, he won't, Miss Brooks. The reason I came over here this afternoon was to borrow a few dollars.
What for?
For gasoline. There isn't enough gas in my car to take it another 8 blocks.
Mr. Boynton, I could kiss you.
So could I.
Back away, children. He's been spoken for.
Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean. Free of loose dandruff. Glistening with sheen. Soft. Manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo.
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, by dinner time, Mr. Conklin hadn't returned, and we assumed that Mr. Boynton's car had run out of gas, and Mr. Conklin had run out of time and missed the train to Oakhurst. But the next morning at breakfast, the phone rang, and Mrs. Davis answered.
Hello? Yes? Who? Yes, just a minute. Connie, it's for you. It's a message from Oakhurst.
Hello? This is Connie Brooks. What's the message, please? Yes, but what are you going to do for an encore?
This is Vern Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials using nothing but Palmolive brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap. Each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse and pat dry. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days.
If you like mysteries that are as full of chuckles as chills, be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday over this same network. Don't miss the exciting and laughable adventures of these amateur detectives. Hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, a program that would go on to become an American institution on television, The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet.
America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. From Hollywood, International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, presents The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, starring young America's favorite couple, Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. Well, let's look in and see what the Nelsons of 1847 Rogers Road are doing. It's quite late at night. So late I can't even see what time it is. Oh, thank you. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. And all we can hear are the customary sounds of night. The grandfather's clock in the hall, a couple of crickets chirping on the lawn, the distant screams of the pedestrians on Sunset Boulevard. We tiptoe up the carpeted stairs and peek into the bedroom. Aren't we devils? The stillness there is interrupted only by the gentle ticking of the clock. Oh, wait a minute. I think I hear Harriet's voice.
And I think I really should get that hat because I haven't had a thing to wear with my navy blue outfit except that old hat I bought last year. And besides, that really doesn't go with my navy blue anyhow.
Ozzie replies,
He sure falls asleep fast. Well, I may as well go to sleep myself. Oh, goodness, the faucet in the bathroom's dripping. I'll never fall asleep now. Ozzie. Ozzie, dear, wake up.
Good night, dear.
Ozzie, there's a drip in the bathroom. I say there's a drip in the bathroom.
Doesn't he know this is a private home?
Oh, please, dear. It's the faucet in the bathroom. Would you get up and shut it off? It'll keep us awake all night.
I don't hear a thing. Good night, dear.
Oh, honey, I'm sure the faucet is dripping. Aren't you going to get up and turn it off?
Well, let's wait until the next time you hear burglars, and then I can get up for both of them at the same time.
Ozzie, it may flood the bathroom. We could both be drowned in our sleep.
Okay. Go to the closet, and on the top shelf there's a box. Get it.
What's in it?
Water wings.
Very funny, very funny. You mean you're not going to turn off the faucet?
Well, darling, it isn't bothering me. Why should I bother it? Live and let live, I always say.
Oh, you dog.
And let sleeping dogs lie.
You mean to say you can sleep with that going on?
I told you I don't hear any dripping.
Oh, for goodness sakes, listen.
I don't hear a thing.
There, did you hear that?
I don't hear a thing. It must be your imagination. I didn't hear that one either.
Ozzie Nelson, you know you hear it just as well as I do.
Okay, the faucet is dripping a little. So what? I'm tired.
Oh. So you won't do a little thing like shutting off the faucet for me. The day of chivalry is certainly dead. In those days, a man would never let his wife do any menial work.
Listen, if these were the days of chivalry, I'd probably be a knight, wouldn't I? And I'd have to go out and fight dragons and things, wouldn't I?
Well, I suppose so.
Well, if I'm out fighting dragons, wouldn't you have to get up and shut off the faucet?
That's not one bit funny. I'm not kidding. This is going a little too far. You don't love me anymore.
Oh, darling, where's your sense of humor? Of course I love you, and you know it. I love you more than anything in the whole wide world. I think you're the most wonderful wife a man ever had. Now go and shut off the water.
I will not. The floor is cold, and you know it.
Well, it's cold on my little piggy-wiggies, too, you know. I tell you what I'll do. I'll show you that chivalry isn't dead. I'll be a gentleman about it. I'll play you gin rummy. Loser goes.
Gin rummy? Oh, we haven't got any cards.
I'll get the cards. Where's the light? Oh, there. The cards here in the dresser, Harriet?
I think they're in the hall table.
Oh. They're not here, Harriet.
Try the medicine cabinet in the bathroom.
Funny place for cards in the bathroom.
And while you're there, turn off the faucet.
Oh. Okay, there. Harriet, I can't find the cards here.
Never mind the cards.
Never mind, but how are we going to decide who... I've been tricked, and by my own wife, too.
Well, anyway, dear, the faucet is shut off.
I might as well admit it was beginning to bother me, too. Boy, I'm sleepy. Oh, this bed feels good.
Thank you very much, dear.
No, it's nothing at all.
I'm sorry I tricked you, Ozzie.
Oh, that's all right.
Now we can sleep.
Oh, good hours.
Good night, dear.
Good night. Oh, for the love of Mike.
Obstinate little gadget, isn't it?
Wait a minute, I got an idea.
Where are you going? What are you going to do?
I'll be right back. There. That did it.
What'd you do?
Honey, I must admit that I fixed that leak with a simple little device that the average husband wouldn't have thought of.
What'd you do? Leave a finger there?
No. It's a very simple psychological matter. Since I couldn't stop the drip, I merely turned the water on a little harder, and since a steady stream of water makes little or no noise, presto, I have eliminated the disturbing elements.
Oh, Ozzie, you're wonderful.
And if you should hear the gentle flowing of the water, just imagine you're out camping by a mountain stream, and you'll fall right off to sleep.
Darling, sometimes I think you're an absolute genius.
Oh. Well, maybe you're right at that. Oh, good night, dear. It's morning already.
I just woke up, too. It's a lovely day.
Well, might as well hop out of bed and get dressed. Holy smokes, this is the worst early morning fog in history. Well, Harriet, the room is flooded.
Flooded?
Yes, hurry, get dressed. Quick, grab your shoes as they float by.
Oh, something must have happened with that faucet. You better get to the bathroom and see what's wrong.
Oh, I just happened to think of something. Harriet, remember last night when I figured out a way to stop that drip by letting the water run a little faster?
Yes.
Well, even the greatest of scientists on the eve of world-shaking discoveries often overlook matters of less magnitude in their zeal and absorption.
You mean you left the stopper in the sink?
Right.
Well, Mr. Scientist, you'll just have to get busy and clean up this mess before you get any breakfast today.
Okay, it's my own fault, and I'm perfectly willing to take the consequences. But how am I going to get rid of all this water? Shall I get an 1847 Rogers Brothers silver-plated spoon and ladle it up?
Well, you could, dear. But a simpler way would be a pail and 2 mops.
Well, I don't know much about this. What do I do with the mops?
Well, just make believe it's New Year's Eve.
Make believe it's New Year's Eve?
Mm-hmm. Just wring out the old and ring in the new.
job that was.
Morning, Pop.
Hello, David.
Ready for breakfast now, dear?
Yep.
All through upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't take you so long after all.
No, just 3.5 hours. I am now an expert on mopping up operations.
Well, here's your breakfast, dear.
I'll just have the toast and the eggs.
Don't you want any orange juice?
Please, no liquids.
Will you excuse me, dear? I want to call a plumber to come over and fix the faucet.
Well, you're not serious, are you?
Well, of course I am.
Well, you don't think I'd be so idiotic as to have a plumber come all the way over here just to fix a leaky faucet?
Well, why not? Last week you called in an electrician just to change an electric light bulb.
Go ahead, make fun of me.
What do you think I'm doing now? No, honestly, honey, you're a very, very, very clever fellow. And I love you dearly, but there's no sense in having the house wash away.
Now, Harriet, stop talking nonsense. House wash away. We have a little flood around here, and everybody gets frightened to death.
Nobody was frightened.
Oh, no? Then who hung those water wings in the bathroom?
Those aren't water wings.
Oh.
Gloria's probably waiting to clear away these dishes. Oh, Gloria! Gloria!
Did you call me, Mrs. Nelson?
Yes, I did, Gloria. We're finished breakfast. Hey, by the way, your room is exactly under ours. Did the water leak through?
Well, the water leaked through, but nothing got wet. You see, I sleep with my mouth open.
You mean you swallowed the water?
Well, I don't know, but come to think of it, this morning when I ate a piece of toast, I could hear it splash. Tell me, Mrs. Nelson, how did the flood start?
Well, Mr. Nelson thought it'd be nice to let the water run and dream we were out camping beside a mountain stream.
Oh, sure. It was all my fault.
I went camping once. Way up on a mountaintop.
Oh, my, that sounds romantic.
Oh, it was romantic. One night I was sitting under the stars, and someone sat down beside me, and he put his arm around me. And we sat there not saying a word, just looking at the stars. And then the moon came up just in time.
Well, what do you mean?
5 minutes more and I'd have been engaged to a grizzly bear.
Oh, it must have been frightening when the moon came up and you were sitting there with a grizzly bear.
It must have been. He ran like everything. Well, I hope the flood in the house didn't do too much damage.
Oh, I don't think so. Nothing really serious.
You should have seen that water dripping down the stairs this morning.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't wake us, Gloria. Try to remember. Always call us any time you see anything unusual in the house.
Well, that's not so unusual.
My goodness, if water dripping down the stairs isn't unusual, what is?
Water dripping up the stairs?
I see what you mean. Well, Gloria, be prepared for anything around here this morning because Mr. Nelson insists he's going to fix the leak himself.
Mrs. Nelson's just jealous because she's not mechanically inclined. Are you mechanically inclined, Gloria?
Oh, yes. I could go for a nice mechanic anytime.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we had to call on your boyfriend Elmer before Mr. Nelson's through.
Oh, but Elmer's no good at fixing things.
Why, didn't you tell me the other day that Elmer was a handyman?
I just meant that he only lives 2 blocks away. He's a handyman. Well, I better clean away these dishes.
And I better go upstairs and fix that leak.
Can I go with you, Pop?
Now, you see that, Harriet? You're afraid I'm going to flood the house, but thank goodness at least my son has confidence in me. Come on along, David.
I'll be right with you, Dad, as soon as I get my sailboat.
Yeah, it's really leaking all right.
Yeah, but are you sure you can fix it?
There's nothing to it, David. You just watch. There isn't anything your old man doesn't know about plumbing. I know this sink like a book. You can assist Daddy in the operation if you like.
Gee, thanks, Dad.
Now we go to work. Wrench.
Wrench.
Pliers.
Pliers.
Screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
Hammer.
Hammer.
Iodine. I think maybe I'd better go with this a little different way. Aha, here we are. This'll take care of the old leak. Now watch, David. I just put the monkey wrench on this pipe, and I twist it to the right. Turning to the right always shuts things off, David.
Are you sure, Dad?
Positive. That's how all pipes are made. Twisting to the right shuts them off. And I hit the monkey wrench with a hammer now to turn it real hard.
But, Pop, what if that loosens the whole thing up?
It won't, son.
Are you sure, Pop?
I'm as sure of that as I am that tomorrow will be a beautiful day. Well, that's California for you.
Well, as the walrus might have said to the carpenter, now it's my turn to speak to those of you who have been saving for the day when you could go to your silverware dealers, ask for 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, and get it. That day will be here very soon, too. If you could see the town of Meriden, Connecticut, where the home of 1847 Rogers Brothers is, you'd be sure of that. For in Meriden today, the harsh, urgent clamor of war machinery has given place to the quiet hum of silversmithing. The skilled hands that broke all records turning out fighting weapons are again engaged in the task they love, the creation of America's finest silver plate. Soon the silver plate itself will be at your silverware dealers, as lovely in design, as incomparable in craftsmanship as always. We feel sure you'll want to wait that short while, that before you buy any new silverware for your home, you'll want to see the famous silver plate of the 1847 Rogers Brothers. It's time for those lovely singing stars, the famous King Sisters.
If you ain't wrong, you're right. If it ain't dark, it's light. If you ain't sure, you might. Gotta be this or that. If it ain't full, it's blank. If you don't spend, you bank. If it ain't bing, it's frank. Gotta be this or that. Who can it be if it ain't me? I know it's not your mother. Can't you see it's gotta be one way or another? Tell me what I must know. If you don't like, I'll go. If it ain't yes, it's no. Gotta be this or that. Is it big or small? Is it spring or fall? Is it fresh or panned? Is it fresh or canned? Gotta know before I go. Gotta be this or that. Is it old or new? Is it me or you? Is it much or few? Ha 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 or boo? You're a square to be so unfair. Gotta be this or that. Who can it be if it ain't me? It's surely not your mother. Can't you see it's got to be one way or another? Tell me what I must know. If you don't like, I'll go. If it ain't yes, it's no. Gotta be this or that. It's day or night. It's black or white. It is loose or tight. Gotta be this or that. Dog or cat. Corny or spit cat. Lean or fat. Dear or tat, baby. Gotta be this or that.
and Harriet. Well, things are sure in a mess at the Nelson household at 1847 Rogers Road. Ozzie's attempt to fix something has led to complete disaster. Instead of fixing the leak in the pipe, Ozzie has succeeded in breaking it and causing a small-sized flood. As our scene opens, our hero is entering a nearby plumbing shop.
Say, could you come up to our house right away? We got a busted pipe that needs fixing.
Well, I'll tell the boss about it.
Well, what about you? Aren't you a plumber?
Me? No, I ain't no plumber. I'm just a plumber's helper. I ain't allowed to fix nothing. I'm only allowed to watch it being fixed.
Well, look, this is rather urgent.
Okay. Just relax, mister. Give me your name and address. I'll put it on the list. And as soon as the boss can look at it, you'll be taken care of. That's the best I can do.
Well, the name is Nelson, and the address is 1847 Rogers Road. Try and rush it, will you, because it's an emergency.
Okay.
You got that address, haven't you? 1847 Rogers Road.
Okay. Everything is an emergency. The guy's got a little leak, so it's an emergency. Some people don't seem to realize there's a... Hey, wait a minute. The war's over. Hey, boss! Here's another address for you to stop at. You better hurry. It's an emergency.
Nelson, 1847 Rogers Road. Thanks. I'll go right over.
Yes?
Mr. Nelson?
That's right.
Well, may I come in? You're next on my list.
I'm next on your list?
Yes. Didn't you send for a plumber?
Well, yes, but
Is something the matter?
Well, I just wasn't expecting a lady plumber. Tell me, have you plumbed long?
A few years, and I like it. When I started, I never thought I'd feel this way about plumbing.
I never thought I'd feel this way about a plumber.
Oh, I understand you have a broken pipe in the bathroom.
We have? Yes, of course.
Well, of course. Didn't you call
Pardon me, boss. I got all the tools here.
Oh, thank you. Just lay them down there, Tyrone. And, Tyrone, would you please find the water shut off?
Okay, boss.
And keep in touch with me.
Okay, boss.
I'm sorry I was so confused, but, well, it's just that most plumbers are men, and you're quite the opposite.
Well, I'm sorry that I've upset you so.
Oh, that's all right, really.
After all, in these times, women drive buses, they work on railroads, they use riveting machines. They do just about everything.
That's right. Who knows, someday a few of them might even learn to cook.
Now, I think I'd really better get to work on that leaky pipe.
Tyrone, calling the boss.
What's that?
Oh, that's our portable communication system. Sort of a walkie-talkie. Saves us a lot of time. Boss to Tyrone. Come in, Tyrone.
I think I found that water shut-off, boss. There's a knob here that looked like the opening to a coal chute. But then I remembered that in California, they... Whoa! They do have coal chutes here, don't they?
Keep trying, Tyrone.
Is somebody here, Ozzie?
Oh, yes, dear, it's the plumber.
Oh, good. I'd like to what you...
Oh.
Are you the plumber?
That's right. I'm the plumber.
Oh, you must tell me who does your hair. It's adorable.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I had my hair done at the Pierre Salon.
That pipe is...
Pierre specializes in lady plumbers. In fact, he calls this the lady plumber hairdo.
Oh, well, it's really beautiful. That big pompadour in the center and the braids on each side. It's so romantic.
Yes. It represents a water boiler surrounded by stovepipes.
Tyrone calling the boss. Come in.
Yes, Tyrone?
I think I found out where the water shutoff is. I'm down in the basement, and in here they got a sort of a den, you see. And in the corner of the den, they got a small bar, and there's I'll call you back.
Look, I don't mean to be personal, but that perfume you're wearing, is that a Pierre creation, too?
Say, it's quite a leak,
Oh,
and they've
yes,
got
Pierre didn't feel that those imported perfumes fit my profession. You know, temptation, surrender, follow me.
And he made that special perfume for lady plumbers?
That's right.
What is it called?
Come here before I slug you.
Oh, my. This Pierre sounds original.
Pardon me, that leak in the pipe, it's only covered by rags. And
Oh, my goodness, we forgot about the leak.
Oh, dear, say, I wonder what happened to my helper, Tyrone. Calling Tyrone. Tyrone. Tyrone?
Happy New Year!
Where are you, Tyrone?
Would you please inform our hostess that we are running out of ice cubes?
Oh, dear, something tells me I'll have to fix this without Tyrone.
Well, how you coming along?
Oh, fine, thanks. You know, Mr. Nelson, I'm the kind of plumber that doesn't believe in taking chances. Some plumbers might try fixing this by putting in another washer. Some plumbers might try fixing this by putting in another piece of pipe.
What are you doing?
Installing a new sink.
What a day this has been. Sure is good to get in bed.
You betcha. I never thought when I heard that faucet dripping last night that it would lead to such complete reconversion.
Oh, neither did I.
What a routine. The new wash bowl and the new tub that you had to get to match the wash bowl.
Yeah, I know.
Seems an awful lot to go through just to stop a dripping faucet. Oh, well, let's get some sleep, shall we?
Okay. Oh, good night, dear.
Good night.
Harriet.
Yes, dear?
Do you hear anything?
Not a thing.
Neither do I. Good night.
Ozzie and Harriet of 1847 Rogers Road will be back in just a moment. Meantime...
Oh, Mr. Smith, did you ever hear of that man, Tantalus?
Oh, you mean the character in Greek mythology? The fellow that had all that delicious food put before him, only it was always just out of his reach?
That's the man, and that's the way I feel, too. I've been hearing so much about 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate, how unusual its designs are, how beautiful and rich-looking. It's got so I dream about owning 1847 silver plate, and then I wake up and realize there isn't any to be had. It's very tantalizing, Mr. Smith.
Well, it won't be tantalizing much longer, at least not in the same way. Pretty soon you will be able to buy this lovely silver plate. Then the tantalizing part will be which pattern to choose.
Well, the first love pattern looks very beautiful in the pictures I've seen in the magazines.
The pattern itself is even more beautiful. Notice when you see it how richly raised the ornament is, how deeply etched. That kind of craftsmanship was formerly found only in solid silver. It took 1847 Rogers Brothers to carry it out in silver plate.
I know. I've heard they've done some wonderful things with silver plate.
Be patient a little longer and you can see what they've done firsthand. 1847 Rogers Brothers silver plate will be at your silverware dealer soon. Wait until then. It's well worth waiting for, believe me.
Ozzie. Ozzie!
Yeah, I hear a dripping noise, too. How do you like that? We had a whole new sink put in, and I still hear that dripping noise.
But Ozzie...
I might have known better than to trust a woman plumber. She puts in a whole new sink, and there goes that dripping noise again.
But Ozzie...
Please, Harriet, don't try to protect her just because you happen to be a woman, too. I know a drip when I hear one. I'm plenty sore. Can you imagine...
Ozzie, will you please look down at the end of the bed? Your hot water bottle's leaking.
International Silver Company, creators of 1847 Rogers Brothers Silver Plate, invite you to listen again next Sunday to the adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, with songs by the King Sisters and music by Ozzie Nelson's orchestra. And don't forget, America's finest silver plate is 1847 Rogers Brothers. This program originates in the Hollywood studios of the Columbia Broadcasting System and is also broadcast over the Trans-Canada Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This adventure of Ozzie and Harriet will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by shortwave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Appearing in support of Ozzie and Harriet were Bea Benaderet, John Brown, Joel Davis, and Viola Vaughn. Original music was composed by Billy May. Vern Smith speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
All right, it is time for the question of the day, and today's question is one that I think might trigger some debate. It's, which movie released this month, that is July 2025, do you expect to make the most money at the worldwide box office this year? Personally, I think it's going to be the Jurassic World movie. I know it has some stiff competition from Superman and the Fantastic Four, but honestly, I think both of those have a problem of there being a lot of superhero fatigue, and while there's also dinosaur fatigue, I don't think that's as prominent, especially in foreign countries. I think the fact is that Jurassic World always has an edge, being that it has dinosaurs, which is something that can be universally communicated across borders and minimal dialogue, and the characters don't really matter much, and the movies seem to be critic-proof, which hasn't proven to be the case with recent superhero movies. Plus, I think the expectations for especially Superman are so sky-high that they won't be met, and there's going to be some negative backlash to that no matter what it does. And I think Fantastic Four is just going to have trouble standing out, being that we're only, just over halfway through the year, and it's already the third MCU movie of the year. So it's very hard for an MCU movie to feel special at this point with that kind of release schedule. Meanwhile, at least you only have to keep up with one Jurassic World product at a time. So that's my prediction. I could be wrong, but that's what I think is actually going to happen when the smoke clears, that Jurassic World is going to end up dominating the July box office. But which movie do you think is going to dominate July box office, and why? Let us know in the comments below, and now let's get back to the shows. Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. From the hills of Wyoming to the mountains of Mexico, the Lone Ranger led the fight for law and order in the western United States. Whenever men gathered around the campfire, stories were told of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness. Nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Rio Grande. There's going to be trouble. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto had found shelter from the storm in a cave less than a quarter of a mile from the Rio Grande. Suddenly, from somewhere between the cave and the river, several shots rang out.
Steady, Silver. Tonto, did you hear that?
Someone shoot?
Yes, and where there's shooting, there's generally trouble. Now, wait here. I'm going out and find out what the shooting means.
You stay. Tonto go.
I'd rather go myself. As soon as I got my gun belt on, I'll go on foot. Horses' hoofs make too much noise.
Tonto put out campfire?
No, let the fire burn. If someone comes here, I'll be outside. Let them talk, and we might learn more about the shooting. I'll not be far away. Sounded as if the shots came from the south. Hard to tell, though.
When the masked man reached the edge of the woods, he stopped. The sound of running feet reached him, and then the hard breathing of someone on the verge of exhaustion.
Oh, 1 minute. Oh, wait. Stay here.
Let me go. Let me go.
Here, who fired those shots?
None of your business. Please, let me go.
Very well, I'll let you go. Where do you think you're going?
Away from here. Away from them. Oh, what a attempt. Oh, what the use?
Let me help you out of that mud hole, young lady. There, now, take it easy. Up you come. Are you hurt?
No.
And there's a shelter within 20 yards of here. You can see the light of the campfire. Let me help you there.
Who are you, anyway? You don't talk like one of the Bascom gang.
I'm not one of the Bascom gang. You're cold, aren't you?
It's frozen.
Don't try to talk until you're warm. Meanwhile, please don't be afraid. We're almost at the cave.
Me come help.
The girl's exhausted, Tonto. Get some blankets ready and put some food on the fire to get warm.
The cold.
Are you sure you didn't hurt yourself when you fell?
No, the ground was soft. I sooner have hurt myself on the hard ground than spill in that mud hole. Look at me.
That's the spirit. When you're concerned about your appearance, it's a sign you're getting over your fear.
How'd you know I was afraid?
Why would you run so blindly into a woods on a night like this if you weren't?
I suppose that's true.
Those shots, were they fired at you?
Yes.
By whom?
Look here, stranger. I don't see that it's any of your business. I don't know who you are, and I have work to do.
Work?
That's just what I said.
Me got food on fire. Ready plenty quick now.
Well, thanks for the invitation, but I'm not staying here long enough to eat.
Where are you?
Quiet. Let me listen. Do you hear anyone?
No.
Guess it's all right then. They didn't come after me. Thanks for giving me the chance to catch my breath, stranger. Now I've got to go.
You are a peculiar girl.
And you're masked.
I forgot about being masked. Please don't misjudge me for wearing it.
I've no time to form any opinion of you, so the mask doesn't matter a bit. Here's your blanket. Thanks for the use of the fire.
You aren't leaving until the rain lets up.
Why not? Can't get any wetter than I am.
Hardly, but you can get a lot drier. Now, sit down.
I'm armed, mister.
Oh, I see you are.
I'm armed, and I know how to use this gun. Please don't force me to use it. I like your style so far and hate like the dickens to double-cross you, but I've got to do it.
Double-cross me?
That's what I said. I've got to blame you for something I've done. It's the only way I know of.
I've been blamed for a lot of things, and I'm quite used to it. If it will help you to accuse me of anything you've done, go right ahead. But won't you tell me what...
I'd like to tell you honestly I would, but I can't. I
Your
can't even tell you
name
my name.
You mentioned the Bascom gang.
I shouldn't even have said that much. But thanks for everything.
Tonto, go get her.
Wait, Tonto, let her go. I'm going to follow as soon as she has a little lead. That girl's in trouble. She's terrified. There's something about her face that was familiar. I wonder where I've seen her, or someone who looked like her.
Well, Tonto, member lawman. Him look like her.
I know, that's right. Now listen to me, Kimosabe. I'm going to follow her. You come along about half an hour behind me. If I get into a trap of some sort, I'll count on your help. If there's anything to tell you, I'll leave a message.
Jed Bascom stood at his desk in the living room of the cabin. Two men who bore the stamps of outlaws watched him as he examined the contents of the desk.
I guess I scared the crook away before he got anything.
Sure of that, Bascom? Can't take no chances on having some of the things in your desk get out.
I'm checking once more to make sure.
Too bad you didn't drill the critter. Any idea who it was that tried to rob you?
No.
Jed, you all right?
Don't I look it? Where have you been, Martha?
Bed, of course. Heard the shooting and ducked. Who was it, lawman?
I reckon so.
Where'd they go? Figured the best thing for me to do was stay and hide until I learned more what was going on here.
Went into your mind to come with a gun and see if I needed help, would it?
Listen, Bascom. I told you when I married you that I was willing to let you go on with your smuggling and all that sort of thing as long as I had all the pretty clothes and cash I wanted. I also told you I wasn't going to live here with any misunderstanding. I ain't to get into no gunfights, and if the law catches up with you, it's your worry, not mine. I didn't say I'd marry you, and you could count on me to be the loyal woman that'd stick with you through thick and thin. Get that straight.
I got it straight. I ain't said nothing about it.
All right, then. Don't throw it up at me if I don't come shooting when I hear gunplay. What happened?
Well, the prowler came here. I heard him and come into this room. Then I reckon he heard me. He ducked.
Got away, huh?
He didn't get nothing, though, ma'am.
Don't matter if he did or not. It's a sign he knows where to look for evidence again you polecat.
Now, look here, Miss Bascom. Even if you are Jed's wife, you ain't the right to...
I got the right to say what I like, and if you don't like what I say, get out.
Well,
that goes for you, too, Jed Bascom. Where's the girl?
I don't know. I don't see her from one day to the next.
You mean to say she slept through all that shooting?
Maybe she's hiding, too.
Maybe. I'll go see.
Well, you're at it. Find out how much longer she's going to have to stay here with us.
I will. I'm tired of her being here, same as you are. Hey, you, wake up. You I'm talking at. Wake up.
What's the matter?
Set yourself up in that bed. I hanker to have a few words with you.
Oh, it's you, Miss Bascom. What time is it?
Tain't getting up time yet. Where was you during the shooting?
Shooting?
Mean to say you didn't hear no gunfire a while ago?
I might have, but guess I thought I'd been dreaming. There's something wrong?
I don't know.
But shooting, gunplay, what's it all about?
Nothing that concerns you. How's that ankle of yours?
It's getting better, thank you.
Seems like it's been healing a long time now. Odd that a spill from a horse had hurt you so.
Oh, I'll be able to travel another couple of days. I'm sure of it, Mrs. Baskin.
All right, then. I'll count on that.
I'm dreadfully sorry that I put you and your husband to so much inconvenience.
Never mind being sorry. Where you figure on going when you leave here?
Well, when I fell from my horse, I was on my way to El Paso.
Relatives there?
Good friends, not relatives.
I see. You didn't hear no shooting, huh?
Well,
There's something about you strikes me odd.
What do you mean?
Seems like I've seen you before somewheres. What relatives you got?
None.
Let me get that lamp and have another look at your face.
Oh, but
what? Don't you like to be looked at?
Well, that is...
Bothered me ever since I first set eyes on you. There. Now look at me.
That light hurts my eyes.
You'll get used to it in a minute. Draw your hair back from your face.
Like this?
Uh-huh. Dad rat it, I wish I could remember where I seen a face like yours. You said you didn't have no relatives?
None living. I'm sure I've never seen you before.
Said your name was Wakefield, didn't you?
Yes.
First name?
Abby.
Don't ring familiar no way.
Miss Bascom, I think
Wait.
I know where you may have seen.
Just wait a minute, Abby Wakefield. Let me see what this means. Your riding clothes wet and mud-soaked. How'd they get that way?
Well,
First rain since you come here's been tonight, ain't it?
Well, yes.
You've been out of this house. Mud there in the window. That's how you got back in again, ain't it?
I know you'll think I'm crazy.
Go on. Talk, Miss Abby. Let me hear what your story is. You got such a bad hurt ankle that you can't hardly stand on it, but here's your riding clothes and your boots.
I know you were anxious for me to leave, so I dressed and tried to leave.
Mm-hmm. Spilled in the mud and come back, huh?
Yes, spilled in the mud. Come back.
Had the boots on. Thought your ankle was swelled so you couldn't get 'em on. Let me see that ankle.
Wait.
You be still. Let me have a look. Just as I thought. Ain't no sign of a hurt ankle.
Put your hands up, Martha Bascom.
Got a gun, huh?
And I'll use it.
Now I savvy. Now I know how you look familiar. It's your father. You got the same chin as he had. Your right name's Abby Watkins, and your old man was John Watkins, the lawman.
That's right. And he was murdered. Do you know who killed him?
I got notions about that, but ain't seen what they are.
He was trying to run down a pack of smugglers. The pack was led by Jed Bascom.
Mm-hmm.
Paul came here, and that's the last anyone saw of him alive. He was found dead. Made to look as if he'd fallen over a ravine on his horse. But I know different. I'm here to get the evidence that my pa was after when he died.
You're a downright ambitious girl, ain't you?
In case you're wondering about it, I'm the one who searched through Jed's desk tonight, and I'm the one he fired at in the dark.
Now that you got the drop on me, what you figure on doing? Shoot me, and Jed and his pals will come here on the run. Don't shoot me, and I'll tell Jed who you are.
Yeah, I know.
You haven't got the whip hand that you think you have, Abby. You're in a bad spot, and you can't win. Now, if you'll take my advice, you'll just take up them clothes, put up that gun, and get out of the window. Travel fast and keep on going. You'll have a couple minutes start, and if you pick the right horse, that'll be enough.
I came here to get evidence against Jed Bascom. I'm not leaving without that evidence.
Tell me some more. Maybe you know how you'll get it and get away with it.
Hey, Martha, open this door. Open it up.
Tell him to go away.
Wash your hands and drop that gun.
Good work, Squint. Watch her. Come on in, Jed.
I got her covered, boss.
What you doing, Martha?
Holding a gun and making threats.
I found out who she is. Here, mister, take a good look.
That's the girl, all right.
So, stand up, Abby Watkins. I know who you are now.
Yes, Abby. I remembered where I'd seen that cleft chin before. Your father had one like it.
Playing hurt and coming here to get evidence on me, huh?
That's what you was doing, Jed.
Good thing I had Squint go around outside and cover her through the window.
All right, Bascom. You know the truth. You've got me. Thanks to that man.
Yes, Abby. Thanks to me.
And for a little while, I liked your style. Well, go on. Who's going to be the one to shoot me?
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. now to continue our story. When the smugglers learned Abby Watkins' real identity through the Lone Ranger, the girl turned on the masked man.
And I thought you were a real man. You told me you weren't a crook in spite of your mask.
Did I tell you that?
Yes.
So she's Abby Watkins, eh? Now, what do you know about that?
More than that, Jed. Her ankle ain't hurt at all. And take a look at these riding clothes. She was the one that tried to search through your desk tonight.
Well, this is all mighty interesting. Mighty interesting.
All right, Bascom, you've got me. Why don't you shoot me?
Plenty of time for that, Abby.
Boss, who is this hombre, anyhow?
Yes, stranger, who are you?
If I wasn't on your side, do you think I'd come here and warn you about this girl?
It don't seem so.
That ain't telling who he is, though.
You keep out of this, Martha. And you have a lot to talk about, stranger.
Yes, we have.
I reckon you're hanker to join up with me, huh?
I guess almost any man would be glad of the chance to join an outfit that's as powerful as yours, Bascom, if he didn't care about staying inside the law.
Good enough. I like the way you wear them guns. You look like a man that could handle them real good.
I'll manage them if there's need to.
Good.
Now then, Bascom, I want the chance to talk to this girl.
For what?
There's nothing to talk about.
That's where you're wrong, Abby. There's a lot to talk about.
Well, I've nothing to say.
Bascom, I came here to get some information from her. That's the reason I've been trailing her. The fact that you've been helped is just incidental.
What do you mean?
My main purpose is to find out about some friends of mine, and I think she'll be able to give me the information.
Go on, talk to him.
Alone.
Well, we'll leave you be.
One other thing. Have you someplace you can hold her captive?
I don't know. We don't generally keep prisoners here.
A cyclone cellar or something like that?
We got the cellar, boss. Ain't no way of getting there save from the trapdoor. We could lock her there.
That'll do fine. Put her down there, and I'll talk to her later.
You come on, girl. It's down cellar for you.
That masked man needn't think I'll talk to him. My lips are sealed, and I don't care what's done. I know my life's as good as gone. There isn't anything you can say or promise that'll make me give the slightest bit of information. But get this, all of you.
Shut her up.
You better hear me. Because these are the last words I'll ever say. You're all headed for a downfall. Law's getting harder and harder to beat all the time. You can kill some men, like my father. Some people like me. But just as sure as there's a blue sky overhead, every last one of you'll end up on the rope of a hangman. Oh, where's that cellar? I'm ready.
This way.
She sure is a spunky girl, isn't she?
Gosh, boss. Ain't it a shame a girl like that has got to be so doggone foolish and reckless?
Hey, stranger, how about taking off that mask now that you're with friends?
I'm not sure yet that I am with friends.
What'll make you sure?
I'll have to know you better, then decide for myself. What was that?
Trapdoor to the cellar being shut. Squint, you take care of the outside door.
Right enough, boss. I'll tend to it right away.
Well, Bascom, now that we're alone...
Yeah. Me and you can come to a sort of understanding, can't we?
Just how big an outfit do you have?
Big enough?
How big?
I ain't saying nothing about that. But you can be sure I got all the men I need, unless I can get a man that's special, like what you seem to be. What sort of working arrangement you got in mind?
Percentage.
Maybe it could be worked out.
You keep records of some sort, don't you?
Maybe.
I'll have to look them over.
Now?
Oh, not right now. I wouldn't expect you to show me your records until we know each other. I just wanted to find out if I was talking to a good businessman.
You won't find none better.
That's all I wanted to know for the time being.
Now, what about you?
What about me?
How do I know what to count on in you? Where you from? What have you done? And, what in tarnation do you look like?
There's plenty of time for that. I think I'll have a talk with the girl now.
Well, help yourself.
Where's that trap door?
This way. What did you want to talk to her about?
If it was anything I wanted you to know, I'd talk in front of you.
Don't give out much information, do you?
You want someone who tells all he knows to be a member of your gang?
That's right. Take Nabbit, you got the right answer for everything, ain't you? This is it.
Open it.
You want me to lock it when you get down there?
That doesn't matter.
There's a couple of candles on the table at the foot of the stairs. You got matches?
Yes.
You needn't think I'll give you any information.
All right, Bascom, you can shut the door now.
Right. Just holler when you want to come up.
Abby, please listen for a moment.
You double-crossed
Wait.
him.
I didn't tell him who you were until his wife had found out about you.
I won't listen.
Martha Bascom had you, and you know it. You held a gun on her, but she told you that you were in a spot. You couldn't keep her covered forever, and you couldn't shoot her. She knew you were Abby Watkins.
I won't listen to a thing.
Abby, I'm here to help you. Won't you try to understand?
Fine, help you. What you say?
I want to help you. I'm here because you're certain to be killed by the Bascom gang. They won't let you get away from here alive, now that they know who you are. They already knew you before I spoke.
How did you know?
I heard the conversation between you and Martha.
You did?
I came from the woods shortly after you left me. I heard Martha when she found out who you were. I left word for Tonto and gave him instructions.
Instructions?
We've got to count on him to carry through a part of my plan.
But you told Bascom who I was.
Before I did that, I realized that nothing could be lost by telling him who you were. Much can be gained because now he thinks I'm as crooked as he is.
What did Bascom do?
He sent Squint around the outside of the house to get the drop on you through the window. Then he rapped on the door.
Oh, but now we...
Now we have only to wait until Tonto does his part. I think we'll be safe here. I hope so. That's the chance we must take.
Safe? Safe from what?
Just wait, Abby. Tonto should be here in a few minutes now.
Upstairs in the cabin, Jed discussed the probability of the Lone Ranger joining the gang.
That hombre will be real handy for us, Squint. I already know of a couple of ways to make first-rate use of him.
Huh.
What's the matter?
A newcomer that you don't even know the face of comes here, and you're all filled up with ideas as to how valuable he'll be.
Why not?
What's the matter with us men that have been with you right along?
So that's what's rankling you, Squint. Now, don't go getting yourself jealous of the new man.
Oh, why not?
You wouldn't want the job I got in mind for him. What's more, I wouldn't want you to have that job. I figure you're too valuable to use up the way I got in mind for the masked man.
Huh?
The same goes for the rest of the boys.
What do you got in mind?
That girl has got to have something happen, ain't she? We can't let her go free to tell what she suspicions about us, can we?
Wouldn't be good sense to do so.
All right, then. She's got to meet up with trouble of a real dangerous nature and maybe be found dead in a few days. The law will be right anxious to get the one that killed her. Ain't that so?
Sure.
Especially with her being the daughter of a lawman.
Well?
Just this. The law ain't going to rest until they hang a man for the murder. Now, that's where the masked man comes in. What's the matter?
Do you smell smoke?
I ain't noticed. Likely food burning. Now, what's the matter with my scheme?
The scheme being to fix it so the masked man is the one to hang? Sounds all right to me.
It is all right. Now do you see what the job I got for him is?
You might have told me about it in the first place.
You doggone idiot. Worried that old Jed was going to let his own men down. Why, I do smell smoke.
Something's burning for sure.
Seems to be over this way.
Jed! Jed, the house is afire!
Look at that smoke. The flames. Martha, what's done it?
Get our things out of there. This house will go up like tinder.
Get water for it.
The house is afire.
Water. Get some water.
Water won't help. Look at the start them flames got the east wing.
The west wing's in flames, too.
We got to get out of here.
Them in the cellar.
Never mind them. Come with me, Squint.
My clothes. What about my clothes?
Take what you can carry and get out, Martha.
Oh, my clothes. Thanks a lot. I got to get my pretty clothes.
Here, Squint. Give me a hand.
The smoke is getting bad.
Smoke won't hurt you. Come on. My cash and my records. I got to get them out.
This place is going fast. The roof will go down in a minute.
Here, take what records are on the desk. Take this box, Squint. Take it and then come this way. There's more that's got to be saved. You come too, Slim. Hurry.
The smoke is...
Never mind the smoke. Never mind it. Get over here. My secret hiding place.
My eyes burn. The smoke.
This is it. Grab a hold. This section of the wall. Grab a hold. Here, Squint. Take a hold here. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Pull. Now throw it aside. That does it. I'll take these things. Here, Squint, hold out your arms.
Jed, you better get out of here.
Get yourself out. We'll be all right.
Hurry it up, boss.
Slim, take these bundles. You got to save them.
I got them.
Now save yourself. Get to the outside.
Hey, what is
is this? The door's fastened.
Who done this?
It's fastened from the outside.
Open this door. Get this door open.
While the smoke billowed in dense clouds through the cabin, the three men fought to get the door open. They were half blinded, and the roar of the flames crept closer every minute. Then the Lone Ranger's voice rang out.
Come this way. I'll show you how to get out.
I can't see. Who's this?
If you want to get out of this fire trap, come with me.
Can't see you.
Come on, this way.
Stop holding me. I don't want.
Come on, then. You're all right. Just keep moving. The back door's right ahead. Step through it, and you'll be outside where it's safe.
This is it. Boys, we're all right now.
My eyes is watering so I can hardly see.
It's a mess, man.
Straight ahead, men. Your horses are there.
How'd you get out of the cellar?
Hey, there's the girl, too.
Yes, I'm here, but no thanks to you, men. We'd have died in that cellar if Tonto hadn't opened the outside door.
Who?
Me, Cantor. Take those bundles from them, Tonto. That's the evidence the law wants.
The law?
What is that about the law?
What do you think? You polecats have been hiding the evidence against this gang too cleverly for the law to find. It took a trick to get you.
What's this about a trick?
Ask him. The only way to make you show the records you kept so carefully was to make you save them from the fire.
You mean that...
Tonto started this fire to smoke you all out.
Hey, my gun is gone.
Hey, mine, too.
I took your guns while you were fighting your way through the smoke. You'll need no weapons in jail.
Tricked. We've been tricked.
I ain't going to go down with you, Jed Bascom. I'm going to save my own neck. Goodbye, for King. Get up.
A woman escape. Let her go, Tonto. These men are the ones the law wants.
And now the law will have them. The greatest wish of my father's been fulfilled. Thanks to you, masked men.
The West must be rid of men like these, Abby. Yep. Tonto, keep your guns on them while I ride into town for the sheriff.
Goodbye, masked men.
Adios. Adios, Silver! Away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger, Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Carter, something terrible has happened.
So I found out too late to stop you, huh?
What do you mean?
You're going to tell me that you've had another period of temporary insanity, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. I don't remember what happened, but when I came out of it, I found this knife in my pocket.
Yes.
I expected that. Those stains on it. Carter, they're blood.
Now for the case of the Barefoot Banker. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. It's 4 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, and Arthur Colby, portly, dignified, and respected, walks through the huge bronze doors of the Colby Trust Company and crosses to the curb where a uniformed chauffeur opens the door of his limousine.
I won't need the car just yet, Marvin. I think I'll walk a few blocks before going home.
Yes, Mr. Colby.
Don't close the car door yet, though. I want to get in for a moment to take off my shoes.
I beg pardon, sir?
To take off my shoes. It's such a fine day. I think I'll walk barefoot.
Mr. Colby, barefoot on Park Avenue?
Yes. Good idea, isn't it? I can't imagine why I never thought of it before.
Such a thing. You, of all people.
I tell you, I don't know, Lorna. I can't even remember it. It was like waking from a sound sleep to find myself in the street, crowds laughing at me.
Can you blame them?
Richard, keep quiet.
Yes, sister dear.
And that newspaper photographer, I tried to smash his camera.
And you only succeeded in giving him a better picture than he'd hoped for. It's on the front page of every tabloid in town.
Don't remind me of it.
You with your Homburg hat, striped trousers, and bare tootsies swinging that gold-headed cane at the camera.
You shut up.
Arthur, dear, please don't get excited. We'll all forget that it ever happened.
Yes, why don't you relax, old boy? Here, have a cigarette.
One of those Turkish atrocities of yours? No, thanks. I'll stick to my pipe.
Sis?
Not now, Richard. Aren't we swanky these days? Monogram cigarettes, no less.
Yes. They're not paid for either, by the way. Could you let me have a couple of hundred, Lorna? I'm stone broke.
When are you going to quit sponging on your sister?
Well, if you'd make me a decent allowance, it wouldn't be necessary.
Richard, you should be ashamed. Arthur's done a great deal for you.
I know. And he never lets me forget it.
Well, if you don't like living in my house...
Oh, but I do. It's very convenient to have a sister with a rich husband, even though he is a bit eccentric.
Well, I am not eccentric.
Well, I was trying to be polite. Most people would have said balmy.
Richard, that's enough.
Well, it's not as if this were the first crazy thing he'd done. How about the way he hides things all over the house? And the time he put the goldfish in the wall safe? If that isn't a sign of something not
Get
quite...
Get out of here! Get out of here.
Very well. I'll go. You'd better watch out, sis, or you may wake up some morning with your throat cut.
Wait,
Arthur, dear, now don't pay any attention to him.
Yes. Maybe he's right. Perhaps I am losing my mind.
Oh, that's nonsense. You're only tired and nervous.
Well, what if during one of these mental blackouts I should harm you?
Don't even think about it. Tomorrow we'll see Dr. Henderson.
Lorna.
Arthur, what's the matter?
There's something in this humidor. Something buried in the tobacco.
Buried in the tobacco?
Look. It's my watch. The one I lost 2 days ago.
Well, maybe you didn't put it there, darling. It might have been Richard playing a joke on you.
No. I hid it there myself. I remember now.
But, Arthur, why?
I don't know. Heaven help me, Lorna. I don't know. I should like to buy a knife.
Is it? A kitchen knife?
I believe so. Yes, a kitchen knife should do nicely.
What kind, sir?
What kind?
Oh, yes, sir. Paring knife, butcher knife, carving knife?
Butcher knife. Yes, a large butcher knife, please.
Of course. Now we have them at various prices.
The price doesn't matter. Just so it has a sharp edge. A very sharp edge. You see, it's for my wife.
And that was the knife they found under your pillow, Mr. Colby.
Yes. I don't remember putting it there. I don't even remember buying it.
And you want Nick to protect your wife against what you might do in the future, Mr. Colby?
No, I've told you all this, Carter, so that you'd understand the circumstances. What I want you to do is find the sum of money I mislaid during another of these spells.
Oh? How much money?
$20,000.
Wow, quite a bundle. When did you lose it?
Yesterday. Teller at my bank said I drew a personal check for $20,000 at about 2:30.
And did you?
I examined the check this morning. It's my signature, all right.
But you don't remember signing it?
I don't remember anything from about 2 o'clock until I arrived home at 5.
Go on.
The bank guard saw me leave the building at 3, but where I went or what I did, I don't know.
Then you don't know whether you were robbed or lost the money or gave it away.
I'm more inclined to think that I hid it somewhere. I do hide things lately.
Well, I'll see what I can do. But frankly, I think there's only one thing that'll get your money back.
What's that?
Luck, Mr. Colby. Just plain sheer luck. Patsy, there's something wrong with Colby's story somewhere.
Huh? What do you mean wrong?
It doesn't ring true. I'm no psychiatrist, of course, but I've always understood these mental cases followed a definite pattern.
Well?
The pattern isn't right. Up until now, he's been hiding little things about the house.
Oh, $20,000 isn't a little thing. Not in my dictionary.
No, mine. But he didn't hide it in the house this time, either.
Yeah.
That's one thing. And this business of buying a knife and hiding it is completely outside the pattern.
Do you think he's lying?
Well, it certainly doesn't make any sense that he should try to railroad himself into an asylum.
Unless what, Nick?
Unless he's planning something big. And all this is just a build-up so that he can plead temporary insanity.
You mean something like murder?
Well, could be. You have the name of Colby's psychiatrist?
Yes, it's Dr. Miles Henderson. He has an office in his home out in Eastview.
Try to get me an appointment with Dr. Henderson. Let's find out whether he thinks Colby might be faking.
Okay.
Oh, and ask him to have Mrs. Colby there, too, will you? Perhaps she can tell us how her husband acts during these so-called periods of forgetfulness.
Why did you ask me here, Mr. Carter? Has Arthur done anything violent?
Oh, no. No, Mrs. Colby, nothing like that. Yet.
And just what is this all about?
I'm coming to that, Dr. Henderson. You see, Mr. Colby has retained me to recover some money he thinks he's hidden and forgotten about.
Is that so?
How much money?
$20,000.
$20,000?
Yes. He said he drew it out of the bank during a period of amnesia yesterday afternoon. And he didn't have it when he got home.
Why...
We're going to say something, Mrs. Colby?
No, I was surprised, that's all.
You shouldn't be. I warned you that his condition was getting worse. Will you have a cigar, Mr. Carter?
Oh, no, thank you.
I believe I will.
It's a rather large knife to use as a cigar cutter.
Oh, I don't think so. I picked it up in the Orient several years ago.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Dr. Henderson, you've been treating Mr. Colby for some time, haven't you?
Only about 2 months. At first, he complained of headaches and absent-mindedness. Then he began to find his personal belongings in odd places with no recollection of putting them there.
Well, how about these periods of amnesia?
They started 3 weeks ago, and they're getting progressively worse. At first, he did silly things, but now his actions are becoming more ominous.
Such as buying that butcher knife and hiding it under the pillow, you mean?
Exactly. For her own safety, I've been trying to persuade Mrs. Colby that her husband should be placed in an institution.
And I can't believe that's necessary. I won't believe it. Not until...
Until it's too late, perhaps.
Richard keeps at me about it, too, until sometimes I think I'll go mad.
And who's Richard?
My younger brother. He lives with us.
Well, I'm afraid Richard's right.
He isn't right. You know what he's thinking of, Doctor. Money.
Just a minute. I'm afraid I don't follow this.
I love my brother, Mr. Carter, but I know his faults. He thinks if Arthur were in an asylum, I'd control Arthur's money.
I see. Huh. Tell me, Dr. Henderson, have you ever observed a case quite like Mr. Colby's before?
In my own experience, no. But the pattern of behavior is not really unusual.
That's what I was really wondering about.
Up to this point, Mr. Colby's condition corresponds exactly to that of a French editor, described by a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert in his book, Psychopathic Phenomena and Aberrations.
Well, this other case, did it start and develop in the same way?
Step by step, they are exactly similar. That's why I'm so positive Mr. Colby should be confined.
Why? What happened to the French editor?
He murdered his best friend.
find out anything from your conversation with Dr. Henderson yesterday, Nick?
Just enough to make me even more curious. Patsy, I want you to get me a book. It's called Psychopathic Phenomena and Aberrations by a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert.
Nick, I'm sorry, but I can't find that book you asked for. I've called every publisher and bookseller in town. Nobody ever heard of it. I don't think there is such a book.
Oh. In that case, Patsy, get me the County Medical Association. I see. Thank you very much, Dr. Wilson.
What do you say, Nick?
You're right, Patsy. There is no such book. And there never was a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert.
Well.
Not only that, the Medical Association has no record of any such person as Dr. Miles Henderson.
Carter, you've got to help me. Something terrible has happened.
So I found out too late to stop you, huh?
What are you talking about?
You're going to tell me that you've had another period of temporary insanity, aren't you?
Yes, last night. I started for my club about 8, and I don't remember any more until I awakened in my own room this morning.
And during this so-called period of forgetfulness, what did you do? Murder your wife?
No. No, thank heaven Lorna's all right. But look what I found in my pockets this morning.
Why, that's Dr. Henderson's paper knife. I saw it on his desk yesterday afternoon.
Yes, I must have been there last night.
And these stains on the knife. They're blood.
That's what I mean, Carter. I'm afraid I killed the doctor.
Well, instead of being part of Colby's plan to cover up a murder, the false Dr. Miles Henderson, it appears, has himself become Colby's victim. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the barefoot banker. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by a new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. When Arthur Colby recovered from his latest period of amnesia, he found in his pocket a blood-stained paper knife belonging to the man who called himself Dr. Miles Henderson, psychiatrist. Nick and Patsy have gone to Henderson's office in his suburban home to see what really happened.
Well, Patsy, he's been stabbed, all right.
I'll say.
You know, with this sort of a wound, it's strange that Colby didn't have any blood stains on his clothing.
Well, maybe he was wearing something else last night.
Oh, possibly. Huh. Must have talked for quite a while before the killing took place.
Huh? What makes you think so?
These ashtrays. One on the doctor's side of the desk, and another by the chair at this end. Judging by the amount of ash...
What's the matter, Nick?
Patsy, these are cigarette ashes.
So what?
Colby smokes a pipe, and the doctor smokes cigars.
Oh, but Nick, where are the cigarette stubs? There aren't any.
No. At first I thought Colby was framing an alibi. Now I'm beginning to wonder whether someone isn't framing Colby.
What? You mean Henderson might have been stabbed by someone else? Someone who smokes cigarettes?
Exactly.
Oh.
There must have been something unusual about those cigarettes. Otherwise, why would the stubs have been taken away?
But maybe you can tell from the ashes.
Hey, wait. Ah. Here's a few shreds of tobacco.
Good.
We'll take them down to the police laboratory for analysis.
Okay. Is there anything else to be done here?
I want to take a look in this filing cabinet, labeled Case Histories. See if I can get the names of some of Dr. Henderson's other patients.
I'll get a pencil and write them down for you.
That won't be necessary, Patsy.
Huh?
Looks as if Colby was the only patient our fake doctor had.
You mean the file is empty?
Not quite. Look what I found here.
What? Nick, it's money. A lot of money.
Certainly is. I think we found out what happened to Colby's $20,000.
You mean I gave the $20,000 to Dr. Henderson during my spell of amnesia?
I don't think it was amnesia, Mr. Colby, nor insanity either.
Carter, what are you driving at?
Tell me, how did you happen to start going to Henderson?
Why, I met him at the house one night.
Who brought him there?
I don't know. It was a big party. Many of the guests were strangers to me. Friends of Lorna's, friends of Richard's.
I see. Go on.
Well, Henderson mentioned being a doctor and a psychiatrist, so I told him about the headaches I'd been having. He suggested I come to see him the next day, and I did.
And that's when your real trouble started, wasn't it?
Yes, those headaches were the first symptoms, he said.
What kind of treatments did he give you?
Why, the usual routine, I suppose. I'd talk about my problems, then he'd explain the hidden meanings in what I said.
Wasn't there ever anything else?
Well, sometimes he'd give me a sedative first, then he'd talk to me until I fell asleep. He said it relaxed me for the actual treatment.
Ah, yes. And after one of those treatments, you'd pull some ridiculous stunt, wouldn't you?
Are you trying to tell me the doctor was responsible for the spells I've been having?
Colby, he wasn't a doctor. He was a fake.
What?
And unless I'm mistaken, the reason for your peculiar actions was not insanity. You were hypnotized.
This is the garage, sir. My room's directly above.
And if anybody had taken one of these cars out last night, you'd have heard it, wouldn't you, Marvin?
Yes, sir. I did.
You did? Then one of the cars was gone last night?
Yes, miss. Mr. Colby took the convertible about 11:30 and brought it back a couple hours later.
Nick, according to the medical examiner, that's just about the time Henderson was killed.
How do you know it was Mr. Colby, Marvin?
I know the sound of the motor, sir. It's quite different from the others.
I didn't ask about the car. How did you know Colby was driving it?
Because it's Mr. Colby's personal car.
But you didn't actually see him.
Why, no, sir.
That's what I wanted to know. Thanks, Marvin.
Well, Nick, what now?
We're going up to the house, Patsy, for a little friendly conversation with a killer.
Isn't this rather useless, Mr. Carter? We all know what happened. My brother-in-law killed Henderson in a fit of temporary insanity.
I still want to know whether anyone left the house last night at 11:30. Can you tell me, Mrs. Colby?
No, I'm afraid not. My room is in the east wing. Too far away to hear the front door.
How about you, Mr. Ames?
At 11:30, I was sound asleep.
I'm sorry we can't be of more help.
Will anyone have a cigarette?
No, thanks, Richard.
Mr. Carter? Miss Bowen? These are rather special if you like all Turkish tobacco.
Nick, don't you...
Oh, no, thanks. I don't smoke. I wonder whether I may make a phone call, Mrs. Colby.
Well, of course. Richard will show you where the phone is.
Yeah.
Well, while you're making that call, Nick, I'm going to work on a little idea of my own.
What sort of an idea, Patsy?
Oh, never mind. But I may have a surprise for you. I hope Marvin doesn't come in the garage and catch me snooping around Mr. Colby's car. He might think I'm stealing it. But there must be an ashtray in the car. And if there are any stubs from those special cigarettes in it, the kind Richard smokes, it'll prove who took this car out last night. Ah, here's the ashtray. Oh, darn it, it's empty.
Going for a ride, my dear?
Mrs. Colby,
I thought I'd like to watch a detective at work. So I followed you.
Oh, well, that is, Nick's the detective, not me. I just wanted to see what it felt like to sit behind the wheel of such a beautiful car.
Do you like it?
Oh, it's wonderful. Why, how funny.
What's funny?
The rear view mirror. I can see through the back window perfectly.
That's what rear view mirrors are for, isn't it?
Yes, but Mr. Colby is tall. If he'd driven this car last night, the mirror wouldn't be adjusted to fit me.
Get out of that car.
So I was right. It was Richard.
How clever of you, Miss Bowen. But I can't let you tell anyone what you've learned.
Mrs. Colby, put down that wrench, please.
Nicely done. The skin isn't broken. Her hair will cover the bruise. I'm afraid your meddling has caused an unfortunate accident, my dear. So foolish to start a motor in a closed garage. People die that way.
And as Mrs. Colby closes the garage door, Patsy lies unconscious behind the wheel of Arthur Colby's car with the motor running. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Barefoot Banker. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Leaving the motor of her husband's car running, with Patsy slumped unconscious behind the wheel, Lorna Colby closes the garage door and starts toward the house.
Oh, just a moment, Mrs. Colby.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
I've been looking for you.
You have?
Thought you might like to know that your brother did not kill Henderson.
Well, of course he didn't. My husband...
No, Mrs. Colby, not your husband either. You killed him.
I killed... Oh, that's utter nonsense.
I don't think so. And you're not leaving me just yet, Mrs. Colby.
Let go of my arm.
You took your husband's car and went to see Henderson late last night, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You called with him about the $20,000 he stole from your husband.
I don't know what you're talking
Then
about.
you picked up the paper knife from his desk and stabbed him.
That's not true. It was Arthur who did it.
Remember the blood, Mrs. Colby? The blood that stained your dress?
No.
I found that dress with the blood stain still on it.
You're lying. I burned it this morning.
Thanks for the confession, Mrs. Colby. Perhaps we'd better drive down to headquarters now and make it official.
It was a trick. You didn't know anything.
Oh, yes, I did. But I had no proof until you gave yourself away. Come on, let's go.
No, not to the garage.
I'm going to let you drive me to headquarters.
I won't go in there. I won't.
Oh, yes, you will. Wait till I open this garage door.
Let me go. Let me go.
Where's the motor of that car running?
I don't know.
There's someone in it.
No.
Good heavens, it's Patsy.
Well, Nick, they say I can leave the hospital tomorrow. Isn't that wonderful?
Wonderful that you're alive, Patsy. Another couple of minutes in that garage, and you'd have been my late lamented secretary.
Oh. Well, I'm sure glad you came along when you did. But tell me, Nick, how did you know Mrs. Colby killed the doctor?
I knew because Richard smoked turkey cigarettes. But the laboratory analysis of those shreds of tobacco in Henderson's ashtray proved that they came from some ordinary popular brand.
Oh, and that eliminated Richard.
Yes. Colby smoked a pipe, so he was in the clear. So it had to be his wife.
I don't follow that, Nick. Couldn't it have been some completely unknown person?
But you're forgetting that the knife was found in Colby's pocket. And outside of Richard or Colby himself, the only person who could have put it there was Mrs. Colby.
Well, yes, but what was behind all this business?
It was a plot to get control of Colby's money by having him put in an asylum as a homicidal maniac.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Mrs. Colby hired Henderson, an ex-vaudeville hypnotist, mind you, to pose as a psychiatrist.
And by putting Colby under hypnotic influence, Henderson could make him do peculiar things the next day and then forget all about them.
He could and did. And after a few incidents like that, all before witnesses, mind you, Mrs. Colby would have no trouble at all getting her husband put away as a dangerous lunatic.
Then Richard was completely innocent.
Didn't know a thing about it. You know, the whole scheme might have worked out if Henderson hadn't got greedy and used hypnotism to make Colby draw that $20,000 out of the bank and bring it to him.
Yes, that was a fatal error.
I should say it was. Made Mrs. Colby furious.
So that's why she killed him.
That was one reason. She also saw a perfect chance to get rid of the only person who knew her plans and at the same time put her husband in the asylum as a homicidal maniac by putting the blame on him.
What a dirty frame-up.
Oh, by the way, Patsy, you get 50% of the fee on this case, you know.
I do?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because you caught the killer before I did, even if you didn't know it.
Well, I hope I never catch another one. Catching criminals is awfully hard on the head.
Well, Nick, how about a little advance dope on the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch cleanser is going to bring us next week?
Certainly, Bob. But first, I wish to ask everybody who's listening to clean up their plates at every meal. And if anything's left over, don't waste it. Make it do for tomorrow. In this way, we can help save valuable food that is so desperately needed by people who are not so fortunate as we are.
I'm sure we all agree with that, Nick, and we'll do all we can to ease the present world food emergency. And now, about next week's Nick Carter adventure.
Bob, next week we're going to meet a couple of crooks who spent a lot of time looking for a lady that was 6 inches high and covered with jewels.
And Nick had to turn me into a spook to find them.
Spooks and 6-inch ladies. It sounds like a fascinating combination. What do you call the story?
I call it The Case of the Jeweled Queen.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Sears Radio Theater is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
I'm Andy Fisher, WNEW News. At 8 minutes past 10, time for the Sears Radio Theater.
That's the theme from the Sears Radio Theater. Tonight, a story of the West with Lorne Greene as your host. Here's a preview.
When a man's that polite, it usually means he ain't letting on the whole truth about himself, and I intend to do a little investigating.
Daddy.
I got the feeling that Duke ain't got a cent to his name. I suspicion he's just married you for our money, and that's just what I intend to find out.
The Sears Radio Theater will begin after this message from your local station.
Our hot number is 1130, and we may have a hot number for you. A lottery ticket number, that is. It's the WNEW $25,000 lottery game. To play, all we need is your name, address, and phone number. Then if we announce your name on the air any weekday between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., you win $100 worth of slot machine lottery tickets from the Empire Stakes game. You don't even have to hear it. But if you do and call our hot number phone line within 30 minutes, we'll double the number of scratchable tickets to $200 worth. You could also be one of our 5 grand prize winners when the lottery game is over to receive $1,000 worth of the new Olympic lottery tickets. It's easy, and we could announce your name soon if you send it to the WNEW Lottery Game, Box 1130, Grand Central Station, New York. Scratch a hot number, and it could pay off for you from our hot number, 1130.
Oh, here you go. Quiet in the studio. Latherpuss radio spot. Take one.
Here in the romantic South Seas, Latherpuss shaving cream is preferred by more...
Mr. Director. Cut. Yes, Mr. Latherpuss.
I'm not crazy about this island thing. See, rough and rugged is what my shaving cream is really all about.
I'll change it. Take 2.
Fine.
Here in romantic Horsefly, Texas, Latherpuss
I hate
shaving...
to be a bother.
What now?
But Latherpuss is so continental and stuff. Could the announcer...
I'll change it. Take 3.
Yes.
Here in romantic Horsefly, Texas...
You know...
What?
If he could use a sexier voice...
Sexy, Harry. Take 4.
Here in romantic Horsefly, Texas, Latherpuss shaving cream is preferred 2 to 1.
Yes, wonderful. Hope I didn't make too many suggestions.
Not at all.
Could I make a suggestion?
What is it?
Could he do it in Swedish with an Irish brogue and add some bogos and a race...
Radio. You can do anything you want, go anywhere you want, and reach anybody you want at a price that won't bust your budget. Radio. It's right on the button. A message from the Radio Advertising Bureau.
This is Lorne Greene. San Francisco has had a strange and colorful history. Under early Spanish rule, it had been a peaceful place of stately Arcadian simplicity, where people gave no thought to locking their doors. Then gold was discovered, and the barren hills of Chaparral and Scrub Oak became the sites for elegant mansions, while the valleys filled up with a teeming, low-life society of gamblers and cutthroats who preyed on the innocent and unsuspecting. Socially, the town was a free-for-all. Eventually, an elegant society developed which was based on the amount of money one had emerged with from the scramble. But always there was the threat of violence. One man, it is said, carried his valuables in sealed, stamped envelopes, so he could drop them in a postbox if he was set upon. It was not a society where people questioned each other's origins too closely. And as a result, the town always had its share of con men. The year is 1885. We're in the mansion of one Harry Penrod. Harry came west as a miner, but soon discovered there was more profit in business. He has amassed a fortune that has permitted him to ape the customs, if not the manners, of the best Eastern society. And one of the customs he has followed is that of sending his daughter Gertie on a grand tour of Europe. It's a move he'll live to regret. And that's only the beginning of our story.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. 5 nights of exceptional entertainment every week, brought to you in Elliott Lewis production of the Sears Radio Theater. Our story, The Duke of Nevers, by Percy Granger. Our stars, Lynn Berman, Ann Given, and True Boardman. The Sears Radio Theater is brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops for value.
Hi, I'm Bud Palmer, inviting you to the Sears Spring Home Appliance Sale. Come celebrate spring and save from $20 to $100 on selected Sears major home appliances. Save big on washers, dryers, ranges, and microwave ovens, refrigerators and dishwashers, sewing machines, vacuum cleaners, color TVs, and stereos. Celebrate spring. Save at Sears now. Sale ends April 28th. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii. Available in most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Now, save $36 to $68 on a set of 4 Sears Roadhandler radial tires. That's great savings on Sears Best steel-belted radials. And save on Steady Riders, Sears Best heavy-duty shocks, the ones even Joey Chitwood's stunt team didn't wear out in a whole season. Now only $9.99 each. You save over 20%. Installation available at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop at Sears.
The word's out and spreading fast about the jeans from Sears Men's Store that grow beautifully. It's a sure sign they're feeling fine and feeling good. For the denim that keeps going strong a long time. Get them trim cut, regular cut, even get them pre-washed. The jeans that grow beautifully. Now at most Sears retail stores.
San Francisco in the 1880s. Abundant wealth. And that attracts all sorts. Those who would share it and those who would take it. But the story is better told from the point of view of Joseph Martin, District Attorney for San Francisco from 1883 to 1889.
During my tenure as District Attorney, a number of memorable cases came before me. But none was so strange as the one I'm about to relate. It began in the home of Harry Penrod, a successful businessman in our community, with the arrival of a letter.
Harry. Oh, Harry, look, here's a letter from Gertie.
Well, high time. What's the postmark?
It's from New York. Do you suppose that means she's back in this country?
Well, what else could it mean? Open it.
Even so, she's still clear across the continent, still a week's train ride.
Well, what does she say? Did she enjoy Europe? Is she all right?
Oh.
What is it?
She's gotten married.
What? Let me see that. To Charles Jules Francoise. The foreigner?
Well, what else would you meet in Europe?
Well, she says he's an aristocrat, a duke.
A duke?
Yeah, the Duke of Nevers.
Harry, that means our Gertie's a duchess.
Don't be ridiculous. She's barely an adult. Duke of Nevers. I'll bet.
What's the matter?
I don't want you rushing out telling all our friends about this. Not until we've at least met the fella.
Why, Harry, whatever makes you think I'd do a thing like that?
She's inherited your independent streak, all right. First insisting she'd be allowed to travel without an escort, and now without so much as a word of warning, she returns with some ne'er-do-well in tow.
Think what it will mean to our position in society.
I've taken care of our position in society with diligence and sound business principles.
Oh, but a duke, Harry.
It's the man who makes the title, not the title who makes the man. There's plenty of impoverished European noblemen who trade on a long string of impressive titles to worm their way into wealthy circles over here. I'll reserve judgment until I've met him.
Good day, sir. May I help you? My name is Charles-Jules-François de Nevers.
Yes, sir. We've been expecting you. Welcome to the Parker House, San Francisco's finest hotel. We've got the bridal suite all ready for you.
Bridal suite? But how did you know? I mentioned nothing about that in my telegram.
I told them, Charles. I sent them a telegram, too. I wanted us to have the best suite in the hotel. You're not angry, are you?
Not at all. So, American girls really are famous for taking the initiative.
I'll have one of the boys show you right up. But...
Thank you.
You know, word of your arrival has been spreading around town like wildfire. You've already got quite a few calling cards and invitations.
We have? Oh, Charles, isn't it just too wonderful? Mother must have accidentally let it slip out that we were returning. You're going to meet all the very best people in San Francisco.
I'm looking forward to it.
Shall I have the calling card sent up to your room?
Oh, there will be time for all that later. Our first visit must be to my wife's parents.
Gertie, my baby. Oh, I should say my little girl, since you're married now.
Oh, Mother, I'm so happy to be back. I had such a wonderful time. Daddy.
Young lady, I think you have some explaining to do.
Oh, Daddy, don't be angry with me. Say something nice.
Well, are you all in one piece?
Yes.
And you must be the Duke of Nevers.
Nevers. Charles-Jules-François de Nevers.
Uh-huh.
Oh, please, we can't keep the Duke standing in the hallway. Let's all go into the parlor.
Mrs. Penrod, I insist you call me Charles.
Oh, dear, I'll try.
Gertie has told me a great deal about both of you.
And you've come anyway. How nice.
Whatever she's told you, it's more than she's told us. About you, I mean.
Oh, Daddy.
No, my dear, your father is absolutely within his rights to wish to know something about the man who has spirited away his only daughter. Sir, I am the eldest son of the late Oscar Audin, Duc de Nevers. I was born in Paris, and I graduated from the Collège Louis le Grand, where I took a course of science and letters. I held a commission in the French army, which I've only recently resigned. This is a copy of my military record. As you can see, it was written out by the Minister of War of the French Republic himself.
I see that. Wounded in the Sudan, made a Knight of the Garter and a Knight of the Legion of Honor. Wounded at Dahomey, and now is a commander of the Legion of Honor.
Show them the medal, Charles, please.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Looks pretty authentic.
That's the one thing of which Charles is most proud.
Here's a photograph of my family. My sister here is married to Prince Henry of Arenberg in Belgium, and my brother is an officer of artillery stationed in Madagascar. And this is our family seat, the Chateau de Nevers.
It's like a palace from a fairy tale.
Very nice. Assuming it isn't in receivership.
Daddy!
My mother is living there at present.
I think Daddy's just jealous. Charles's family can trace their ancestry back to Charlemagne.
So, we have a little royal of our own right here in San Francisco.
Really?
Yeah. You ever hear of Norton the First?
No, I don't believe I have.
Harry.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm surprised someone in your line of work hasn't heard of him. Old Norton was the Emperor of the United States and the Protector of Mexico. He published at least 3 proclamations a week, which he put up in the free lunch counters. Had a regular uniform and everything. Sword, cane. Went about town with a couple of mutts named Bummer and Lazarus. Kept an eye on things.
Charles, Daddy's joking with you. Norton the First was just a harmless old crazy man. Everyone humored him.
But I don't understand, Mr. Penrod. How did he get his titles?
Simple. He made them up.
Harry, don't be a bore.
But he is absolutely right, Mrs. Penrod. That is precisely how titles come into being. It is only time which confers on them any significance.
Well, I think it's shameful that we're treating the Duke as if he were on trial. Please, Charles, come with me. I'll show you the rest of the house.
I'd be delighted.
Mrs. Penrod seemed to be doing no more than her social duty in rescuing Charles from her querulous husband. But had anyone cared to notice, as she slipped her arm through the arm of her gallant son-in-law, she gave him a cool and appraising look.
I
love to eat.
But it takes so long to cook.
That's why we both love our new Kenmore microwave oven from Sears.
I can cook a 5-pound roast medium rare in just 30 minutes, or 3 strips of bacon in 3.5 minutes on a paper plate. Bake 2 potatoes in 8 minutes, and cook vegetables faster than boiling them in water.
That means less time in the kitchen.
And more with you.
Fast, clean, cool cooking with Sears Kenmore microwave ovens, all with automatic defrost. Choose the right model for your kitchen from the many styles available at most Sears retail stores.
They wear them in Alaska, in Texas, in Maine. Wherever the territory's tough, the kids wear Sears Tough Skins. The toughest jeans in Sears Tough Jeans territory. Fashioned from a perma-pressed tri-blend fabric so tough, kids can actually jump on trampolines made from it. Sears Tough Skins in boys and girls sizes. Now in latest spring colors, styles, patterns. Brushed finish, too. You have tough kids, Sears has Tough Skins. Only in the children's store at most larger Sears retail stores and through the catalog.
Let's try some word association. In.
Out.
Top.
Bottom.
Paint.
House.
What?
Oh, the whole house needs painting.
On.
Off. That's it. Sears $4 off paint sale on each gallon of interior fashion flat, semi-gloss, and ceiling paint, plus exterior flat house paint. I'll uplift my home and my spirits by painting new life inside and out.
Hard.
Easy. They're one-coat paints when used as directed.
And now, $4 off. Sale ends April 21st at most Sears retail stores. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
As we continue our story, Mrs. Penrod is leading her aristocratic son-in-law farther and farther out of earshot of her husband and daughter.
Mrs. Penrod appeared to be pointing out the various knickknackeries around the house. But as she made small talk, a plan was hatching in the back of her mind.
Your arrival has caused quite a stir, I'm afraid. All San Francisco's waiting to meet you.
And I am most anxious to meet them.
Actually, Duke, I did have an ulterior motive for wanting to speak to you alone. I have a proposal I want to put to you.
Put to me?
My father died recently.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, he was an old coot. But he left me a lot of money that's just been sitting in the bank, and I've been looking around for a good investment.
Can't your husband advise you?
I want to find something on my own. So when Gertie told me she'd married a Frenchman, it gave me the most marvelous idea.
Yes?
Well, who ever heard of a Frenchman who didn't know about wine?
Who indeed? But I don't understand.
Duke, I have a confession to make. There is still one or two small but vital ways in which our city is not yet a civilized place. Do you know, for example, that we have no single importer of French wines?
Oh, but surely you must.
I mean, no knowledgeable importer. One who knows a good grape when he sees one, if you take my meaning. The riffraff drink gin cocktails and brandy smashers. They don't care. But the best people are desperate for the fine vintage wines of Europe. Oh, they would pay anything.
Are you asking my opinion of such a venture?
No. I'm asking your partnership.
Partnership?
Oh, I could handle the business side of it. Every American woman knows about such things. But when it comes to knowing what wines to import, oh, goodness, I wouldn't know the real goods from snake oil.
And you want me
to purchase the wines in Europe? Oh, think of the angle. From the private cellars of the Duke of Nevers. Nevers.
Thank you. But I must tell you that as a gentleman, I never dabble in business.
You wouldn't have to put up a cent. I'll give you enough money to go to Europe and buy out the lot.
I'm sorry. I would be happy to advise you on your choices, but I could not act as your agent.
Charles? Oh, there you are. I just looked at the time. If we're going to the opera tonight, we should get back to the hotel.
Oh, good day, Mrs. Penrod. Welcome to the Parker house.
Yes, my son-in-law is staying here.
Yes, ma'am, the Duke of Nevers.
Nevers.
Quite a figure he cuts, too.
I wish to leave something for him in the safe deposit box.
Oh, certainly. We'll put it right in the safe and see that he gets the key.
Thank you.
Now, I'll fill out this receipt if you'll just tell me the contents of that package.
Money.
Money? How much?
A great deal.
This is for the Duke?
Yes. He doesn't know it yet, but I want him to realize I'm serious when I say that I've made up my mind. He and I are going into business together.
You wanted to see me, Daddy?
Yes, Gertie. Have a seat.
Where's Mother?
She said she was going downtown on some errand. I Didn't ask her what. But what I want to talk to you about is Charles. And what I want to know is how he makes his living.
I don't know.
You never asked.
I just assumed.
Never assume anything. Just because he's a duke don't mean a thing. How does he pay for things?
Well, he never seems to have to pay for much.
Well, why not?
People always seem to give him things. He never asks them to. They just offer. We're always being asked to dine out and...
settles it.
Settles what?
Yoo-hoo! I'm home.
Oh, there's your mother now.
Good morning. Why, hello, Gertie.
We were just discussing the Duke. I was telling Gertie in plain terms I don't like his stripe.
Well, why ever not? I think he's perfectly charming.
He's a little too charming, if you ask me. I don't like it. I don't trust it. When a man's that polite, it usually means he ain't letting on the whole truth about himself, and I intend to do a little investigating.
Daddy!
I got the feeling that Duke ain't got a cent to his name. I suspicion he's just married you for our money, and that's just what I intend to find out.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
This is Safety Vision, a quick and easy method for observing potential hazards in your home. Let's start by activating your safety scan. Carefully focus on your appliance cords and plugs. Check to see if they're damaged in any way, and if so, discontinue using the appliance. Next, you should focus on water. Check so that none of your plugged-in electrical appliances can be accidentally immersed in water or any other liquid. And avoid handling an electrical appliance with wet hands or when you are standing on a wet or damp floor. And finally, your safety scan should include checking for the UL label on all electrical appliances. That label indicates that the product design has been evaluated by safety engineers and complies with a nationally recognized safety standard. A public service message on behalf of Underwriters Laboratories and this station.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. Is your car equipped to handle emergencies? Well, here's a list of essential items which will enable you to better handle an emergency situation. A car jack and lug wrench should always be carried in case of a flat tire. Be sure you know how the jack operates and the correct procedure for changing a tire. Flares and reflectors provide warning to other motorists that your car is stopped, and both are essential safety items. A tow strap or chain enables a car to be pulled out of the mud or the snow. Battery jumper cables help a motorist solve a dead battery problem quickly. A small fire extinguisher can prevent a small problem from turning into a large one. But you'd better keep it in the passenger compartment where you can get to it quickly. A first aid kit can come in handy in all sorts of minor medical emergencies. A tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Thorn Green again. And now San Francisco District Attorney Martin continues his story.
Harry Penrod followed through with his threat to hire private detectives to look into the financial standing of the elegant duke who had married his daughter. But as things were to turn out, he never had to wait for their report. Events moved far faster than anyone would have imagined.
What a splendid vista, my dear. I really think there's no closer approximation of paradise than your beautiful San Francisco Bay.
I thought it would be such fun to bring you here. I thought my parents would be so happy.
Aren't they? I seem to have won your mother over quite completely.
You have, but it's Daddy.
Ah, well, no man is ever happy to see his daughter leave him.
It's more than jealousy, Charles.
Oh?
Well, this is just so awful. When I went to see him this morning, he said he was going to hire a private detective.
Well, what on earth for?
To look into your financial background. Daddy's obsessed with finances.
My financial background? He suspects I am one of those impoverished European noblemen who attaches himself to rich and gullible American women.
I'm sorry, Charles.
Please don't even think about it. I would never embarrass you or your father by making a public issue of it.
There's more to it than that. Daddy's a very powerful man. He's got connections.
Connections? What does that mean?
He has influence. He knows powerful people. When he doesn't like someone, he has ways of hurting them.
You think I am in danger?
I think for your own safety, we should, well, maybe go back to Europe earlier than we planned.
No, Gertie, I will not even consider such a thing.
Why not?
It would be an insult to your father. I would as much as be saying that I did not trust him.
But you don't.
Of course I do.
Well, you shouldn't.
Gertie, gentlemen live by certain rules of behavior, and one of those rules is that we must assume other gentlemen will abide by those rules.
You don't understand, Charles. That's the way things are done in Europe, but it doesn't work that way here.
I must assume your father is a gentleman, and until he should demonstrate to the contrary, I must trust that he will not conduct himself in anything less than an honorable fashion.
I guess Europeans must like to walk, because the Duke did a lot of it while he was in San Francisco. That same afternoon, he went out again, only this time alone.
Good afternoon, Duke. Are you going out again?
Yes, I thought I'd have a brief stroll alone before dressing for the opera. Oh, have we received any mail?
No, but there's a lot more calling cards. It seems like everyone who is anyone wants to wine and dine, you and Madame de Nevers.
Madame de Nevers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Duke, there is something I couldn't tell you before with your wife around, you know. But Mrs. Penrod came by this morning, and she deposited quite a large sum of money in a safe deposit box for you.
Money? Are you sure?
Yes. She said it was for some business arrangement the two of you were planning.
I see. She's a very persistent woman.
Anyway, here's the key. Anytime you want to withdraw it, you just come see me or the manager.
I don't understand where he could be, Mother.
He's not in the habit of keeping you waiting, is he? That doesn't seem very much like him.
It's not. He said he was just going out for a walk, but that he'd be back in time to dress for the opera.
Oh, well, obviously, the two of you can't continue to live here, the Parker House.
Charles refuses to consider imposing on you and Daddy.
Gracious, that's not what I was leading up to at all. It's time the two of you thought about finding a home of your own.
Mother, Charles and I aren't going to be staying.
You're not?
This is just a visit. I wanted him to meet you and Daddy, but after that we're going to return to Europe.
Oh, you mean live there permanently?
I thought you realized.
Well, of course he has that splendid chateau. It's far better than anything we have to offer. You live with his mother, then.
Mother, I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but we have our own lives to lead.
No, I understand. If he's a commander of the Legion of Honor and all those other things, he must be terribly much in demand. So, then, how long can you stay here?
I don't know. Charles has been rather vague about that. Oh, I do wish he'd get back.
I hope he hasn't wandered into one of the rough areas of town down by the docks.
What if something's happened to him?
But nothing has happened to me. As you can see, I'm perfectly all right.
Charles, I was so worried about you.
Forgive me. I was unavoidably detained by a most unfortunate incident. Good day, Mrs. Penrod.
Good day, Charles. What happened?
Well, as I was on my way back to the hotel, I saw a policeman in the act of arresting a young couple on some trivial charge. I took the liberty of inquiring with all due civility what the trouble was. The policeman was quite rude. He told me to mind my own business.
You didn't get into trouble, did you?
Not at all. I was able to get the whole affair settled without the slightest difficulty.
Oh, really? What did you do?
The only thing a man of honor could do. I posted their bail.
How noble. There, you see, Harry was completely wrong about you.
I had no choice. The policeman with his rudeness had challenged me.
And you put up the money to set them free.
I had no money with me.
What did you do?
Our family owns some property here in San Francisco, a house.
Oh, really?
I put it up as collateral.
But these people, do you know anything about them? If they don't show up in court to answer the charges against them, you'll lose your house.
Well, I think you behaved splendidly.
I don't understand. Why didn't you tell me you own property here?
Oh, gracious. Who could that be?
Yes?
Are you Charles Jules Francois, the Duke of Nevers?
Heavens, a policeman.
Yes, officer, I am the Duke of Nevers, at your service.
Officer, what's happened?
Why, excuse me, miss, but I got orders to bring this gentleman down to the station house.
Whatever for?
Well, he's under arrest.
Arrest? What for?
For making a false statement to the police in the matter of ownership of a certain piece of property which he offered as collateral for a bond.
I'm sure there's been some mistake.
Well, if there is, we'll straighten it out in the district attorney's office.
Daddy. Daddy must be behind this.
Why, Gertie, what are you doing home? I thought you were going to the opera tonight. Is something wrong?
Charles has been arrested.
Well, what for?
They said he signed over some property that didn't belong to him. I want to know what all this means.
I don't know. I'd have to hear the details.
I mean, is this your doing?
Gertie, I haven't the faintest idea what the Sam Hill you're talking about.
You didn't arrange to have Charles arrested on false charges?
No. You know I don't trust the fella, but I never thought he was a criminal.
Oh, dear. Think of the scandal. Just think of the scandal.
Charles is innocent. I'm sure there's some awful mix-up.
Even so, the very taint of arrest. It put such a bad face on things.
Here's the district attorney's office.
And here's where I come in. The first I personally ever heard of Charles Jules Francois, the Duc de Nevers, was from the lips of a breathless and very beautiful young girl, all a-tremble with indignation. And I thought fear.
So you see, sir, my husband couldn't have possibly done such a thing. It doesn't even make sense.
I agree. But I've spoken to the arresting officer, and I have the arrest report here before me. It all seems to be in perfect order.
Then send for Charles. I'm sure he can explain everything.
When I laid eyes on the Duke of Nevers, as most Americans called him, I was confused. He was tall, distinguished, with an excellent cut to his clothes, obviously a man of breeding and refinement. I had to keep reminding myself that he was a prisoner. Please, have a seat, Mr. de Nevers.
Thank you.
Cigarette?
Thank you, I don't smoke.
Now, maybe you can get us to the bottom of what we hope is a regrettable error.
May I speak confidentially? Sir, I have suffered great humiliation at my arrest. I am an officer and a gentleman of France. Were my family to be aware of my present situation, they would never recover from the disgrace.
Well, I don't think we can keep it out of the press, but if you can clear the matter up now, it will minimize the damage.
Of course, it has all been a most awful mistake.
Now, you're charged with making a false statement to the police.
Yes.
Is that true?
Of course not.
Is this your signature?
It is.
You knowingly swore to this document, stating you owned this piece of property.
I did.
But the property isn't owned by you. I have the deed right here. It belongs to Mr. Garrett Thompson.
Oh, heavens. We know the Thompsons.
Yes.
Well, that's both perjury and fraud. You'll have to answer to the charges unless there's something you haven't told me.
As you wish.
Your passport says you're French.
That is correct, though recently I resigned my commission in the French army.
Well, all your papers seem to be in order. But if you can offer no further explanation, we'll have to hold you for trial.
Heavens.
Mother, what is it?
My money.
What money?
I sent a large sum of money over to the Parker house.
It is perfectly safe, Mrs. Penrod.
What if Harry was right after all? What if he's made off with it?
Mother, he's right here.
The money is where you left it. I have not touched it, nor did I ever intend to do so.
How can I believe you?
Mother.
If you wish to see for yourself, Mrs. Penrod, here is the key.
Mrs. Penrod flew out of my office in a cloud of petticoats and feathers. The Duke spoke at great length about his several careers and his travels. He discoursed knowledgeably on literature. He spoke of a number of inventions he'd made. And the more he talked, the more I wondered how such an extraordinary person could permit himself to be charged with perjury. But since he'd say no more about it, I had no choice but to have him escorted back to his cell. That left me the task of consoling the distraught Mrs. de Nevers and waiting for the next developments in a case that echoes in my mind even today.
Why, after just a few launderings, my fashion T-shirts look all out of shape.
Not so with Sanford knit fabric T-shirt tops from Sears. They're 100% cotton, cool and comfortable, and treated with a process that helps these garments keep their shape, even when machine dried. So your fashion dollar keeps its shape, too. Sanford knit tops and Mrs. Sizes are Sears' best. And this spring, when color is headlining fashion news, you'll be thrilled at the choice of rainbow colors.
A good night's sleep. That's important to you. How your mattress is constructed should be important, too. Sears' Best Imperial Elite mattress has mattress within a mattress construction. The inner spring model has individually pocketed coils covered with polyester and urethane. The polymeric foam model has individually molded comfort islands for even support. Only at Sears. Sears' Best Imperial Elite, a mattress within a mattress.
Super Plus. Wrap yourself in the luxury of Sears Super Plus bath towels. Just one touch will tell you they're super thick and luxurious, with more combed cotton terry loops per square inch than any other towel we sell. Each towel weighs over a pound. They're Sears' largest terry bath towels, super thick and absorbent. No wonder they're called Super Plus. Available now in brilliant solids or patterns.
At most larger Sears retail stores.
Thorn green again, and here's the concluding act of The Duke of Nevers.
I stepped out of my office to save the Duke's young wife the embarrassment of my presence in her distress. I motioned to my assistant, Jake.
Yeah? What is it, Counselor?
Apparently, Mr. de Nevers' last address was London. I want you to cable the London police and see if they have anything on him.
Why, what makes you think they would?
I don't. But we might as well check with them.
Sure thing, Counselor. I'll send a cable straight off.
When I returned to my office, I found the young Mrs. de Nevers had brought herself under control. In fact, she arose with such dignity that I fancied some of the Duke's manners had rubbed off on her, and she, for the first time, had become aware of the title she held by marriage. But before she could leave, her mother unexpectedly re-entered my office.
Mr. Martin. Oh, Gertie, you're still here.
Yes, Mother, but I was just leaving.
No, not just a minute. I have the most extraordinary news. I've just been to the Parker house. The money I left for the Duke is still there, every cent of it.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
How could I have jumped to such horrid conclusions about him? Surely now you can let him go.
I'm afraid he isn't charged with theft of your money, Mrs. Penrod, but with perjury.
But doesn't this prove he's innocent?
It doesn't answer the charge against him. I must say, though, it leaves me very puzzled as to the motive for his actions. He's an educated man. Certainly must have known what the consequences would be.
You don't suppose? Oh, gracious.
What, Mother?
Well, what if he's not quite right in the head?
Mother!
Well, we all admit it was a crazy thing for him to do. I know he seems perfectly nice, and I'm sure it isn't his fault. But I have heard that European nobility is fond of, marrying amongst themselves, if you take my meaning. And we know what excessive inbreeding can do to one's character.
Mother, that's outrageous.
Perhaps the Duke will see fit to enlighten us at his hearing.
There's going to be a hearing?
There'll have to be. In a week's time. In the following week, the press had a field day. Duke dupes cops went the headlines. Then one day, my assistant burst into my office.
Afternoon, Counselor.
Hello, Jake. What have you got there?
Well, it's from the London police.
Concerning the Duke of Nevers?
Of all the pious frauds, cast your eye on this.
It's an arrest record.
That's right.
False pretense, fraudulently obtaining a carriage for which he had not sufficient funds.
So he's not only a perjurer, but an ex-con.
What in the world is the man up to?
I don't know about that London incident, but the one here seems pretty clear. He figured to get in good with that couple he bailed out and take money from them later.
No, if extortion was his racket, why didn't he just skip town with Mrs. Penrod's money when he had the chance?
Well, then, what is his game?
I haven't the faintest idea. But I did have an idea. Faint to be sure, but an idea nonetheless. That evening I had dinner at my club. My thoughts kept returning to the Duke de Nevers. I'd never met anyone more fitted to be a duke than he. I'd felt myself in the presence of a truly superior being as we talked, a cultivated citizen of the world. His arrest record didn't make sense. I retired to the club library and fetched down a copy of the LaRousse Encyclopedia, Volume N. There it was. Nevers, capital of the Department of Nievers. Ducal palace built in 1475. Sold to the Cardinal Mazarin, 1659, who left it to his nephew, who in turn left it to, and so on, until what I had expected to find, I found. But still, the shock was so great, I left the club quickly and returned to my house. The following morning, the court convened to hear the case of the state versus Charles Jules Francois Duc de Nevers on the charge of perjury. The public scene Mrs. Penrod had hoped to avoid must have been a nightmare to her. The court was packed. The facts of the case were quickly put into record. And then, as Mr. Penrod rose to take the stand as a character witness for his son-in-law, I felt I could withhold my information no longer. To save the poor man undue embarrassment, I rose to speak. If it please the court, I feel obliged at this time to acquaint it with certain facts that came to my attention last night.
Does it have a bearing on the case?
I think it does, Your Honor.
You only think? You don't know, Counselor?
I'm sure it must, but in what exact way I can't be certain. The line from which the Duke claims to be descended is a distinguished line that includes cardinals, generals, and statesmen. But unfortunately, it is also a line which has been extinct for over 100 years.
How do you like that? He's not only a perjurer and an ex-con, he's an imposter.
My announcement had an effect I hadn't anticipated. The court was immediately adjourned in the utmost confusion until the following day when sentence would be passed. How could anyone have made up a lie in such detail? The Duke had letters of introduction, official documents seemingly bearing all the correct seals, medals, photographs. Why? What drove him? That evening, he had a single visitor to his cell.
Charles?
My dear Gertie, I'm sorry you must see me in these surroundings.
Why?
The humiliation.
I mean, why did you deceive me?
I don't understand what has happened.
Oh, Charles, you deceived everyone. All my friends, my parents. The whole town opened its arms to you.
I can only offer my apologies for the embarrassment I have caused you.
Why? What is the reason? It was bad enough you fooled us. But then why did you go and tell the police you owned that house?
It was my duty as a gentleman. I had no other choice.
But you must have known it would lead to your ruin.
It was my duty as a gentleman.
But what was the reason? Are you wanted for some other crime? Have you done something worse that I don't know about?
No.
I don't understand, Charles. Who are you? If behaving like a gentleman means so much to you, then why have you deceived me? I love you, Charles, and you've made me miserable.
I'm sorry.
You talk about acting honorably, and you've been honorable to everyone but me. For all I know, you aren't even French.
I am French.
How can I believe you?
Please don't ask me to say any more.
I'm your wife. I love you.
I was born in Paris. I knew my parents in name only, never by any affection they showed me. I was driven to make my way as best I could in the streets. I slept under bridges, ate scraps. I was no better than a neglected animal.
Charles.
Enough, that is all past now.
Charles, listen. My father has begun to take steps to have our marriage annulled. He says he can do it because you married me under false pretenses, but I can stop him.
No, he is right. That is exactly what I did.
But we can go away someplace together.
Better to let your father annul the marriage.
The only crime you've committed is perjury, and they can't give you a very heavy sentence for that. I can wait.
No.
Why not?
Because you asked me to tell you too much.
When Gertie left the Duke's cell, she didn't say a word, nor did she ever speak of what passed between them that evening. The following morning, the court was packed with all the city society folks, all buzzing with curiosity about the mysterious Charles Jules Francois, and not just a little vindictive in their desire to watch the final humiliation of the man who had so completely deceived them. So much did poor Mrs. Penrod's distress grow with the entrance of each of her social rivals, that finally she could bear it no longer and had to be escorted to a small chamber to be revived with smelling salts. It's too bad that she did, for she missed the final chapter of this extraordinary tale. The judge's sentence was extremely harsh. 5 years of hard labor. I watched the defendant closely. He did not flinch. He stood with his shoulders thrown back and head erect, as befitted a scion of a noble house. And then, before adjourning the court, the judge turned to him and asked the question that was on everyone's lips.
You stand before us a convicted felon, by your acts, if not by your confession. You have chosen not to tell the court why you laid yourself open to certain arrest and conviction, or why you did not make off with the money that was offered you. You are a convicted criminal and a proven imposter. Will you at least be so good as to tell us who you really are?
The prisoner bowed slightly and spoke with great dignity.
Certainly. I am Charles Jules Francois, Duc de Nevers, and a commander of the Legion of Honor.
Sears National Automotive Sale. Now, save $36 to $68 on a set of 4 Sears Road Handler radial tires. That's great savings on Sears Best steel-belted radials. And save on Steady Riders, Sears Best heavy-duty shocks, the ones even Joey Chitwood's stunt team didn't wear out in a whole season. Now only $9.99 each. You save over 20%. Installation available at most Sears Tire and Auto Centers. Prices may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Stop! Help, Sears!
Oh, here I go again. It's time to rent one of those steam-type carpet cleaners.
Why rent? Now Sears puts power in a carpet cleaner you can own yourself. The Power Spray from Sears for easy home carpet cleaning. Power Spray sprays hot water into your carpet, then sucks up the dirty water.
You can see the dirt you get out. Dirt you didn't even know was there.
The Power Spray Carpet Cleaner, a convenient carpet cleaner you can own yourself. Available at most Sears retail stores. Kenmore. Solid as Sears.
Shop where America shops with a Sears credit card. You'll be able to choose from over 100,000 Sears products and services at everyday low prices. Just say charge it. At Sears, it's satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. So visit your Sears store today to apply for your credit card. Or just phone toll-free 800-526-0444. Find out why Sears is where America shops for value. Remember, phone 800-526-0444. In New Jersey, residents call 800-652-2777.
The Sears Radio Theater has been brought to you by Sears Roebuck and Company, where our policy is satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Sears, where America shops for value. The Duke of Nevers was written by Percy Granger, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Lorne Green. Our stars were Len Berman, Ann Gibbon, and True Boardman. Also heard were Virginia Gregg, Howard Culver, and Vic Perrin. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation of CVI.
Yeah, that was about 2 weeks after Dad had his stroke.
Did he have high blood pressure?
Don't know. He's doing a little better now, but he can't speak too well.
Has trouble walking too, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's truly a shame.
You have high blood pressure?
I don't know. I feel okay. I'm not high-strung like Dad.
Whether you're high-strung or low-strung,
whether you feel just fine or not, has nothing to do with high blood pressure. High blood pressure is a major risk factor in stroke and heart attack, but it has no obvious symptoms. It can only be detected by a simple, quick, and painless test. The American Heart Association also wants you to know that black Americans, as a group, are more likely to have high blood pressure than whites. We don't know why. But high blood pressure can usually be controlled if it's detected. For more information, contact your American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
What in the World happened in April, brought to you by your local Navy recruiter. April is Admissions Day, for Maryland admitted in 1788 as our 7th state, and Louisiana admitted in 1812 as our 18th state. George Washington was sworn in as our first president in April of 1789, and the first U.S. Congress began regular sessions at Federal Hall, New York City. In April of 1860, the first Pony Express run was made from Missouri to California in 10 days. The motto, "In God We Trust," was first stamped on all U.S. coins in April of 1864. The Navy's first submarine, the USS Holland, was commissioned in April of 1900. Navy Commander Robert E. Peary and Matthew Henson reached the North Pole in April of 1909. What in the World happened in April is brought to you by your local Navy recruiter, who will answer your questions about Navy opportunity. Or in the continental United States, call 800-841-8000, toll-free. In Georgia, 800-342-5855. Navy, it's not just a job, it's an adventure. 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 It's an adventure.
All right, it is now time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. George Gershwin, born Jacob Gershwin, was an American composer and pianist whose compositions spanned jazz, popular, and classical music. Among his best-known works are the songs Swanee and Fascinating Rhythm, the orchestral compositions Rhapsody in Blue and An American in Paris, the jazz standards Embraceable You and I've Got Rhythm, and the opera Porky and Bess, which included the hit Summertime. His A V.I. Sing was the first musical to win the Pulitzer Prize for drama. Gershwin studied piano under Charles Hambitzer and composition with Reuben Goldmark, Henry Colwell, and Joseph Brody. He began his career as a song plugger, but soon started composing Broadway theater works with his brother Ira Gershwin and with Buddy DeSilva. He moved to Paris intending to study with Nadal Boehringer, but she refused him, afraid that rigorous classical study would ruin his jazz-influenced style. Maurice Ravel voiced similar objections when Gershwin inquired about studying with him. He subsequently composed An American in Paris, returned to New York City, and wrote Porky and Bess with his brother Ira and Dubose Hayward. Initially a commercial failure, it came to be considered one of the most important American operas of the 20th century and an American cultural classic. Gershwin moved to Hollywood and composed numerous film scores. He died in 1937, only 38 years old, of brain cancer. His compositions have been adapted for use in film, television, with many becoming jazz standards. And that was the Trivia Minute, and now let's get back to the shows. Journey to the Stars with Space Patrol, coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are aboard the deluxe passenger spaceship, the Supernova, headed for the planet Saturn. As they enter a private compartment in search of a criminal, an occupant of the compartment pulls a ray gun on them.
Just keep moving down the corridor, Commander.
We're going to a lot of trouble. You must be counting on taking quite a lot of money from Grayson.
Think what you like. All right, hold it. This is where we part company. I just opened this little metal door. Now, crawl in there, both of you.
You can't put us in there. That's the ship's rubbish disposal chute.
I know what it is. Get in.
But before we reach Saturn, that chute will be emptied into space.
Of course. A blast of compressed air will sweep you out of the ship, and no one will know you're gone.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Trouble Aboard the Supernova. Say, do you hear that, Space Patrollers? That's a flavor tester, an instrument for finding out how good breakfast cereals are. I'm standing in a grocery store right now, so let's run the flavor tester along this cereal shelf. Well, there's no flavor in these cereals. I'm not getting a peep from our flavor tester. Uh-oh, it's starting now. Hey, the flavor tester's going wild, and here's the cereal that's doing it. Rice Chex, the super cereal that helps us supercharge you. Yeah, I better turn this flavor tester off before it jumps out of my hand. Yes, sir, gang, for wonderful flavor, wonderful Rice Chex. Crisp, golden, bite-sized biscuits you'll love. Try some today. Delicious Rice Chex. And remember, inside the package, there's a magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Trouble Aboard the Supernova. One of the most important industrial concerns in the United Planets is solar technic. Its research staff has been responsible for hundreds of discoveries in many fields of industry, and their achievements have increased the comfort and security of people on all the planets. Solar Technic is noted for its generosity in making its processes available not only to the government, but to other companies as well. Our story opens in the office of Clark Ruckler, the assistant coordinator of Solar Technic on the man-made planet Terra. Ruckler is talking to one of his young field men, Mark Grayson.
I can't impress this on you too strongly, Grayson. These documents are to be delivered to the supervisor of our Saturn plant and to no one else. Is that clear?
Yes, Mr. Wood.
Actually, my chief wanted me to deliver this microfilm strip myself, but for the time being, I can't leave Terra, so I'm turning the assignment over to you.
Well, I'm very grateful for the opportunity, Mr. Ruckler.
Frankly, I had to do a lot of talking to convince the chief that you could be trusted.
I appreciate that very much. I know my record wasn't too good before coming here to Solar Technic, but in the past 3 years...
I know your record here, and keep it clean. Now, here's the procedure. You'll blast off for Saturn tomorrow evening in 1800 hours aboard the Supernova. The strip of microfilm will be concealed in a special ring which the chief will give you tomorrow. That ring can be removed from your finger only by turning the setting in a certain way.
Well, like a combination lock.
Yes, but don't fool with it. The Saturn supervisor will remove it when you report to him. The information's extremely vital to Solar Technic, so don't tell anyone. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ruckler.
All right, Walbert, come in. Did you get a look at Grayson?
Yeah, through the crack of the door. I can handle him all right.
If you do what I tell you, rough stuff won't be necessary. But carry a ray gun just in case.
Sure. He'll be in compartment 23, huh?
Mm-hmm. Don't get acquainted with him too quickly. Somewhere between the Earth and Mars orbit will be soon enough. He's crazy about chess. Suggest a game in your compartment or his.
Then I slip something in his coffee to put him to sleep and take the ring.
Right. Now, here's the duplicate. Put it on his finger. Then your part is over except for meeting me on Saturn.
What's going to keep Grayson from suspecting me? And the Saturn supervisor finds there's no microfilm in the ring.
A couple of muscle men will grab him before he gets to the Saturn plant. They'll rough him up and take the ring. Grayson will think they're the thieves.
Do you think you can pedal the microfilm without getting cut?
I've got that end all covered. Grayson will have to take the rap. With that past record of his, the chief will figure he faked the robbery.
But you recommended Grayson to carry the microfilm.
Yes. So I'll regretfully submit my resignation for having made such a costly mistake to the company. I'll resign from Solar Technic.
Yeah, and live like a king on what we get for the microfilm.
I waited years for a chance like this. And with your help, Walbert, it'll pay off without
Wow, a trip to Pluto on the Supernova. This isn't a mission, sir. It's a vacation.
I want it to look like a vacation, Happy. That's why we're in civilian clothes. But we'll have plenty of work to do when we reach Pluto. Uh-oh.
What is it, sir?
I just recognized one of the passengers. He's around the other side of the crowd. I don't want him to see us.
Who is it?
I can't recall his name right now, but he used to do a lot of space traveling on passenger ships a few years ago. With the result that a lot of the passengers found the trip more expensive than they'd planned.
You mean he's a thief?
Not that we could prove it. He'd get people into a friendly game of cards or chess, and they'd have a surprising run of luck. Grayson. That's it, Mark. Grayson. He hasn't been in trouble lately, so he may have gone straight, but it won't hurt to keep an eye on him. If we see him getting too chummy with any of the passengers.
The gate's opening, sir.
When we get aboard, we'll go right to our compartment. It's number 22.
I didn't mean to be gone so long, Commander. I lost track of the time.
Oh, that's all right, Happy. I won't need you for a few minutes, then. I'm just finishing a check of the Pluto Base Command report.
Know where we are now?
I'd say we're about 50,000 DUs outside the Earth's orbit.
Good guess, sir. 45,000. I've been watching the big chart in the Astro Lounge. It shows the progress of the ship.
Is our friend Grayson in there?
Well, he came in just as I was leaving. Want me to check on him, Commander?
Wait a while, Happy. In half an hour or so, you might go into the lounge. It'd be rather embarrassing if someone was swindled with a Space Patrol Commander-in-Chief aboard.
I see what you mean.
We don't seem to be making much time.
How's that?
Well, I was just noticing the astro chart. The ship doesn't seem to be moving.
Oh. Well, there's a lot of space out here.
Yes, yes, indeed. A great deal of space, I'd say. Your first trip on the Supernova?
Well, my first in a long time.
Oh, we seem to be the only passengers aft.
I'd noticed.
Well, for some reason, I can never sleep when I'm traveling. It's strange when you consider I do a lot of it. I average about 2 trips a week. Woolbot's the name. Clarence Woolbot. I'm with the Transograph people.
Transograph?
Yeah, you probably never heard of it. We make special code machines for firms conducting interplanetary business.
That'd be very interesting work.
It is. By the way, I didn't catch the name.
Oh, Grayson. Mark Grayson.
Oh, glad to know you, Grayson. It's nice to have an intelligent man to talk to. That is, if you don't mind talking.
No. No, not at all.
You know, I like you, Grayson. Looks like this isn't going to be such a dull trip after all. Maybe I would even miss my game of three-dimensional chess.
Three-dimensional chess?
Yeah. I don't suppose you play it.
Well, I used to. Once in a while.
Well, now, isn't this a coincidence? But it is rather late, and you're probably tired.
Oh, no. No, not at all.
Well, if you like, we could have the steward bring in a projector board, and maybe we could go to my compartment.
We could play a game right here in the lounge.
All right. I see we got company. That young fellow who just came in.
Oh, well, he won't bother us.
Well, maybe not, but I hate to be in the middle of the play and have him come up and start asking stupid questions. You know how these youngsters are, full of curiosity.
Well, we could play in my compartment.
Oh, fine. I'll have the steward bring out some nice hot coffee and projector. Commander, it looks like Grayson is up to his old tricks.
That's so?
Yes, sir. He and this older man are in Grayson's compartment across the corridor. And the steward brought in a three-dimensional chess set.
3D chess isn't such a popular game. It's rather odd that Grayson should just happen to find such a congenial partner right off the bat. He may have had his man marked for some time. Still, we haven't any grounds to interfere.
Well, maybe we could just happen in by mistake. You know, the wrong compartment.
I'll keep that idea in mind.
It's your move, Grayson. Grayson, I played. Grayson? Oh, good. He's asleep now. Trying to get the ring off of his finger because... Gentlemen, I'm afraid you have the wrong compartment.
I don't think so. Isn't that three-dimensional chess you're playing?
Yeah, that's right. My companions seem to have dozed off.
I see. He must trust you to be so relaxed. An old friend, no doubt.
No, I just met him. But I don't see what business it is of yours.
For no offense, I'd like to ask a question. Who was winning?
Well, for someone who blundered into the wrong compartment, you got a lot of nerve.
It wasn't a blunder. Take a look at this.
Space Patrol bag.
Now, for your own good, tell me. Was he winning?
Yes, he was.
Very much?
Oh, quite a bit. Why?
This man used to make quite a good living playing chess with strangers. Apparently he still does.
You mean he... Oh, no. He went to sleep if he's dishonest. Wouldn't he stay awake?
I doubt that he's as sleepy as he pretends. He figures you're an honest man who'll quietly go away and leave his winnings on the table. Happy?
Yes, sir.
Close the door. We'll wake Mr. Grayson.
Yes.
Come on, Grayson, wake up. I want to ask you a few questions. Come on, Grayson, wake up.
You're wasting your time, gentlemen. Get your hands up and turn around. Commander.
What'll do as he says, Happy. He has a ray gun. So you knew who Grayson was and outsmarted him.
That's right. I outsmarted Grayson. Now keep your hands up, both of you. I'll see if anyone is out in the corridor. All right. It's all clear. Come on. Now, no tricks, either of you. Just go down the corridor. All right. Hold it. This is where we part company, gentlemen. I'll just open this little metal door. Now, crawl in there.
You can't put us in there. It's a refuse disposal chute.
I know what it is. Climb in.
Before we reach Saturn, that chute will be emptied into space.
Of course. A blast of compressed air will sweep you out of the ship, and no one will know you're gone. And just to make sure... Commander! You too, cadet. Wait. Look. And now I have to lift you into the chute. There, Commander. Now the cadet. There. There, Space Patrolman. You'll be the first passengers to leave the supernova by way of the rubbish chute.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
This is Captain Patrica again with a secret vote. Okay? Now, here's the secret Buzz Perry wants you to know about. The secret of how space patrollers get a rip-roaring start in the morning. Here's what they do. They eat a breakfast that supercharges them. A power breakfast with rice Chex or wheat Chex. Chex, the super cereal with that modern bite-sized design. The cereals with the swell new taste that you'll like right off the reel. Well, gang, now you know how space patrollers get that rip-roaring morning start. So get a flying start yourself every morning. Sit down to a nourishing breakfast with rice Chex or wheat Chex, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. And remember, you get a magic space picture inside every package.
And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, Trouble Aboard the Supernova. Buzz and Happy boarded the luxury spaceship, the Supernova, on a mission to Pluto. The commander noticed that among the passengers was Mark Grayson, formerly a petty crook, but now employed by the highly reputable Solar Technic firm. Grayson's superior, Clark Weckler, has engineered events so that Grayson will be held responsible for the theft of valuable microfilm documents, which Grayson carries in a special ring on his finger. Weckler's partner, Walbot, was about to remove the ring from Grayson's finger when Buzz and Happy entered Grayson's compartment on the spaceship. Pretending to be a victim of Grayson's supposed dishonesty, Walbot suddenly pulled a ray gun, and after rendering Buzz and Happy unconscious, pushed them into the refuse disposal chute of the big spaceship. Before the ship reaches Saturn, the contents of the chute will be blasted out into space. Now recovering from the effects of the ray gun, Buzz and Happy find themselves in the narrow confines of a small, pitch-black room.
The opening must be right here, sir. I can feel a thin groove where the door fits.
Let's try to force it open. We've got to get out of here before they empty the chute. It's no use.
Maybe somebody will hear us pounding and open the door.
It's probably soundproof, Happy. Anyway, nobody will be out in the corridor at this time. But wait a minute. If that fellow that put us in here didn't search us, he left our money to escape.
I don't have mine, sir. It's back in the compartment.
I've got mine.
Well, we can contact the captain of the ship and get out of here in 2 minutes. Then we can find the guy that put us in here and really give him a going over.
Now, hold on, Happy. There's more to this than the crooked chess game.
Huh?
He could just as easily have been locked up in a closet to give our man a chance to escape when he landed on Saturn. But this fellow was willing to get rid of us permanently.
Yeah, that's what makes me so mad.
When we get out of here, I don't want to know we've escaped. That'll give us a chance to find out what he really was doing in Grayson's compartment.
Maybe he's going to put Grayson in here, too.
Maybe. Let's see how quickly we can get out of here. Commander Corey calling Captain Ferris of the Supernova. Commander Corey calling Captain Ferris of the Supernova.
Captain Ferris, go ahead, Commander.
You know I'm aboard, I suppose.
Yeah, I noticed the NSA after your name on the passenger list, so I followed through. No special attention.
I know, but I'm afraid I'm going to need a little special attention.
Anything you say, Commander.
Send the regular steward to the refuse disposal opening in passenger corridor A immediately. I'm in the chute.
I'll come myself.
Now, wait, Captain. Just send the steward. I don't want any excitement aboard the ship.
Very well, Commander. As you wish.
Now, Captain, one thing.
Yeah.
Pass the word along not to open the chute until Cadet Happy and I are out of it.
Your move, Grayson.
Huh? What did you say?
I said it's your move.
Oh, of course. Excuse me, Will, but did I doze off?
Oh, you hardly had time, I assure you. And if you had been asleep, I'd have taken the opportunity to take advantage of you.
What? Oh, what's in there? Oh. Here. How do you like that? Check and mate.
Ah, one again. And I thought I had you. You're a wizard with 3D chess, Grayson. I've never seen anything like it.
Just luck, I guess.
I wish I had that kind of luck. Well, we're both getting sleepy. You better turn in. We'll be on Saturn in about 3 hours. And thanks for the game. Honestly, I enjoyed losing.
Well, the game did me a lot of good. Believe me, with a lot of tension. Well, there's nothing like a nice, quiet game of chess.
My luggage is all packed, Commander.
Well, fine, Happy. We'll be landing in Saturn in 20 minutes. We'll wait till everybody else is off the ship before we leave our compartment.
What about Grayson?
I'd check on him to the captain. He's working for Solar Technic. One of the special guards is meeting him when the ship lands. The captain showed me the spaceogram. Well, 15 minutes till we land. If we get to Saturn headquarters, we'll space it from Pluto Base Command. That will be a few hours late.
Station 15, Cadet Happy here. No, Commander Corey isn't here. I think he's somewhere around Saturn headquarters, maybe. Yes, sir, I'll tell him. Oh, Commander, Major Harper called. He said Colonel Redding has been trying to reach you.
I just talked to him. He still has a detail watching Walbert. Walbert hasn't left the Saturn Space Hotel since he checked in.
Oh, yes, sir. But did you know that Grayson never arrived at the Saturn plant of Solar Technic?
Yes, I saw the report from the supervisor.
Well, what do you suppose happened, sir? The uniformed guard from Solar Technic met Grayson at the spaceport.
No, I'll get it home. Station 15, Commander Corey here. Who? All right, send him in. Happy? You have a visitor.
Who, sir?
Under the circumstances, the last person you'd expect to walk into Saturn Space Patrol headquarters.
Who do you mean, sir? Grayson.
Commander Corey?
Yes, Grayson. Sit down. Happy, put on the recorder.
Yes, sir.
Grayson, you were due at Solar Technic plant 3 hours ago. Where have you been?
I've been robbed.
What about the guard who met you at the Supernova?
He was one of the robbers.
What was stolen from him?
The microphone. It was in a ring. They filed the ring off my finger. Here, look. You can see where they cut my finger down.
Now, wait a minute. The guard robbed you?
Yes. He and another man. A man in a red plastic mask. The guard and I were in a surface car driving down Avenue J when...
Now, hold it, Grayson. How does a man in a red plastic mask fit in?
He stepped out and hailed a surface car. The guard stopped. They drove me to Saturn City Park. Then the guard held me while the other man, the man in the red mask, filed off the ring. Then they drove me around a while and turned me loose. Look, I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth, honestly, Commander.
Happy, what do you think of the story?
Well, it seems to me that if the third man was in cahoots with the guard, he wouldn't have needed a mask. At least he wouldn't have worn one on the street.
But that's what happened. Don't you believe me? Look, if I were lying, why wouldn't I make up a more plausible story?
That's right. Possibly the fake guard and the masked man did take the ring after all.
I swear they did.
Okay. Who's Walbot?
A fellow I met on the Supernova. We played 3D chess in my compartment, yeah.
Anything unusual happened during the game?
Only that I won, and I hadn't played in 3 years.
Were there any interruptions? Did you fall asleep, for example?
No. And now that you mention it, I thought I got groggy for a minute. I thought I dozed off, but when I opened my eyes, there was Walbot smiling at me, waiting for me to move. It had only been a few seconds.
It had been quite a few seconds, Grayson. When I entered your compartment, you were sound asleep.
You were in my compartment? I never saw you until I came into this office 2 minutes ago.
While you were asleep, Walbot forced us into the refuge suite. Then he came back and finished the game.
I can't believe it.
You want us to believe your story? Well, Grayson, you may be telling the truth. I'll put you in custody here at headquarters while Happy and I visit Walbot. First, give me a full description of that ring.
Well, it had a setting that you turn a certain way in the band string. Inside the band Ruckler, what are you doing here so soon?
As soon as I heard that Grayson didn't show up at the Saturn plant, I persuaded the chief I should come here to investigate. After all, I recommended Grayson.
But I thought you were going to wait till I contacted you.
Why waste the time? The Pony Guard and our masked man took care of Grayson.
But how do we know what Grayson will do?
If he has any sense, he'll get as far away from Saturn as he can. With his record, he'll believe he didn't arrange the robbery himself.
Suppose he's caught. If they give him a brainograph test, the Space Patrol will know he's telling the truth.
Yes, but he doesn't know all the truth. He doesn't know you removed the real ring aboard the Supernova and substituted the other one.
That's right. And the two Space Patrolmen that saw me in Grayson's compartment, they're floating out beyond Saturn now.
Yes. The only thing Grayson can tell about you is that you played chess with him. Let the Space Patrol look for the fake guard and the guy in the red mask.
Yeah, nice touch, Rucker. Nice touch.
Yeah, thanks. Well, how about that ring and the microphone?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket.
You can have this.
I don't know. Get into the other room.
I'll be watching.
Yeah?
Remember us, Mr. Walbot?
I don't believe so.
You put us in the refuge suite of the Supernova. Fortunately, we were able to get more roomy accommodation.
You got out of the chute.
Shut the door, Happy. And search our chest tray for weapons.
Yes. Wow, a ray gun. Looks familiar, too.
Uh-huh. Find anything else of interest?
Not yet, sir.
Walbot, did you take a ring from Grayson?
A ring? I don't know what you're talking about.
You took some drastic measures to keep us from finding out what was going on in Grayson's compartment. Let's have the truth.
Oh, Commander,
Now, quit stalling. Where's the ring?
All right. My jacket pocket, the right one. It's in there.
Take a look at it.
It's the ring, all right. And it looks like the one Grayson described.
Watch him, Happy. I'll see if I can open it.
Yes, sir.
Two turns to the right. Three to the left. Push down in the center. Here's the microphone.
Oh, even Grayson wasn't lying.
Good work, Commander. You saved me a nasty job. Who are you? I'm Clark Russell, assistant coordinator at Solar Technics, Terrell. Just how did you happen to be here? I've had reason to suspect this man Walbot. I came here because, frankly, I'm on the spot. I recommended Grayson. And I'm happy to know he's innocent. Now, if you'll just give me the microfilm, I'll see that it's delivered to our staffing representative. Oh, just a minute. We'll all go down to headquarters. Well, if that's the way you want it. Get them, Walbot. Get to that.
I wouldn't try that, Walbot. Let go of that gun, Russell.
No use continuing, Happy. The boys seem exhausted.
Yes, sir. You have the microfilm, sir?
You bet. We'll turn it over to the Saturn plant, hand Rucker and Walbot over to the colonel, and then go on to Pluto.
Fine, Commander. But, sir, can't we go to Pluto in a plain space patrol cruiser?
Why? Don't you like luxury space liners like the Supernova?
Oh, they're all right, I guess, but the rubbish chutes are a little tight under the arms.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Gang, here's big news about the most fabulous Space Patrol equipment ever offered on this program. The Space Patrol microscope. So powerful, it makes things look 15 times bigger than they really are. So compact, it fits right in your pocket. Offered for just a short time longer. Offered so you can see the thousands of secrets and mysteries hidden away in gardens, yards, and houses. Think of it. You get a complete scientific microscope kit. You get the official Space Patrol microscope. Strong, all-plastic 5-inch body. Glistening emerald tone finish. Powerful, optically ground double lens. You get the famous atomic particle slide. Examine it in the dark through your Space Patrol microscope, and it looks like a wild, flaming comet. You get a set of 5 transparent slides for mounting specimens. Each slide is 2 inches long, clear as crystal, made to wear and wear and wear. A miracle of invention, the Space Patrol microscope. You just take something small, a blade of grass, a piece of string, a bud, place it on one of the crystal clear slides, slip it under the lens tube, and you can see that object magnified 15 times its actual size. You see details that leave you gasping, that set your mind spinning and your pulse beating. You see the living creatures in a drop of water, the designs of fingerprints, like whirlpools in a furious cataract. And a mere splinter, it looks like a giant sword. It's fun, mystifying, educational magic. So hurry, send for your Space Patrol microscope kit today. Hurry, because this big offer soon comes to an end. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and a rice check or wheat check box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are attempting to rescue a girl who is being held captive in a metal factory in space in the orbit of Jupiter Moon number 2. They have just entered the cargo hold of the plant and have raised the face pieces of their spacesuits.
Commander, someone's coming. I can see them through the door at the other end of the cargo hold.
George, I'll be right done with her.
Yes, sir. Commander, I can't move. Something's holding my feet.
Someone's running a magnetic force field. It's holding our metal space boots. Get out of your suit. Hurry.
Yes, sir. Commander, look up above. The cargo crane is coming down on us with an Endurium beam on it.
We've got to get out of these suits. There's a magnetic field under us. That beam could crush us.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Peril Over Jupiter, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Wilson again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Youngstown, Ohio, and Albany, New York. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Bela Kobach, Joe Cranston, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Wilson again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. This is ABC Radio Network. This is ABC Radio Network. This is ABC Radio Network.
Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's the adventures of Superman on nightly old-time radio shows. Coming up next.
Presenting the transcription feature, Superman. Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's Superman. And now, Superman. Faster than an airplane, stronger than a locomotive, able to bend steel bars in his bare hands and leap tall buildings at a single bound. Superman, champion of the weak and the oppressed, who has appeared on Earth from far out in solar space, and who goes about among men as mild Clark Kent, news reporter for the Daily Planet. When we last saw him, Superman, in his character of Clark Kent, had just rescued Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, and Editor White from the blazing pine forest near Little Falls, in which Gyp Dinelli, head of a gang of petty racketeers, had done his best to trap them. Dinelli himself had fled down the main road, but only to arrange another and even more deadly ambush. As our story continues today, we find him and his henchman Spike in their black sedan, slowing down along the road and searching for a likely place for what Dinelli has in mind. Listen.
What are you looking for, Gyp?
A place I remember right along here somewhere. Or a little brook kind of runs under the road. You know what I mean?
Oh, a culvert? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, that's it, a culvert.
And when you find it, then what?
Okay, this looks like it. Yeah, here we are. Pull up.
Okay. Well, now what?
Listen, Spike. That bunch back in the woods, Kent and his pals. What do you think they're going to do next?
Oh, them? Oh, well, how should I know, boss? Get back to town, maybe.
Yeah, get back to town. And they still got the briefcase that dame took out of the cabin. You know what's in that briefcase, Spike?
Well, yeah, sure I do.
Record to the tape. How much we got out of the racket, and who we got it from. Yeah, and who went after it, too. See?
What do you mean?
I mean we're all in this dope. You and me and everybody else. If them newspaper guys get back to town with what's in that briefcase, well, they better not, that's all.
Well, listen, boss, that ain't all they can get us for. What about the dame?
Yeah, I know. We got to pick up the whole bunch of them. All at one crack. And that's just what we're going to do, Spike. Hey, give me a hand here.
Okay.
Careful with that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what it is?
No, you didn't tell me. What is it?
Just a little box, Spike. I'm going to plant a little box under this culvert, see? And lead a fuse off in the field behind that fence.
Gosh, boss.
Then when that bunch of wise guys comes along in their car...
Listen, how do you know they'll be in the car?
They came in one, didn't they? I could ask them silly questions.
Hey, look, boss. How are you going to set the fuse for the exact second that they're over the culvert? How are you going to do that?
I don't need to. If they're any place within 100 feet of where this goes off, they'll be plenty close.
Honest?
It's something new. Bugsy Leary gave me it to try out when I needed to. Half as big and 20 times as strong as TNT and scatters fire all over the place. Help me lug it down there.
Hey, listen, boy. Where are you and me going to be when this goes off?
Easy does it. There. I'm going to be out in that field so that I can duck in and grab the briefcase when it comes down. And before it burns.
Well, what about me?
You're going to take this car and go back where we just come from.
Hey, listen,
Shut up and do what you're told. Go back again in them woods. Hide the car and see what's doing. Get it?
Okay.
If they do what I think they'll do, follow them back here about a half a mile behind. But if they don't, come back quick and tell me, see?
I got it.
Oh, yeah. One thing more. Some of them might come this way, and some might head for the nearest cop house. If they separate, keep your eye on Kent.
Chip, listen. What if he's alone?
If he's alone? Well, if he's alone, do whatever you feel like.
I get you.
Only make sure it looks like an accident afterward. Now get going.
You'll be all right?
Sure. I can handle the rest of this myself. Get back in the car and head up the road again.
Okay. Good luck, boss.
They're the ones that need the luck, not us.
And meanwhile, back in the edge of the woods, safe from the fire, Kent, Lois, Jimmy, and Editor White wait anxiously for some sign of assistance.
Now, let's wait just a few minutes more. If nothing happens by then, you can go back to the car, and I'll go scouting around for the police.
Gee, Mr. Kent, don't you think we ought to stick together?
Oh, we'll be all right now, Jimmy. Those crooks are miles away. If they hadn't been picked up. What are you doing with the briefcase, Mr. White?
Just giving it a quick going over, Kent.
Gee, it's too dark to see much.
I can tell you what's in it, Mr. White. All we need to get convictions under Nellie and his whole gang.
Honestly?
No fool.
I'm sure of it. After I turned my ankle, all I could do was sit there. So I went through those papers just in case.
In case what, Miss Lane?
Well, in case Tonelli's men found me again, and I just had to depend on my memory.
Say, Miss Lane, you're all right. That must have taken a lot of nerve.
Boy, I'll say, knowing they might be along any minute.
Oh, say, look here. I think we ought to be getting on.
Great Scott, that's right, Mr. White. We shouldn't wait around here anymore.
The car isn't very far, Lois. Now, if we all gave you a hand, do you think you could make it? I'm really anxious to get started with these papers.
Me too, Mr. White.
You lean on me, Miss Lane.
Oh, I'll be all right, honestly.
You're sure?
Positive, Mr. Kent. Jimmy's as good as a crutch, really.
Funny as a crutch is what you mean.
Now, come on. This way. I'll pick out the path.
Don't forget the briefcase, Mr. White.
A few hundred yards down the winding trail, with Lois bravely saying nothing of her injured ankle. And presently the dim shape of the car looms out of the trees. Kent helps them in and insists on staying behind.
Look here, Kent. What's the idea?
Mr. Kent, aren't you coming along?
No, I'm staying right here, just in case the police come in from the other direction. I want to be here to talk to them.
But, Mr. Kent...
Oh, I'll be all right, honest. Look, you get going. I'll join you later.
Well, if you're sure that's the thing to do, Kent.
Let me stay, too.
You'll stay right in the car, young man.
Oh, you want to get back to town as quick as you can, Mr. White. I'll close up any loose ends up here.
All right, Kent. Good luck.
Goodbye. Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Good luck.
Yes, one or two loose ends is just exactly right. And I think Superman can do it better by himself than with three other people around. Now then, first of all, I want to know who that was sneaking around in the woods a while ago. Nobody else heard him, but I did. Right by my ear. Those last two were bullseyes. Lucky for me, they bounced. There's something else that'll bounce, too. That sharpshooter back there in the woods. No good running, my friend.
I didn't do it. I didn't mean nothing. Oh, he's flying through the air. Oh!
Just a little target shooting, eh? Good, clean fun. Well, now I'll have some fun. Come here.
Let me go. Quit it. Oh.
Well, if it isn't my old friend Spike. Where's Dinelli?
I don't know. Honest, I don't.
None of that now. Remember what happened to you last time?
No.
Where's Dinelli?
I don't know.
All right, then you'll take a ride up in the air. Up.
Hey, put me down. What are you doing? He's taking me up in the air. He ain't human.
200 feet up already, Spike. And a long way down. Where's Dinelli? Quick, or I'll drop you.
No, he's back down the road. He's by the culvert.
Culvert? What culvert? What's he doing there?
He's waiting for the car. Oh, look out.
You're all right. As long as you keep talking. Quick, what's Dinelli doing?
I said he's waiting for the car.
Whose car? White's?
Yeah, look out.
Almost let you go. What's he going to do? Quick.
I don't know, honest, I don't.
All right, if that's how you feel about it. So long, Spike.
Oh, look out. Look out.
Yeah, how'd you like that?
Oh, please, no.
You're all right. I caught you, but I may not catch you the next time. Depends on how I feel. Now, what's Dinelli going to do? Last chance, Spike. Here you go.
No, I'll talk. He's got a new kind of a bomb. He's going to blow up the car when it goes over the culvert.
Something new in bombs, eh? And that culvert's only about a mile away. They're almost there. Sorry, Spike, you're due for another ride.
No, I told you.
Sorry, no time to put you down, but you won't get hurt, not this time. But if you ever say a word about what's happened tonight...
I won't.
Remember that, Spike. And now hang on. We're going to make time. We've got to catch that car. When we do catch them, you're going to warn them while I catch Dinelli, understand?
Yeah, whatever you say, only don't drop me.
Don't wiggle, Spike. Up we go. Faster.
Still feel all right, Lois?
Fine, thanks, Mr. White. Are you heading right back to town?
If you don't want to see a doctor.
Oh, no. We want to get back to work.
Good girl. That's what I think myself.
Hey, look. There's a man on the road way down ahead.
No, there isn't.
I saw him.
I saw him, too, Mr. White, down by the little bridge.
He ducked down and ran. He sure got swell lights, Mr. White.
Well, he's gone now. And here's where I let her out a bit.
Mr. White, what's the matter?
Gee, you sure put on the brakes.
No, but I didn't. We just stopped. As though somebody grabbed the car from behind.
Look, there's another man right in front of the headlights.
Get back. Get in reverse, quick.
What's he saying?
Quick. Hey, dynamite. There's dynamite in the road. Back up, quick. Get away from the culvert, quick.
Dynamite.
Quick.
Hang on, everybody.
Quick, look out.
We didn't miss that one by much.
That man, he saved our lives. But where's he gone? I'd like to know what in the world kept us from going on to that culvert.
Hey, Mr. White, is that you?
Kent, great Scott.
Mr. Kent.
How'd he get here? We left him back in the woods.
Are you all right? Anybody hurt? Gosh, for a minute I thought surely...
Kent, what's going on here? Who's that you've got there?
Chip Dinelli, Mr. White. The big boss himself. I found him lying in the field. He was stunned.
Gyp Tonelli?
Yes.
But the other man, the one that waved us back.
Oh, that was Spike. You remember Spike, Jimmy?
Gee, I thought I knew that guy, but
Now he just turned over a new leaf. We found him just after you left. And he told us all about it, so we brought him along by a shortcut. Got here just ahead of you. And he'll back up every word I say. Won't you, Spike? Won't you?
Yeah, sure.
Say, look. Here come the state troopers. And we've got Spike and Gyp Tonelli.
And we still got the briefcase, too. Don't forget that.
Right, Jimmy. Thanks to you and Miss Lane, the Tonelli gang is smashed for keeps.
Well, Clark Kent certainly will have a lot to explain this time. Editor White is asking himself questions almost out loud. How long can Superman keep his secret quiet? Time alone can tell. But meanwhile, there's a brand new assignment coming right up as Kent is set out to follow a weird and exciting story. Tune in next time and don't miss it. And remember, be sure to tune in the next thrilling installment of the amazing transcription feature, Superman.
Up in the sky. Look! It's a bird.
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Superman is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
The Adventures of Philo Vance are up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
But Uncle David...
Now listen, Wanda. Stop interrupting me and let me finish. I didn't call you on the telephone to listen to you. Your husband has walked out on you, and it's a good thing. I'll buy him off so that he'll stay away and never come back. That's the least I can do for my niece. And another thing. Oh, hold the phone. There's somebody at the door. Wait a minute. People, if they aren't annoying you, they're interrupting you. Well?
Mr. Wilkins, I made you some soup, and I thought you'd like to
You
have
thought, did you? That's a fine thing. Serves me right. I say good morning to my neighbor once, and she thinks she can barge in here anytime she likes.
Well, I wasn't barging in, Mr. Wilkins. I knocked. It's raining. I know you won't go out, so I wanted to see if you'd like some of the soup I made.
Soup you made. You said all that when you knocked on the door and I opened it.
Yes.
I was talking to my niece on the telephone, and you interrupted me.
But
For no reason. I don't want any soup. I hate soup.
Oh, all right, but I
But
didn't...
nothing. Now get out of here and stay out. Can't a man have some privacy in his own apartment?
Well, certainly, but all I did...
Goodbye. Now, you listen to me, Wanda. Better still, you come over here right away, and I'll tell you the rest of what I have to say in person. I know it's pouring, but you won't get too wet. Better hurry, though, while I still feel like helping you. What a night this is. Really a night for a murder. Night for a murder.
Mr. Markham, you know all about my uncle's death that I can tell you. I called the police when I heard the shot over the telephone as he was talking to me.
I know, Mrs. Taylor. Sometimes my job as district attorney isn't so very pleasant like now. Now, there are several things you can tell me about your uncle that might help us find out who killed him.
Well,
Oh, Vance, come in. Vance, this is Mrs. Wanda Taylor, niece of the man who was murdered. It was his death I asked you to come down and help investigate.
Hello, Mrs. Taylor. My deepest sympathies.
Thank you.
Now, Vance, this is the situation. Mrs. Taylor's uncle, David Wilkins, was talking to her on the telephone when he was interrupted by a neighbor, a widow living next to him. She had made him some broth, but he didn't want any, and he returned to the telephone. We have her testimony to that effect.
I see. Have you anything to add to that, Mrs. Taylor?
No. I was talking to my uncle when I heard a shot over the telephone, and our connection was broken immediately.
When the phone dropped to the floor, Vance, it smashed part of the mechanism.
Understandable enough. You called the police from your telephone, Mrs. Taylor?
Yes. They said to meet them at my uncle's place, and I did. It didn't take long, and when I arrived, a policeman was already there.
The officer on the beat heard the shot, ran up, and found Mr. Wilkins was still alive. Wilkins said he didn't know who shot him. All he knew was that he was talking on the phone to his niece when his killer walked in.
And that, I imagine, is all we know about the case.
Yes.
Mrs. Taylor, what were you talking to your uncle about?
Well, I don't think that's any of your...
Mrs. Taylor?
It was personal. Very personal.
Let me remind you that so is murder.
Well, my husband walked out on me 3 days ago. My uncle was saying it was a good thing, that he was going to buy him off.
Your uncle had money.
A lot. And I was his only living relative.
I'm sorry, but he had 2 heirs.
Oh, I told you.
I know what you said, but you are still married, and your husband automatically owns half of what was left you, unless otherwise specified in a will.
Oh.
I think the first thing we ought to do is find this husband of yours, Mrs. Taylor.
Before we find the murderer, Vance?
It's quite possible, Markham, that when we find Mr. Taylor, we'll also be apprehending Mr. Wilkins' killer at the same time.
While the police comb the city to try to find him, high police officials believe the killer of David Wilkins will be apprehended shortly, although they admit they have little...
Turn that darn thing off, will you, Betty?
All right, Georgie, don't get excited.
I'm not excited.
I know, you always yell like that. What's the matter? You unhappy because you packed in the niece of that dead guy?
I don't know what the matter is.
You got something to gripe about. I got something to gripe about. I came here to your new apartment this morning, worked all day marketing because the stores wouldn't deliver. I cleaned this place for you. You're complaining.
Yeah. Take it easy, Betty.
Take it easy. I'm too tired to do anything else. Georgie, what's the matter with you? You want to go back to your wife. Is that it?
That isn't it, and you know it. If I never see Wanda again, that's okay with me. I'm nervous. I want to get out of here. I think the cops might come looking for me.
What for? You didn't kill her uncle, did you?
Now, look, I'm going to leave town. I'll be a good kid and throw some of my things in a bag for me, will you?
How long you going away for?
Not long, just till this blows over.
Oh, okay, I'll help you. How many shirts you want?
2 or 3. I'll travel light and buy some stuff if I need it.
Okay. Why don't you get on the phone, get a train reservation?
I'll go by bus.
Okay, go anywhere you like. Only, Georgie...
Yeah, what is it?
Don't forget to come back. 3
Uh-huh.
shirts, that ought to be...
What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Now, listen, what are you going to do when I'm away? Going back with, Big Johnny Dale?
I don't know. Depends on how long you stay away, Georgie.
What's the matter with you? You act like you found a bottle of poison or something in my dresser drawer.
Poison, Georgie?
Yeah.
Maybe you better not leave town because maybe I found something a whole lot more deadly than that.
Hey, you're in great shape, Mr. Dale. I can't hardly lay a glove on you.
You learned me good, Sammy. I was 20 years younger. Maybe I could be a professional. Huh?
Sure, only you and one
That's it.
scrap in the ring. That's how I
That's it.
started. Now look at me, broken down ex-pug who keeps guys like you in shape.
I take care of you, don't I?
Oh, yeah, sure. No complaints.
Hey,
You tagged me with that one.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah.
Hold it, Sammy. Somebody's at the door.
Glad to hold it, Mr. Dale. Glad to
Oh.
do it. Hey, you better throw that rope over your shoulders. When you open that door, it might be a drag.
Good idea, Sammy. Very good idea.
Hello, Johnny.
Betty, baby, come on in.
Yeah. Johnny, I gotta talk to you alone.
Sure, Betty. Hey, Sammy, scram, will you?
Sure, Mr. Dale.
What's going on, Betty? What's got you so upset?
Johnny, I need help. I want a favor.
You coming back to me?
No, Johnny, not right now. Don't ask me to come back. Wait till I come back by myself. Because if I ever come back that way, I'll stick.
Well, you got something there, Betty, baby. Okay, I won't press it. Tell me what's on your mind.
Johnny, you know anything about the killing of that David Wilkins guy yesterday?
Only what I read about it. Why?
Well, this Wilkins was talking to his niece when he was killed. His niece is married to a guy named Taylor. only he walked out on her a couple of days before.
Yeah?
That's the guy I'm running around with, Johnny.
Well, that's a nice, pretty picture. Where do I fit in it?
You fit in like this.
Hey, kid, that gun. Put it away.
No.
What do you want to point a gun at me for?
I'm sorry. Here, I want you to take it. Wilkins was killed with a .38. Here's a .38 I found in this guy Taylor's dresser drawer. One shot's been fired. Take care of the gun for me, Johnny.
So that's the pitch, huh?
Yeah.
Your boyfriend knocked off the uncle, stashed the gun in his dresser, and you found it.
Yeah.
You found it, and you bring it to me to see that it gets lost. You got a lot of nerve, Betty.
I got a lot of confidence, Johnny. You'll do it for me, won't you?
I don't know. I'm not sure. This sticks me in the middle of something that ain't my business. You know that.
I don't want that gun kicking around. This boyfriend of mine wanted to blow town, only I talked him into staying for a little while. But he wouldn't know how to duck a hot rod, and you would.
Yeah, I'd know. The cops looking for this new guy of yours?
Not that we know of. Only he's afraid of something.
Well, he ought to be afraid of me. After all, he took my girl away.
He didn't take. She went to him.
Well, I guess that's right. Well, okay, Betty, baby. I'll take the gun.
Oh.
And I'll get rid of it.
You got a big heart, Johnny.
And a soft head. Imagine me making sure a guy don't take a murder rap so that my girl can still have him.
Mrs. Taylor, our purpose here in your apartment is not to ply you with questions or to make you uncomfortable. You understand that.
I know, Mr. Vance.
We haven't announced it to the papers, but we're trying to find your husband. So far, we haven't had any luck.
Oh?
That's the reason Sergeant Heath is inside searching your bedroom.
I understand. He's looking for something that might give you an idea as to where my husband might be.
Exactly. Excuse me just a moment.
Certainly.
Find anything, Heath?
No, not yet, Vance, but I'm still looking.
Keep at it, please, Heath.
Don't worry.
Now, Mrs. Taylor, I want to know anything that you can tell us that might be a clue as to where your husband is.
I haven't any idea. I've given you his picture. I've told you I'm pretty sure there's another woman involved. But naturally, I wouldn't know who she is.
Naturally. I want to thank you for being so honest with us. I don't know...
Vance, I found the gun.
What?
I found the murder gun.
What?
Here it is, Vance, a .38, one bullet missing. I'll bet my badge it's the murder gun.
Chances are you're right.
Well, where did you find that gun?
Listen to her. Where did I find that gun?
Yes.
I found it where you tried to hide it after killing your uncle in a hat box back on a closet shelf.
Somebody planted it there. I never saw that gun before. Somebody put it there, I tell you.
Oh, sure.
Oh, Vance, tell him I couldn't have killed my uncle. Tell him I was talking to him on the telephone when he was shot. Tell him that gun must have been planted.
You don't have to tell me. I know from the dying man's own testimony that he was talking to you on the phone when he was shot.
Oh, well then.
Look, all I know is I got a gun here that looks to me like the murder weapon. And, Vance, I got a right to take Mrs. Taylor here downtown.
I'm not stopping you, Heath.
I'm stopping myself. I don't know how she could have done it. And you know something? I don't care. All I know is I've got the gun, and I'm pretty sure it's the gun that did the job. Now all I got to do is find out who fired it.
Well, it wasn't I. You know I couldn't have fired it.
We do, Mrs. Taylor?
Yes.
I don't agree with that at all.
Well, now I'm mixed up good. What am I supposed to do now, Vance?
Take the gun to headquarters and check it, of course.
And what are you going to be doing all that time, Vance?
Trying to find two things, Mrs. Taylor.
Yes?
One is your husband, and the other is a way that you might have murdered your uncle.
Take a look, Sergeant Heath.
Yeah?
The bullet we fired out of the gun you found in Mrs. Taylor's place and the bullet we took out of the body of her uncle are both under this microscope. Take a look.
Sure, I'll take a look. That was the idea of me bringing you those two bullets. Markings are pretty close, wouldn't you say?
Close? No, they're not close, Sergeant Heath.
Fine guy we got in charge of the police laboratory. I'm looking at the two bullets. I see the markings, and he says they're not close.
I looked at them, too, you know, when I set the microscope for you.
And you still say those markings are not close?
They're not close at all, Sergeant Heath. They are identical. Without any question, the gun you found in Mrs. Taylor's apartment is the gun that murdered her uncle.
This is District Attorney Markham. The thundering murder case opened with the finding of the body of David Wilkins, killed during a rainstorm in his apartment. Investigation proved that he was talking on the telephone to his niece, Wanda Taylor, at the time of his death, and Mrs. Taylor's husband is missing. Philo Vance believes that Taylor might be an important factor in this case, and so do I. But while we're searching for him, Sergeant Heath has found the murder gun in Mrs. Taylor's apartment. Vance and I are in my office, and we have decided...
Despite the evidence of the gun in Mrs. Taylor's place, Markham, I still want to find George Taylor, her husband.
And for a very good reason, Vance. Mrs. Taylor couldn't possibly have killed her uncle. Even though she did gain appreciably through his death, he left everything to her.
Yes, I know. But I don't agree that she couldn't have killed him. At the moment, I don't see how she could have done it, but it's possible she might have.
Everything is possible, of course, but there certainly is nothing to support the theory that she's guilty, Vance.
I agree with that, too. And I know you agree that we ought to do something about finding George Taylor. This is the photograph Mrs. Taylor gave me.
Yes, I've seen it. Taylor was quite good-looking.
Perhaps too good-looking, Markham. But I don't care half as much what he looks like as I do where he is.
There's nothing in the photograph that would tell us that.
No? I just noticed something. Look at what's on his lapel.
That emblem?
Mm-hmm.
That's an indication that he's a member of some kind of a club or an order of some sort, isn't it?
Yes, that's the Roster Club emblem.
Roster Club?
Yes. Let me see now. Taylor doesn't know we're looking for him, does he?
Why, no. You asked me not to tell that to the newspapers.
Good. Now, so far as Taylor knows, his wife never indicated to us that he walked out on her. Therefore, there'd be no reason for him to be in hiding, would there?
Oh, I see what you're getting at.
I'm sure you do. If Taylor belongs to the Roster Club, and apparently he does, and inasmuch as he wears the emblem in his lapel, he's probably an active member, there's no reason why he wouldn't attend a meeting, is there?
None that I know of.
In fact, the chances are he would attend a meeting just to keep up appearances, just so nobody would suspect that there was any reason he didn't attend, a reason such as a split-up between him and his wife.
Vance, I think you've done it again. I think your logic has enabled us to find Taylor. You know, it sounds incredible that sitting at this desk with me, you could indicate where a missing man might be.
I should have used that logic yesterday. Then perhaps he wouldn't have had a chance to plant that gun in his former apartment, if he planted it.
Well, what's our next step?
Check the Roster Club. Find out when their next meeting's to be held. And at its conclusion, you and I will be waiting outside to pick up George Taylor.
Look, Georgie, everything is all right. I'm sure it is.
Oh, you're sure it is?
Yeah.
Well, that's fine. That's all I need. Thanks, Betty. I'm glad you're sure. I'm not. I still think I should have gotten out of town.
But why? Nobody's after you. You could stay here.
Oh, sure. But sooner or later, that wife of mine is going to tell the police I walked out, and they'll come looking for me.
Oh, no, they won't, darling.
Oh, yeah?
And if they do, they won't find anything. Why don't we go to the movies, huh?
No.
Oh, we could take a walk, maybe.
I don't want to walk.
Then what do you want to do?
I'm not sure. You know, there's a meeting in my club tonight. I ought to go show my face.
Well, then why don't you?
I don't know what I want to do. Can't make up my mind. All I'm sure of is that whatever I decide to do, it's going to be the wrong thing.
It's almost 11 o'clock, Markham. That Roster Club meeting ought to be breaking up any minute now.
We could have gone into the club rooms to see if Taylor was there.
Yes, but this way is just as easy and a whole lot less conspicuous. We'll stay here in my car and spot our man when he comes out.
If he comes out. Vance, I can't help feeling that there's someone else involved in this case that we don't know about.
It's very possible. The one thing you know about a murder case is that anything is liable to happen. A murderer kills and does his best.
Vance, look. There are men coming out of that building now.
Look closely, Markham. We don't want to miss our man.
Maybe we'd better get out of the car.
That might be advisable. Let's... Wait. There he is.
You're right. What do we do now?
Call his name. He'll come over here.
Very well. Oh, Taylor! George Taylor!
He's looking around.
Over here, Taylor. Here we are.
Oh, me?
So far, so good. He's headed this way.
Did you call my name?
Why, yes, we did. Get in, Mr. Taylor.
Who are you?
I'm District Attorney Markham. This is Philo Vance.
We want to talk to you.
Oh, no, you don't. I'm kidding.
Wait a minute, Mr. Taylor. Running away won't do you any good.
Now, look.
The police would pick you up in a few hours. Right now, this is not an official invitation. But don't you think you ought to take a ride with us?
I'm pretty good with this punching bag, huh, Vance?
Not bad, Dale.
Oh, I suppose you could do better.
I don't know. I haven't tried in years.
Well, go ahead and try. Here, take a crack at it. Let's see you make it do tricks.
All right, Dale.
Well, you're all right.
Thank you. Now let's see how all right I am at finding out what I want to know about you.
I knew this wasn't a social call, but if it's business, Vance, you better talk to my lawyer. That's what I pay him for.
I want to talk to you, Dale, not him. And I want you to listen.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yes.
What happens if I don't?
If I were you, I wouldn't try to anticipate that possibility.
You're tough, aren't you?
Yes.
Vance, remember, maybe you're pretty good with a punching bag, but a punching bag can't hit back.
That's one of the reasons I gave up using it. Now, Dale, look. I think you're mixed up in the killing of David Wilkins. What's more, I'm going to...
What were you saying before I rudely interrupted you?
Never mind what I was saying before. Let me say one thing right now, and that's thanks. Thanks for giving me reason to do something I've wanted to do ever since I saw you.
Oh, what's the matter with you? Oh.
Get up, Dale.
I'm pretty comfortable down here.
Stay there, then, but tell me this. What do you know about the Wilkins murder?
Nothing. Not a thing. I never met the old guy.
You know a girl named Betty Steele?
Sure, I know her very well. What about it?
She's going now with a man named George Taylor. Taylor's still married to Wilkins' niece. We picked him up last night, and he told us about Betty and you. If you framed Taylor, maybe you'd get your girl back.
You know, you've got something there, Vance. I wonder why I wasn't smart enough to think of that.
I wonder if you were.
Who is it?
Me, Markham. Sergeant Heath. You sent for me.
Oh, yes, come in. Hello, Heath.
Hi, D.A. What's up?
I just heard from Philo Vance. Here's a list of people he wants you to round up and bring to his office this afternoon.
Okay. Mrs. Taylor, Betty Steele, Big Johnny Dale, George Taylor. Where do I find Taylor?
I'll give you his address. He gave it to us after we met him outside his club last night.
Okay, Markham. I'll get the boys right on this. That all?
Yes, Heath. Only according to Vance. That'll be enough.
I want to thank all of you for coming here to my office.
It's nothing.
Don't thank me. Cops practically dragged me here.
I'll thank Sergeant Heath when he comes in for that. You, Mr. Taylor,
Yes, sir.
and Miss Steele.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see you both.
Well, at least somebody's glad we're here.
And Mrs. Taylor, I think I can promise you that your uncle's murder will be solved in a very few moments.
I hope you're right, Mr. Vance.
To begin with, Dale.
Yeah?
Where were you the night Wilkins was killed? I'll help you. It was this Monday night at 8 o'clock.
I knew you'd ask me that, Vance.
Really?
I was out at a driving range knocking out some golf balls. I like to keep in shape.
Thank you. Miss Steele, where were you?
I was watering the lawn in front of my own house.
Mr. Taylor?
I went out for a walk.
Hi, Vance.
Oh, come in, Sergeant Heath.
Here's that report you asked for. I just got it from the Bureau.
Thank you, Heath. I have here a weather report for this territory on the murder night. Oh, Mrs. Taylor, I'm afraid I overlooked asking you where you were.
Well, you know where I was. I was at home talking to my uncle on the telephone when the shot was fired.
Of course. Now, everybody listen. This weather report states that there was a thunderstorm Monday night. Yet Mr. Dale, Mr. Taylor, and Miss Steele all say they were doing things which they wouldn't be doing in the rain.
Listen, I'm telling the truth. What are you...
Just a moment. The thunderstorm I talked about took place only in a very small district. That isn't too rare a phenomenon with storms. Sometimes it rains on one block and not on the next.
Sure, I've seen that myself.
Thank you, Heath. And now, everybody, let me tell you all that the storm in this one particular neighborhood doesn't explode your alibis. It's possible you were all doing what you claimed.
Well, that's nice.
Mr. Vance, you promise you tell me which of these people killed my uncle. Which one did?
One question more, please.
Well, all right.
Mr. Taylor.
Yes, sir.
You knew David Wilkins.
Sure.
Ever talked to him?
Talk to him? Nobody could ever talk to him. All you could do was listen. The guy talked a blue streak. He never stopped. You couldn't get a word in edgewise once he started.
That's true, Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, I suppose so.
Thank you, Mrs. Taylor. Thank you for telling me that you killed your uncle and how you did it. First of all, Markham, I got all our suspects together so that I could hear their alibis. None of them mentioned rain, therefore none of them was in the neighborhood of the murder when Wilkins was killed.
Unless they were lying.
People don't lie about their alibis, Markham. It's too easy to explode a lie, and a lie is much too definite an indictment against a suspect in the event that we prove his story false. No, I was sure they were all telling the truth.
Let's take that slower, eh?
Very well. We know it was raining in Wilkins' neighborhood when he was shot.
Yes.
If any of the suspects were in that neighborhood, naturally they would have denied killing the old man, but they would have mentioned something about rain.
Oh.
They wouldn't know it wasn't raining in other sections of the city.
I understand now, but Vance, Mrs. Taylor was on the telephone with her uncle when the shot was fired. She was at home. We're sure of that.
Yes, but do you know where her home was, Markham? Less than a block from Wilkins' apartment. She told us that in your office right after the murder.
That's right.
What happened was this. Her uncle called her. She let him talk, ran over to his place, and shot him, knowing that once he started, he'd talk for at least a minute, and she could be there and back by then in time to call the police.
We know her motive, of course, but what about the murder gun? What happened to that?
That was the only complicated part of this case, Markham. In making her confession, she said she followed her husband one day when she happened to see him on the street after he walked out. He went to his new apartment, and she broke in there later to plant the gun.
Which was found later in her husband's apartment by his new girl.
Right. Betty Steele found it, gave it to Johnny Dale. This Dale told me just a little while ago. You see, Betty thought that Taylor had killed Wilkins, so she wanted Johnny to get rid of the gun. He, of course, planted it in Mrs. Taylor's apartment, where Heath found it.
Well, that gun really did some traveling around, didn't it?
No more than I did on this case. Only I went in circles until I got all our suspects together.
It's funny how a situation develops, isn't it, Vance?
Yeah.
After all, this seemed like such an ordinary murder at the beginning.
Yes, it did. And it turned out so unusual at the end of the thundering murder case.
And now you will hear the rest of the story with Paul Harvey up next.
Now, the rest of the story. Last summer's Olympics in Beijing reminded all of us that in some parts of the world, ping pong is a big deal. Table tennis tournaments having nothing to do with the Olympics are massively attended. The players are, well, they're like rock stars. I want you to meet Rune, R-U-N-E. Rune was among his country's leading ping-pong players once upon a time. For years, he won everything in sight. Rune played some of his best ping-pong in his early 30s. In fact, he was 33 when he competed in his hometown ping-pong championship. That was the summer of 1965. That was the first tournament his young son had ever seen him play. The boy just had turned 9. He was starting to think about following in his dad's athletic footsteps. Well, anyway, the field was particularly strong for the city ping-pong championship that year, but Rune was ready. He was especially eager to play well in this, the first tournament his son had ever attended. The youngster himself was, of course, excited, but not nervous. At least not nervous until he saw the big table with all of the tournament prizes displayed on it. There were different kinds of prizes. The championship winner could choose from among them, and Rune's son was particularly attracted to one of them. Dad absolutely had to win this tournament, the boy thought, so that he, Dad, could win that prize. Well, Roone made the finals easily. Then the going got tough. Every time his finely tuned topspin failed him, his son's heart thumped triple time. It was a long, hard fight for first that afternoon. But in the end, Roone won. Roone won. First to rush up to him, overflowing with congratulations, was his 9-year young son. "Did you have a prize picked out, Dad?" "No," Roone smiled. He'd not even thought about it. Was there a prize that his son had in mind? And, of course, the beaming boy pointed to that one which had so attracted him. He scarcely knew what it was for. Imagine that. It was simply begging to be taken home. And so Roone and his son took it home. And the proud youngster has been playing with it ever since. Played with it competitively for almost 20 years. And Roone, he passed away March of this year. He was 76. But he, of course, lived to become the one rooting in the stands for his son. The ping-pong champion? No. You see, the boy who might well have picked up where his dad left off instead took home that prize his father had won. A tennis racket. He made magic with that tennis racket, as have few in the sport of tennis. You know, at first the family wondered what such a little boy would ever do with such a grown-up toy. Well, who doesn't remember what he did? The great Swedish tennis champion, Bjorn Borg. Bjorn Borg. Only now you know the rest of the story.